Bloodline of Ashes. Part 1. The Sterling Foundation. Chapter 1. The Weight of Wrenches. The morning sun cut through the perpetual haze of oil and dust that hung in Sterling. Otto, painting the floating particles gold. Kai Sterling worked with a rhythm as familiar as his own heartbeat. The hiss-whir of the impact wrench, the solid clunk of a bolt yielding, the smooth slide of a brake caliper from its mouth. His hands, already scarred and permanently stained with grounding grease at 24, moved with an economy of motion that spoke of a decade under the hoods of cars. The current patient was a vintage Mustang Shelby GT 500, a beast of American muscle that had been neglected for years. Its owner, an elderly man named Mr. Hendricks, had brought it in with a sigh and a plea to make her young again. To Kai, this wasn't just a job. It was an act of archaeology and resurrection. Each cleaned component, each repaired connection, felt like restoring a piece of history. You're in the zone early. Kai didn't jump. The voice, warm, tinged with gentle humor, belonged to David Sterling. He leaned against the doorframe of the garage's small office, a chipped mug of coffee in his hand. At 52, David's hair was more salt than pepper, his build still solid but softening around the middle. His eyes, the same warm hazel as his daughter Lily's, crinkled at the corners. Just getting a head start, Kai said, wiping his hands on a rag that had long ago surrendered any hope of being clean. The suspension on this thing was held together with hope and rust. David walked over, his gaze traveling appreciatively over the organized chaos of the workbench, the pristine rebuilt carburetor sitting on a cloth. Hope and rust describes half the county, son. He took a sip of coffee. Your mom's packing you both lunches. Lily's trying to negotiate for extra cookies. You'd think she was heading into the Arctic, not to a community college art studio. Kai felt the familiar, comfortable weight of the scene settle around him. This was his world. The smell of gasoline and fresh coffee. The sound of the old AM radio playing classic rock softly in the background. The solid, reassuring presence of the man who had taught him what a father was. David had shown him how to throw a baseball, how to change a tire, how to look a person in the eye and mean what you said. The lessons were simple, honest, and they had built the bedrock of Kai's being. He learned other things, too, things he never spoke about. An almost preternatural sense of spatial awareness that made complex engine dismantlement intuitive. A reaction speed that had once caught a falling engine block hoist before it crushed David's foot. Movement so fast it had left them both stunned. An ability to listen to a car's engine and diagnose a problem with uncanny accuracy, as if he could hear the individual complaint of each piston. David had called it a gift. Kai filed it away as a useful quirk. Tell her the cookie tax is one cleaned paintbrush set when she gets home, Kai said, a faint smile touching his lips. I'll relay the terms, David chuckled. His expression grew slightly more serious. Big job at the community center today. Final inspection on the new wing. The foundation's grant finally came through clean. Took long enough. Kai nodded. David wasn't just a mechanic. He was the head custodian and facilities manager for the Brookhaven Community Center, a job he took with immense, sometimes exasperating, pride. He believed in the place, the after-school programs, the free clinics, the voting drives. It was where he'd met Maria, where Lily had taken her first steps. All the paperwork sorted, Kai asked, picking up a torque wrench. Bureaucracy is a thicker sludge than 50-weight oil, but yes. The Thorn Foundation came through. Every dollar accounted for. There was a note of reverence when David said, Thorn Foundation. The philanthropic arm of the global Thorn conglomerate was a fairy godmother to places like Brookhaven. Their grants had built libraries, stocked food banks, and funded scholarships. To David, they were saints in suits. Good, Kai said, focusing on setting the precise torque on a lug nut. Precision mattered. Order mattered. Dinner at 6, David said, pushing off the doorframe. Your mom's making lasagna. Don't be late. And wash up before you come in. You smell like a refinery." "Yes, sir," Kai said, the title coming naturally, filled with respect. As David retreated to the office, Kai's attention was pulled to the street. A black sedan with tinted windows, unfamiliar and too polished for the neighborhood, cruised slowly past the garage. It didn't stop. Kai's eyes tracked it until it turned the corner, a slight, unconscious tension coiling in his shoulders before releasing. Just lost, he told himself, turning back to the Shelby. The Sterling house was a defiant patch of warmth in a slowly fading neighborhood. A two-story colonial with a sagging porch, but a meticulously kept garden bursting with Maria's flowers. Inside, it was a tapestry of lived-in love, slightly mismatched furniture, walls covered in family photos and Lily's vibrant, evolving artwork, the perpetual scent of whatever Maria was cooking. "Gee, you're late." Lily's voice, a melodic tease, floated from the kitchen. She stood at the counter, trying to sneak a piece of garlic bread. At 19, she was a burst of creative energy in human form. Her clothes were always a splash of color, speckled with paint or charcoal dust. Her hazel eyes, so like David's, sparkled with a constant, curious light. By 3 minutes, Kai said, hanging his keys on the hook by the door. He'd showered at the garage, but a faint aura of motor oil still clung to him, his signature scent. 3 minutes is a lifetime when you're starving and Mom made garlic bread, Lily declared, dodging Maria's playful swat with a spatula. Maria Sterling was a small woman with formidable presence. Her dark hair was streaked with silver. Her hands were strong from years of kneading dough and pulling weeds, and her love was a tangible, active force. She looked at Kai, and her eyes did that soft thing. They always did. A flicker of infinite tenderness mixed with a shadow of something else, something deep and protected. It was the look she'd given him since he was a baby, a look that said you are mine, and you are a miracle. Sit, both of you. The cheese is perfect. Maria orchestrated the meal with quiet command. Dinner was the usual symphony. David talked about the community center's new wing, his voice swelling with pride. It's going to change things for the kids on the south side. Proper computer lab, a real tutoring space. The Thorn audit team was nitpicky, but thorough. You respect that. Lily talked about her latest project, a series of portraits focusing on the hands of local tradespeople. Mrs. Grady at the bakery. Her hands are like a roadmap of recipes. And Mr. Hendricks came by the studio today. He saw my sketches and commissioned a painting of his Mustang for when it's finished. He said you're a wizard, Kai. Kai shrugged, focusing on his food. He just wants the family discount. He's paying full price, and you know it, David said, pointing his fork. Your work is worth it. You have a real talent. The praise, simple and direct, warmed Kai more than the food. This was his value, his worth, measured in honest work and a family's pride. Later, as Kai helped Maria clear, she lingered by the sink. Everything okay at the shop? She asked, her voice low. Yeah. What? She shook her head, drying a plate with undue focus. Nothing. A car went by a few times today. Didn't recognize it. Probably nothing. The black sedan. Kai had seen it too, then. The coil of tension returned, faint but persistent. Probably realtors, he said, forcing ease into his tone. The neighborhood's changing. Maria looked at him, and that deep, shadowed look was back. She reached up and brushed a strand of hair from his forehead, a gesture from his childhood. You're a good boy, Kai. My good boy. The words held a weight, a ferocity of possession that went beyond the moment. Mom? You're getting sentimental over dirty dishes, Lily called from the living room, where she was trying to convince David to watch an abstract French film. The moment broke. Maria smiled, the shadow retreating. Go. Save your father from subtitles. That night, in his room, a space of clean lines, schematics pinned to walls, a shelf of rebuilt model engines. Kai stood at the window. The street was quiet. No strange cars. Below, He could hear the muffled sounds of his family. David's laugh, Lily's persuasive pleading, the low murmur of the TV. He looked at his hands. Capable hands. A mechanic's hands. They were the hands of Kai Sterling. He knew no other truth, wanted no other truth. The sense of unease, the strange sedan, his mother's look, they were ripples on a deep, still pond. He let out a slow breath, the tension dissolving. This was his life. Solid. Real. Anchored in the weight of wrenches. And the warmth of lasagna and the sound of his sister's laughter from down the hall. He was home. Chapter 2. A Father's Ledger. David Sterling's office at the Brookhaven Community Center was a testament to organized chaos. Filing cabinets groaned with decades of paperwork. Blueprints for long-completed projects were rolled in corners. The desk, a battleship of solid oak, was an island of neatness amidst the sea of memory. On it sat a framed photo of Maria, Lily, and Kai, taken when Kai was about 15, his arm awkwardly around his sister, both of them squinting in the sun. Today, the neatness was fractured. Spread across the desk were invoices, bank statements, grant disbursement notices, and shipping manifests. The Thorn Foundation grant for the new community wing, a miraculous $750,000, had been a dream come true. The construction was complete, the final touches being applied. All that remained was the final audit and reconciliation before the ceremonial ribbon cutting next week. David loved this part. The accountability, the proof that every dollar donated had been transformed into something concrete, in a drywall, wiring, light, and opportunity. He was a man who believed in balance, in columns that added up, in a moral ledger that had to be clean, which is why the first discrepancy made him frown. It was a shipment of specialized HVAC components from a company called Ventec Dynamics. The invoice amount was $42,870. The line item in the grant budget was $38,500. A variance. It happened. He made a note to check the purchase order. The second was Otter, a landscaping subcontract paid to Greenscape Innovations for soil preparation and shrub planting. David distinctly remembered the foreman, a burly man named Joe, telling him they'd done that work in-house with their own crew to save costs. He pulled the work log. No entry for Greenscape, but the money had been paid. A cold, thin trickle of unease started in David's stomach. He spent the next 4 hours cross-referencing. He was a meticulous man, his mind trained by years of mechanical diagnostics to follow the fault line until he found the break. The break was a pattern. Small, seemingly legitimate companies, Ventec, Greenscape, Elite Electrical Solutions, Pure Flow Plumbing. All had been paid from the Thorn Grant Fund. All had invoices that were 10 to 15% above market rate. All performed work that either duplicated existing efforts or, in some cases, didn't appear to have been done at all. The total siphoned was over $90,000. David sat back, his heart pounding a dull, sick rhythm against his ribs. This wasn't a mistake. This was a system, a deliberate, careful skimming operation using the community center, his community center, as a laundromat. His first, naive thought was a local contractor cutting corners. But the scale was wrong. The companies were all shell-like, with out-of-state addresses and minimal digital footprints. This was sophisticated. This was organized. Then he saw the linking thread. Every single one of the fraudulent companies was a subcontractor under the primary construction firm hired for the wing, Corinth Constructs. The name sent a jolt through him. Corinth was a large, respected regional developer. They had built half the new buildings in the county. They were also, he knew from the original grant paperwork, a frequent partner of the Thorn Foundation's Civic Projects branch. The air left the room. This wasn't just theft. It was a poison in the well. The Thorn Foundation, the paragon of virtue in David's world, was being used, or was involved. No, he whispered to the empty office. The Thorns were distant, celestial benefactors. They couldn't know. This was a corruption within their supply chain, a parasite feeding on their goodwill. The moral ledger in David's mind was screaming. This money was meant for after-school programs, for heating in winter, for books. It was stolen from the kids who came here for a safe place, from people like his own family, who had relied on places like this when times were hard. He thought of Maria's worried face the night before, of Kai's steady, watchful eyes, of Lily's bright, trusting faith in the world's goodness. He was their protector. This was what that meant. It meant standing up, even when you were terrified. His hand shook as he picked up the phone. He didn't call the police. Not yet. First, he needed to be sure. He needed the evidence compiled, airtight. He called an old friend, Ben Crawford, who worked in the state's financial crimes unit. Ben, it's David Sterling. I need some advice. Off the record. It's about some accounting irregularities with a foundation grant. The conversation was hushed, tense. Ben listened, then whistled low. David, that sounds like a funnel. Corinth Constructs, that's a big fish. If they're involved, this goes deep. You need to document everything. Every invoice, every wire transfer receipt, every email. Then you bring it to us. But David, be careful. People who set up schemes like this don't like loose ends. David hung up, the word careful echoing in the silent room. He looked at the photo of his family. For them, he thought. To keep the world honest for them. He spent the next 2 days a ghost in his own life. At home, he was distracted, jumping at the sound of a passing truck. Maria noticed. David, what's wrong? She asked, cornering him in the garden as he pretended to weed. He couldn't lie to her. Never could. In a low voice, amid her hydrangeas, he told her about the discrepancies, the pattern, Corinth, the stolen $90,000 meant for children. Maria's face paled. Her hand flew to her mouth. Oh, David. No, I have to report it, Maria. You know I do. She grabbed his arm, her grip strong. I know you do. But the Thorn Foundation, what if they're part of it? These are powerful people, David. Then they need to be exposed too, he said, but his voice lacked its usual conviction. The scale of it was dawning on him. Ben Crawford is helping. We'll do it right. Through the proper channels. Proper channels, Maria repeated, the words sounding fragile. She looked toward the house, where the kitchen light was on. Kai was in there, fixing the leaky faucet. Lily was upstairs, her music drifting down. We need to tell Kai. No, David said, sharp. Absolutely not. This is my burden. He's got enough on his mind. And Lily, we keep them out of it. We keep them safe. Safe, Maria whispered, the word of prayer. That night, David copied everything. Every damning page. He made 2 digital copies on encrypted USB drives and a paper folder. One drive he gave to Maria. Hide this. Somewhere not here. She took it, her eyes huge, and slid it into the lining of her grandmother's old sewing box, a place no one would look. The other set he took with him to work the next day. He had a meeting scheduled with the center's board president and their lawyer for the afternoon. He would present the evidence. They would go to the authorities together. He kissed Maria goodbye that morning, longer and harder than usual. He hugged Lily, telling her he was proud of her new painting. He clapped Kai on the shoulder. That, Shelby's going to purr like a kitten, son. You do good work. Kai looked at him, a faint line between his brows. Everything okay, Dad? David forced a wide, steady smile. The father's smile. The protector's smile. Everything's fine. Just a big meeting today. Wish me luck. He got into his old, reliable Ford pickup and drove away, the folder of evidence on the passenger seat beside him, a bomb waiting to detonate in the conference room. He did not see the black sedan, now a different model, but with the same impenetrable tint, parked 3 houses down. He did not see the man inside, speaking calmly into a hands-free device. The subject is mobile. He has the documents with him. He is en route to the community center. The meeting is confirmed for 2 p.m. The package is to be delivered before he arrives. Clean and definitive. No connection to the principal. The line crackled. Acknowledged. The package will be delivered. Proceed to clean up protocol at the residence. The sedan pulled away, smooth and silent. David Sterling drove on, his mind on columns of numbers and moral certainties, completely unaware that his honesty had just been sentenced, and the executioners were already moving into position. Chapter 3. Red on the pavement. The day held its breath. A high, pale sun bleached the color from the sky over Brookhaven. Kai worked on the Shelby, the final reassembly a meditative task. He installed the rebuilt carburetor, his hand sure, each connection a satisfying click of metal on metal. The unease from the previous days had settled into a low-grade hum in his nerves, a frequency he couldn't tune out. He'd seen the black sedan again, a different one, a dark SUV, cruising past the garage twice. Coincidence was starting to feel like a thin excuse. At 1:45 p.m., his phone buzzed. A text from Lily. "Lily, Dad's big meeting is today. He seems so nervous. Hope it goes okay. Mom's a nervous wreck, too. You coming home for dinner? I'll make dessert if you are." Kai smiled, wiping his hands. Kai wouldn't miss it. Tell Mom to relax. It's Dad. He's the most honest man in the state. What'd go wrong? He hit send. The words felt hollow as soon as they flew into the digital ether. The hum in his nerves spiked. He decided to close early. He needed to see his father's face after the meeting to banish this creeping dread. He finished tightening the last fuel line on the Mustang, closed the bay doors, and got into his own car, a practical, used sedan he kept in immaculate condition. He took his usual route home, which passed by the community center. As he turned onto Maple Avenue, he saw David's pickup truck parked in its usual spot. The meeting was probably still going. He slowed, thinking he might wait. Then he saw the white van. It was a generic, unmarked panel van, parked awkwardly, half on the curb across the street from the center's main doors. Its side door was slid open a crack. Something about it was utterly wrong. The angle, the timing, the way it seemed to absorb the light. Kai's instincts, those strange, sharp edges he never questioned, screamed. He pulled over, his heart beginning to hammer a military cadence against his ribs. The front doors of the community center swung open. David walked out, clutching a thick manila folder to his chest like a shield. His face was etched with grim determination, the look of a man who has done a hard but right thing. He was alone. The board president and lawyer weren't with him. He headed for his truck. The side door of the white van slid open fully. Time been slow for Kai. It crystallized. Every detail became hyper-sharp, etched in light and meaning. The van's interior was dark. A man unfolded himself from it. He wore dark, nondescript clothing. His movements were fluid, efficient, devoid of excess. He didn't look like a criminal. He looked like a technician. In his hands was not a gun, but a small, dense object the size of a baseball. Kai's mouth was already open, a shout tearing from his lungs. "Dad, down!" It was useless. Distance and glass swallowed the sound. David, keys in hand, heard something. He turned, his eyes squinting, searching for the source of the cry. He saw his son's car, saw Kai's distorted face behind the windshield. His expression shifted from determination to confusion. The technician from the van moved. It wasn't a run. It was a swift, economical glide. He crossed the 20 feet of sidewalk in a blur. David finally saw him, started to raise a hand, the folder falling, papers scattering like giant, frightened birds. The man didn't break stride. As he passed David, his arms swung in a short, brutal, practiced arc. The dense object in his hand connected with the side of David's head. There was a sickening, wet thock, a sound more final than any gunshot. David's body went. Instantly limp, a marionette with cut strings. The man caught him under the arms, the motion seamless and half-dragged, half-carried him the last few feet to the idling pickup truck. He yanked the passenger door open and deposited David inside, as if loading a sack of grain. From start to finish, it took 7 seconds. Kai was frozen, his brain refusing to process the violation of physics, of reality, of his world. This was not a robbery, not a random act of violence. This was an operation, a clinical, professional extraction of a problem. The technician slammed the truck door. He didn't look at Kai. He didn't look at anything. He turned and walked back toward the van, his job complete. Case paralysis hateret. Rage, primal and white-hot, exploded through him. He slammed his car into gear, the tires screaming as he ripped the wheel, aiming to block the van, to intercept the man, to get to his father. The technician saw him coming. He didn't flinch. He raised his left hand, not in surrender, in a clear, deliberate signal. From the driver's side of the van, a muzzle flash. Kai's windshield in front of him exploded in a spiderweb of cracks, a hole punched neatly in the center. The shot had passed through the space where his head had been a half-second before. He'd instinctively ducked, the movement as automatic as breathing. He lost control, swerving, mounting the curb, crashing into a fire hydrant with a jarring, metallic shriek. The airbag detonated in his face, a chemical punch. Dazed, ears ringing, he fought the deflating bag. He saw the white van pull away, calm and steady. He saw his father's pickup truck, driverless, begin to roll slowly forward, its open door swinging. And then he saw the second man. A figure emerged. The interior of the Ford pickup bloomed into an orange and yellow fireball. Glass blew out. Black, oily smoke billowed into the pale sky. The truck, now a rolling coffin, veered and slammed into the brick wall of the community center with a final, sickening crunch of metal. No, the sound that ripped from Kai was not human. It was the sound of a soul being gutted. The second assassin looked directly at him then. Their eyes met across the smoke, and chaos. The man's eyes were flat, empty, like chips of dirty ice. No malice, no pleasure, just assessment, a job rating. He saw Kai, registered him as a witness, but not a threat. He holstered his pistol, turned, and walked back into the alley, disappearing as if he'd never been. Sirens began to wail in the distance, drawn by the gunshot, the crash, the inferno. Kai fumbled with his seatbelt, shoved the ruined door open, and stumbled onto the pavement. He ran toward the burning truck, the heat blistering his skin from 20 feet away. The flames roared, consuming everything. The fabric seats, the paperwork, his father. Dad, he screamed, the word tearing his throat. He tried to get closer, but the wall of heat was impassable. He could see his silhouette inside, blackened and still. The world, narrowed to the crackle of fire, the stench of burning fuel and flesh, the horrific glow of the flames where his father's face should be. He felt his knees on the asphalt, the rough surface biting through his jeans. The sirens were louder now. People were spilling out of nearby buildings, hands over mouths, phones raised. The world was a cacophony of noise and horror. But in Kai's mind, there was only silence. A deep, yawning silence where his father's voice had been, where his world had been. The professionals were gone. The evidence was ash. David Sterling was gone, murdered for his honesty, executed in broad daylight with a terrifying, impersonal efficiency. Kai knelt in the redness of reflected firelight, the first drops of his old life pooling around him like blood on the pavement. The hum in his nerves was gone. In its place was a new frequency, a cold, clear, resonating note of vengeance. It was the only thing left in the silence. He did not cry. His eyes were dry, burning from smoke. He simply stared into the heart of the fire, and in its consuming heat, Kai Sterling, the mechanic, the brother, the son, began to burn away. What would be left in the ashes, he did not yet know. Chapter 4. The Hidden Box. The world after the fire was a monochrome of shock and noise. Blue and red lights strobed against the soot-stained brick of the community center. The acrid stench of burnt plastic, gasoline, and something sweetly organic, a smell Kai would forever associate with loss, clung to the back of his throat. Paramedics had tried to lead him away to check him for shock for injuries. He'd shrugged them off with a mute, rigid resistance. He wasn't a victim. He was a witness. The only one who had seen the truth of it. A police detective, a woman with tired eyes and a sharp jawline named Mara Vance, had taken his initial statement. He gave her the facts, his voice a flat, mechanical recital. The white van, the two men, the efficiency of the attack, the deliberate fire. He left out the black sedans from the days before. That felt private, a separate thread of dread he couldn't yet explain. You're saying it was a targeted hit, Mr. Sterling. Not a carjacking, not a random act, Vance had said, her pen pausing over a notebook. Yes. Kai's eyes were fixed on the smoldering husk of the pickup, now being hosed down by firefighters. A dark, what shape on a gurney, was being zipped into a black bag. He forced himself to watch. He owed his father that much witness. Any idea why? Did your father have enemies? Debts? Involvements? Kai's head swung toward her, a slow, heavy movement. He was a custodian. He fixed sinks and unclogged toilets. His only involvement was with the PDA and the community garden. The bitterness in his tone was new, a corrosive substance in his mouth. Vance held his gaze, not backing down. He was leaving a meeting. What was the meeting about? I don't know. The lie came easily. He didn't know the specifics, but he knew the why, the ledger, the honesty. He wasn't ready to give that to this stranger. The evidence was ash, and without it, his father's crusade would sound like paranoia. It felt like the last thing he could protect for him. He saw his mother and sister then, arriving in a patrol car. Maria's face was a mask of shattered porcelain, all the color drained, her eyes wide and uncomprehending. Lily was holding her up, but Lily's own face was a battlefield of confusion and dawning horror. When their eyes met his across the crime scene tape, Kai saw the moment their hope, the desperate hope that he would say it was a mistake, a different truck, not Dad, crumbled into dust. The next hours were a blur of grim formalities. The morgue, the station, endless cups of bad coffee. Vance was persistent, but respectful. She could see the steel in Kai's silence, the raw, wounded fury beneath it. She let him go with a card and a warning. Stay available. And, Mr. Sterling, if you think of anything else, anything about why, you call me. This wasn't random. It was nearing midnight when they finally returned to the house. It felt alien. The cheerful porch light, the smell of Maria's flowers, the silent, waiting warmth of it. It was a mockery. The three of them stood in the living room, adrift in the space their missing center had left. Lily broke first. A low, shuddering sob escaped her, then another. She crumpled onto the couch, folding in on herself. Maria moved to her, gathering her in, but her own tears were silent, streaming down her face as she rocked her daughter. Kai stood by the fireplace, his hands clenched in a fist so tight his knuckles were bone white. He felt disconnected, observing their grief from a great distance. The cold, clear note of vengeance inside him was a lifeline, the only thing keeping him from dissolving into the same anguish. His eyes traveled the room, over the photos, the knickknacks, the life they'd built. They landed on the old, heavy mantel clock. It was a Sterling family heirloom, David had always said. Kai remembered, with sudden, piercing clarity, a day when he was about 10. He'd been trying to fix the clock's stubborn chime. David had watched him, then with a smile, had shown him a hidden panel on its side. Every old thing has its secrets, son, but you gotta know where to press. He'd pressed a specific knot in the wood, and a small, thin drawer had sprung open, empty. The secrets are in the old things. The thought cut through his numbness. The meeting, the folder. David had been carrying evidence. He wouldn't have kept the only copy. David was meticulous. He was a planner. He would have a backup. He would have hidden it. Okay, Maria's voice was ragged. I'll be right back, he said, his own voice sounding strange to him. He went to his parents' bedroom. It was tidy, serene. He went to David's side of the closet, to the small, fireproof lockbox on the top shelf where they kept passports, birth, certificates, the deed. He knew the combination, Lily's birthday. He opened it. The expected documents were there, but no damning papers. No samdrives. He closed his eyes, thinking, where would David hide something he never wanted found, not even by his family, unless the worst happened? Somewhere he associated with safety, with permanence. The garage, not the auto shop. His home workshop in the detached garage. The sanctuary where he'd tinkered on his own projects, taught Kai woodworking. Kai moved through the dark house, out the back door, into the cool night. The single bulb in the garage flickered on. The space smelled of sawdust, oil, and old paint. Benches were lined with tools, each in its outlined spot. David's order. Kai's gaze swept the room. It wouldn't be an obvious safe. It would be in the fabric of the place. His eyes fell on the heavy, cast-iron floor vise bolted to the main workbench. It was ancient, pitted with age. David had salvaged it from a junkyard, spent weeks restoring it. The heart of any shop, he'd said. Kai knelt beside it. He ran his fingers over the cold iron, feeling for seams, for inconsistencies. Nothing. He remembered David's lesson. Nowhere to press. He examined the massive screw handle. At its very end, almost invisible, was a small, smooth divot worn by decades of palms. He pressed it. Nothing. Frustration bubbled up. He was about to stand when he looked at the vice's fixed jaw, the one bolted to the bench. The bolt heads were large, flat. One of them looked slightly different, less worn. He reached for a screwdriver, but stopped. David wouldn't have used a tool. It had to be immediate. He pressed the heel of his hand hard against the bolt head and twisted. It gave a quarter turn with a soft, oiled click. A small, rectangular section of the workbench's laminated top, right in front of the vise, popped up an inch. A hidden compartment. Kai's breath caught. He lifted the panel. Inside, lined with felt, was a standard-looking letter-sized envelope, and beside it a sleek, black smartphone of a model he didn't recognize. It had no logos, just a blank, obsidian surface. His hands were steady as he lifted them out. The envelope was heavy. He opened it. On top was a handwritten note on his father's familiar stationery, in the firm, clear script he knew so well. "Kai, if you're reading this, Maria and I are gone. I'm so sorry. For the danger, for the secrets. The first secret is this. You are not our son by blood. You were brought to us when you were just days old, a precious, secret trust. Your mother, your birth mother, was in terrible danger of a kind we could scarcely understand. She loved you enough to give you away, to give you an ordinary life. We loved you the moment Maria held you. You are our son in every way that matters. You always will be. The second secret is in the documents. I uncovered corruption. It is vast and powerful, and it has killed me for it. I have copied everything. One copy is with Maria. This is the other. The phone is your only safe line to your birth family. Do not use it unless you are in dire need. They are powerful, but their world is why you are hidden. Protect Lily. She is your sister. She is our blood, and she is your heart. Keep her safe. I'm so proud of the man you are. Be brave. Dad. The words hit him not like a wave, but like a series of precise, surgical strikes. Each sentence landed, detonating a foundational pillar of his identity. Not our son by blood. Brought to us. Birth mother. Secret trust. Their world. The cold clarity inside him fractured, flooded with a torrent of vertigo, betrayal, and a staggering, new kind of grief. The man he mourned as his father was, and yet wasn't. The love was real, truer than blood, but the lie was a canyon at his feet. He set the note aside, his vision blurring for the first time. He looked at the other papers. Financial records, invoices, wire transfers, all pointing to the siphoned grant money, all leading to Corinth constructs. the evidence that had gotten David killed, and a final, clipped memo on Thorn Foundation letterhead, an internal audit flagging anomalies with Corinth, marked resolved, internal action taken. It was dated 2 weeks ago. The foundation hadn't known, and they'd covered up. His birth family's foundation. The black phone felt like a live coal in his hand. He heard the back door open. Okay, it was Lily, her voice small, wrapped in a blanket. He swiftly but carefully placed everything back into the compartment, closed it, and slipped the phone and envelope into the inner pocket of his jacket. He turned as she stepped into the garage, her face pale and swollen in the dim light. "What are you doing out here?" she asked, her eyes searching his face. "Just looking for him," Kai said, the half-truth ash in his mouth. He saw her, truly saw her for the first time since the fire. His sister, David and Maria's biological daughter. His only tether to the love that had been real. The vow in the letter echoed in his skull. Protect Lily. He walked over and pulled her into a fierce, tight hug. She clung to him, sobbing into his shoulder. "Why, Kai? Why would anyone?" "I don't know," he whispered into her hair, the lie now complete. But he was piecing it together. A truth was forming, monstrous and sharp-edged. His father, David, had stumbled into a corruption linked to the Thorn Foundation, his biological mother's world. That corruption had killed him to keep it quiet. And now, because of who Kai might be, that world was a threat to Lily. He held his sister, the only real thing left in the shifting ground beneath him. In his pocket, the hidden phone and the damning papers felt like a neutron star, dense with terrible potential. The life of Kai Sterling, mechanic, brother, son, was in that hidden box. And he had just opened the lid. Chapter 5, First Transmission. The next 2 days were an exercise in surreal, painful ritual. The planning of a funeral with no body yet released. The arrival of casseroles from well-meaning neighbors, their pitying glances like physical touches. Maria moved through it all like a ghost, her spirit broken. She'd found a USB drive in the sewing box, confirmed it held the same information, and handed it to Kai without a word, her eyes holding a lifetime of unspoken fear and love. The shared secret of his origin hung between them, a wall and a bridge. Kai handled the practicalities. He was the rock, the steady one. Inside, the cold focus had returned, tempered now by the seismic knowledge he carried. He studied the documents, from the vice compartment with a mechanic's dispassion, tracing the money flow from the Thorn grant through Corinth constructs to the shell companies. It was a blueprint of the mechanism that had killed David Sterling. He studied the black phone. It had no ports, no visible buttons. It was just a smooth, dark slab. He'd tried pressing the sides, the screen, but it remained inert. A safe line to a world that had apparently gotten his adoptive father murdered. He kept it in the documents hidden in a new place, inside the hollowed-out frame of an old Haynes repair manual for a '67 Impala on his own shelf. The irony wasn't lost on him. Detective Vance came by again. The investigation was ongoing. The white van had been found, torched, in an industrial lot. No prints, no DNA. The description of the man was too generic. She was hitting walls. She focused on David's last meeting, the board president, and the lawyer claimed it was a routine budget review. They seemed nervous, Vance said, but they had alibis for the time of the attack. She was being stonewalled, and she knew it. "Someone with influence is burying this, Kai," she said, dropping the formality on there. "Porch steps. Your father found something. And until we know what, you and your family aren't safe. Have you thought about going away for a while? Just until we get a break?" He just nodded. He'd already thought of it. The pressure was building. He saw the same black SUV, or ones just like it, circling the block. Once he saw a man in a dark suit sitting in a car down the street, just watching the house. Not trying to hide. A warning. A statement. "We are here. We see you." The funeral was set for tomorrow. A gathering at the community center David had loved, now scarred by his death. Kai knew it would be a perfect target. A gathering of all the loose ends in one place. That night, the atmosphere in the house was thick with unsaid goodbyes. Lily was in her room, trying to pick an outfit for the service, a task that kept dissolving into tears. Maria was sitting in the living room, staring at David's empty chair. Kai retreated to his room, the weight of the impending day a physical pressure. He pulled the black phone from its hiding place, holding it in his palm. Dire need. Was this dire need? The circling sharks, the funeral tomorrow, the paralyzing fear for Lily and Maria? Or did dire need mean when the bullets started flying? As he held it, the decision was made for him. The phone didn't ring. It didn't vibrate. The blank screen simply lit up with a single, pulsating pale blue dot at its center. A soft, synthetic chime, unlike any phone tone he'd ever heard, emanated from it. His heart slammed against his ribs. He nearly dropped it. The blue dot pulsed rhythmically. Waiting, he took a steadying breath, the cold, operational part of his mind taking over. He swiped the dot. The screen changed. Not to a home screen, but to a stark command line interface. White text on black. Line secure. Biometric confirmed. Kalian. Voice-only protocol initiated. Transmit. A single, blinking cursor. Started. Kalian. A name that was not his. A confirmation of everything in the letter. He raised the phone to his ear. Hello. The voice that answered was male, calm, utterly devoid of inflection. It had a slight digital texture, as if being filtered through layers of encryption. It was the most terrifying sound Kai had ever heard, because it was not human in its calm. Sterling Kai. Listen, do not speak unless asked a direct question. Your father's death was a sanctioned deletion by the Corinthian Circle. You are a person of interest to them. Your adoptive mother and sister are liabilities in their view. You have been under passive observation for 96 hours. That observation will become active and terminal after the memorial service tomorrow. Each word was an ice pick. Sanctioned deletion. Corinthian Circle. Liabilities. Terminal. Who are you? Kai demanded, his voice a low growl. I'm a resource. Call me Kaido. Your time for grief is over. Your time for survival begins. Now, you have two assets, yourself and the sterling female, Lily. The primary asset, Maria. Sterling is a calculated loss. Her emotional state and lack of mobility make her non-viable for extraction. She will be left as a causality to preserve operational focus. What? No, you can't. Direct question, the voice, Kaido, interrupted, still perfectly calm. Do you wish to save Lily Sterling? The question was a sucker punch to the gut. It stripped away all pretense, all hope. It presented the monstrous calculus of their situation. Kai's mind reeled, but the cold part, the part that had watched the hit, understood. Maria was anchored here, in her grief, in her home. She would not run. Trying to force her would get them all killed. Leaving her was the only chance for Lily. Tears of rage and shame burned his eyes. He saw Maria's broken face. David's letter. Protect Lily. His voice, when it came, was a strangled whisper. Yes. Acknowledge. A vehicle will arrive at your location in 4 minutes. It will not stop. You and Lily Sterling will be at the curb. Bring nothing traceable. The device you're holding is your only permitted item. Any deviation will result in mission abort, and you will be considered compromised. Do you understand? I understand. Your first directive, grid reference 47. Execute. The line went dead. The screen returned to a blank, black slate. For minutes, Kai exploded into motion. The cold focus was absolute now, a life support system. He shoved the phone in his pocket. He ran to Lily's room, throwing the door open. She looked up, startled from her grief. We have to go. Now. What? Kai, what are you? Men are coming to kill us. The same men who killed Dad. We have to run. Right now. He grabbed her arm, his grip firm. She saw his face. She saw the truth in it. The raw, unvarnished terror and certainty. The Lily who was an artist, a daughter, a sister, retreated. A deeper survival instinct, inherited from the same parents who had raised Kai to be steadfast, rose to the surface. She didn't argue. She nodded once sharply. "Mom, we can't take her. She won't come. If we try, they'll kill us all." The words were the most painful he had ever uttered. Lily's face contorted in agony, but she understood. She'd seen her mother's catatonic grief. She took a staggering, painful breath. "Okay, shoes, jacket, nothing else." They moved. In the hallway, Maria appeared, drawn by the noise. "Kai, Lily? What's happening?" Kai stopped in front of her. He took her face in his hands, pouring every ounce of the love he felt for her, the son for his mother, into his gaze. "They're coming, Mom. The bad men. Lily and I have to disappear. We have to. I will keep her safe. I swear it on Dad's soul." Maria's eyes cleared for a second, piercing him. She saw the hidden phone's shape in his pocket. She saw the ghost of the other parents, the other world, in his eyes. She kissed his cheek, then Lily's, a frantic, final blessing. "Go, my brave children. Go. I love you." She pushed them toward the back door. They ran out into the dark backyard, vaulted the fence, and cut through Mrs. Henderson's garden to the next street over. They reached the curb of the quiet, tree-lined avenue just as a nondescript gray delivery van, with no markings, slowed without stopping. The side door slid open. Inside was darkness. Kai shoved Lily in and Dove in after her. The door slid shut. The van accelerated smoothly. In the absolute blackness, lit only by the passing streetlights through the front windshield, they saw the driver, a silhouette wearing a headset. He didn't look back. Lily was trembling. Kai put an arm around her, pulling her close. He looked out the back window of the van through the tinted glass. He saw the roof of his house, the home he had known for 24 years, disappear behind a line of trees. He had left a mother to die. He had become a fugitive. He was holding a sister who was now his only charge in a world that had suddenly revealed itself to be made of knives and shadows. The first transmission was over. The directive was given. Grid reference 47. Execute. Kai Sterling, the mechanic, was gone. Callian, whoever that was, had not yet arrived. What remained in the moving darkness was something new, a protector forged in fire and lies, with a single burning purpose: to execute. Part 2. The Protocol Awakens. Chapter 6. Ghost Protocol. The van was a capsule of silent velocity. No radio played. The driver, the silhouette named Kaido, communicated with Terse, murmured phrases in his headset, words like package secure, route green, and ETA 15. They were words from a different language, one of threat and movement. The world outside the tinted windows blurred into an abstract stream of light and shadow, streetlights, the glowing signs of all-night stores, then the darker shapes of industrial yards and scrubland as they left the city behind. Lily shook against Kai's side, her tremors fine and constant. She hadn't spoken since he shoved her into the dark. He kept his arm around her, a rigid bar of shelter. His own mind was a war zone. The image of Maria's face, that final, terrible understanding, warred with. The cold, scrolling text of the transmission. Calculated loss, non-viable for extraction. He had made the choice. He had left his mother. The guilt was a chemical burn in his veins, but beneath it, holding him together, was the vow: protect Lily. "Where are we going?" Lily's voice was a thin scrape in the dark. "Somewhere safe," Kai said, the phrase hollow even to him. "Is there such a thing anymore?" Before he could muster an answer, the van slowed, turned onto a rough track, and descended. The sound of the tires changed from a highway hum to the crunch of gravel, then the hollow rumble of metal on concrete. The light vanished completely. They were underground. The van stopped. The driver's door opened and closed. A moment later, the side door slid open. Kaido stood there, illuminated by a single bare bulb hanging from a wire. He was both exactly what Kai expected and nothing like it. He was of average height, lean, dressed in dark, durable tactical clothing that had no brand markings. His face was Asian, impassive, ageless somewhere between 30 and 50. His eyes were the most striking feature, dark, depthless, and utterly still. They held no curiosity, no malice, no warmth. They were tools for observation. Out, he said. Not a command, just a fact. Kai climbed out, turning to help Lily. They were in an underground parking garage, cavernous and mostly empty. The air was cool and smelled of concrete dust and stale oil. A single, unmarked steel door was set into a far wall. Kaido gestured with his chin toward the door. Move. They followed. Kaido walked with a soundless, efficient gait. He didn't look back to see if they followed. He expected obedience. The door opened to a flight of concrete stairs. Leading up, they climbed 1, 2, 3 flights. Another door, this one heavy and with a keypad. Kaido input a code, his body blocking the sequence. A magnetic lock disengaged with a solid thunk. The space beyond was a shock. It was a modern, minimalist apartment, but one that felt more like a machine for living. The walls were plain white, the floors polished concrete. One wall was a bank of blacked-out monitors and computer equipment, sleek and silent. A kitchenette with stainless steel appliances. A seating area with a low sofa and a single chair. 2 doors leading off, presumably to bedrooms and a bath. There were no windows. The lighting was soft, indirect, and soulless. This was not a home. It was a safe house. A cage of safety. Sit, Kaido said, pointing to the sofa. They sat. Lily drew her knees up to her chest. Kai sat on the edge, his posture taut, ready to spring. Kaido remained standing, looking down at them. His assessment was physical, scanning them like equipment. You are in shock. You are grieving. You are afraid. These are luxuries you can no longer afford. His voice was still that same calm, filtered monotone. Your emotional state is a vulnerability that can get you, and more importantly, your sister, killed. You will compartmentalize. You will focus. Is that understood? Kai met his gaze. Who are you? Really? I am Kaido. I am your liaison and your instructor for the immediate future. I am employed by Silas Vega, your biological father. The name landed in the sterile room like a physical object. Silas Vega. David's letter had mentioned a dangerous world, but no names. And my mother? Kai asked, his throat tight. Eleanor Thorne Vega, heir to the Thorne Global Consortium. Your parents' union was politically and strategically volatile. Your birth created a unique nexus of influence they believed would make you a perpetual target. Hence, the Sterling solution. The Sterling solution? Lily's voice was sharp, laced with a fury that cut through her shock. Our parents weren't a solution. They were our family. They're dead because of you. People. Kaido's eyes flicked to her, registering the outburst, analyzing it. David and Maria Sterling were vetted for integrity, resilience, and compassion. They performed their role admirably for 24 years. Their death is regrettable and a direct result of David Sterling's commendable but ill-advised investigation into Corinthian circle operations within the Thorne Foundation's grant system. Ill-advised, Kai stood up, the anger a hot tide. He was being honest. He was doing the right thing. In this world, Kaido said, unmoved, the right thing is a variable defined by survival and power. Your father's honesty breached a firewall. The circle moved to delete the breach. And any adjacent data, him, his family, his evidence. They have partially succeeded. Partially, Kai shot back. You are alive. The evidence, in your possession, is intact. You are now the breach, and you're a different category of problem for them. Kai processed this. He was no longer a bystander. He was the living evidence, the heir to a power he didn't understand, holding the proof of a crime. A problem. What is the Corinthian Circle? A consortium of old wealth, political influence, and organized crime. They believe in order through control corruption. They have infiltrated governments, corporations, and institutions like the Thorn Foundation. They see the potential merger of Thorn capital and Vega operational prowess, personified by you, as an existential threat to their shadow empire. They would rather see that potential erased. They have now begun that process in earnest. Lily buried her face in her knees. The scale of it was too vast, too monstrous. It was a fairy tale of dragons and castles, but the dragon had burned their father alive. Kai forced his rage down into the cold place. What is grid reference 47? Your first lesson. Kaido walked to the bank of monitors. He touched a panel, and a large digital map illuminated on the central screen. It showed a topographic layout of the region. A red dot pulsed in a remote area of dense forest and hills, about 60 miles away. A secondary, hardened location. Your journey there will be your initial test. You'll go on foot. You'll be pursued by a simulated threat, myself. If I intercept you before you reach the location, you fail. Fail, Kai asked, dread coiling in his gut. Failure in training results in correction. Failure in the field results in termination. Your field began the moment your father was struck. Kaido turned from the screen. You will leave in 1 hour. You will be given a pack with basic supplies, a map, a compass, and this. He picked up a small, rugged-looking device from the console, like a bulky GPS unit. A beacon. Press and hold the button if you wish to surrender and end the exercise. It will also transmit a continuous, encrypted locator signal I will be tracking. Your goal is to move without me catching the signal's origin. Kai stared at him. You're sending us out into the wilderness. Now, after everything, the circle is not waiting for you to grieve, Kai. They are refining their search parameters. This safe house has a limited window of security. You must be able to move, to think, and to survive under pressure. This is not a game. This is the first step in acquiring the skills necessary to keep your sister's heart beating. He said it all with the dispassion of a surgeon describing a procedure. Lily looked up, her eyes wide with a new kind of terror. I'm going with him, she whispered. Your brother's protection is your only guarantee of safety. Where he goes, you go. His success is your survival. Your presence is also a crucial variable. It will test his ability to protect an asset while under duress. Kaido looked back at Kai. 1 hour. Use it to eat, to rest, to ask strategic questions. Emotional questions are irrelevant and will not be answered. He turned and walked to one of the doors, entering and closing it behind him, leaving them alone in the sterile, silent room. The ghost protocol had begun. They were no longer victims, no longer mourners. They were trainees in a war they didn't start, for a legacy they never wanted. The only way out was through a wilderness tracked by a ghost. Chapter 7. Lily's Inheritance. The silence after Kaido left was absolute and oppressive. The hum of the hidden climate control system was the only sound. Lily uncurled from the sofa, her movement stiff, as if her body had aged decades and hours. She walked to the kitchenette, opened a sleek cabinet, and found it stocked with bland, utilitarian food. Protein bars, vacuum-sealed meals, bottles of water. She took 2 bars and 2 waters and brought them back, handing one set to Kai. He took it, his eyes distant, already scanning the room for exits, for advantages, his mind clearly on the map, the terrain, the impending test. Kai, she said, her voice firmer now. He focused on her. Look at me. He did. He saw the tear tracks, the pallor, but also a new hardness in her hazel eyes, a reflection of the steel he was trying to forge in himself. I'm not an asset. I am not a variable, she said, enunciating each word. I am Lily Sterling. My parents were David and Maria Sterling. They were killed. That man in there. He works for the man who is supposedly your real father. A father who let you be raised by. Us, who let our parents die. I don't trust him. I don't trust this. I am only here because you're here. But you need to understand something. She leaned forward. I'm not a burden you have to carry. I am your sister, and I am pissed off. Her fury was a clean, bright flame in the sterile gloom. It was the most sterling thing Kai had seen since they'd left home. David's integrity, Maria's fierce love, channeled into a pure, undiluted rage. They took our parents, Kai. They took our home. They're trying to take us. I'm not going to be a piece of data that gets deleted. She took a savage bite of the protein bar, chewing with determination. So, if we have to run through the woods, fine. If we have to learn from that robot in there, fine. But we're doing it together, not as protector and asset, as brother and sister. And we're doing it for mom and dad, not for some ghost father or empire mother. For them. Got it. Kai felt something unlock in his chest. The guilt, the crushing weight of sole responsibility shifted. It didn't lessen, but it shared its load. She wasn't breaking. She was inheriting. She was claiming her share of the fury, the resolve, the legacy of the parents they had both loved. Got it, he said, a ghost of his old, wry smile touching his lips. Together, he devoured his bar, the calories and necessary fuel. Then he stood. Okay, together. First, we need to think. He's giving us a map, a compass, and a beacon that broadcasts our location. It's a test of basic land navigation and stealth. He said he'd be tracking the beacon. How do we move without him tracking it? Lily asked, already engaging with the problem. We don't, Kai said, his mind racing. We can't hide the signal, so we have to use it. Misuse it. He walked to the map, still displayed on the screen, studying the topography. The red dot grid 47 was in a valley surrounded by steep ridges. A single, thin blue line, a stream or small river, ran from near their current location into that general area. He expects us to move directly, trying to hide, Kai mused. What if we don't? What if we let the beacon talk, but we make it tell a story we write? Lily joined him, her artist's eye seeing patterns. You mean leave it somewhere? As a decoy? Maybe, but he's good. He'd know a stationary beacon is a trick. It has to move. Kai's eyes lit up. He looked at the blue water line. It has to move in a believable way. He explained his idea. Lily listened, nodded, and then added a crucial detail, a stroke of creative insight that made the plan viable. They worked together, rapidly, whispering. For 20 minutes, they weren't victims. They were co-conspirators, strategists. It was the first step back toward agency. When Kaido emerged from his room exactly 1 hour later, dressed in dark outdoor gear, he carried 2 small, rugged backpacks. He handed one to each of them. Supplies for 48 hours. The beacon is inside. You depart now. I will give you a 2-hour head start before I begin pursuit. He gestured to the steel door. The exit leads to a service alley. The city perimeter is 4 miles west. From there, you are in the wildland. Your time begins now. Kai shouldered his pack. It was heavier than expected. Lily did the same, stumbling slightly under the weight, but straightening her spine. Any final questions? Kaido asked. Yes, Kai said, meeting his emotionless gaze. What's the penalty for damaging the training equipment? For the first time, something flickered in Kaido's dark eyes. Not humor, but perhaps a micro-expression of interest. The equipment is durable. Do your worst. Kai nodded. He and Lily moved to the door. Kaido input the code to release it. Kaido, Lily said, turning back. Her voice was calm, clear. Our parents' names were David and Maria Sterling. You will refer to them as such, not as the Sterling solution. She didn't wait for a response. She followed Kai out into the concrete stairwell. The door hissed shut and locked behind them. They climbed down, emerging not into the underground garage, but into a dank brick-lined alley behind a derelict-looking warehouse. The night air was cool and smelled of rain and decay. A sliver of moon gave faint light. Kai checked the cheap but functional compass strapped to his wrist. West, to the tree line. Move fast but quiet. They ran. Not the panic flight from their home, but a deliberate, paced movement. Kai set a rhythm he thought Lily could maintain. They stuck to shadows, avoiding the pools of light from the few functioning streetlights. The urban landscape quickly gave way to scrubland, then to the dark, dense wall of a state forest. At the tree line, Kai stopped. He opened his pack. Inside were the promised supplies, and the beacon, a green, rugged rectangle with a single, prominent button. He took it out. "Okay," he whispered. Phase 1. He scouted along the edge of the woods until he found what he was looking for, a narrow, fast-moving stream, swollen with recent rain, cutting down from the hills. It was the blue line on the map. He took a long, durable-looking zip tie from his pack. Kaido had thought of everything. He secured the beacon tightly to a sturdy, floating piece of deadfall, a thick branch about 6 feet long. He made sure the device was above the waterline, secured immovably. "He'll track it moving downstream," Kai said. "The speed will be variable, believable. It'll lead him on a wild goose chase right past our real route." "But won't it just float straight?" The map showed the stream bending away from the valley, Lily said, studying the crude paper map under a small penlight. "That's where Phase 2 comes in," Kai said. "Your idea." From her pack, Lily produced the thin, strong cord from the hood of her jacket. It was meant for tightening against the cold. She fashioned it into a long, crude leash. She tied one end of the branch just behind the beacon. The other end she tied to a heavy stone. "We guide it," she said, her eyes gleaming in the dark. "For the first part, we stay in the woods parallel to the stream. We use the cord to pull the branch into eddies, to snag it on rocks, to make its movement look hesitant like people trying to hide near water. Then, when the stream's course is too far from our direction, we release it. It'll keep going, and he'll have to follow the signal, thinking it's us." It was a simple, elegant plan. It bought them time and misdirection. They moved into the cold water, boots sinking into the silt. They guided the branch for over an hour, pulling it into slower currents, mimicking the pattern of fugitives using the stream for cover. The work was exhausting, their clothes soaked and heavy. Lily never complained. She focused on the task, her jaw set. Finally, at a bend where the stream veered sharply north, away from their target valley, Kai cut the cord with his multi-tool. The branch, bearing its electronic passenger, spun lazily in the current and then floated away into the darkness, continuing its journey without them. "Now we run," Kai said. "The real run." They left the water and struck out on a direct, overland route toward grid reference 47. Without the beacon, they were electronically silent. But the terrain was brutal, steep, wooded slopes, thick undergrowth, rocky outcrops. Kai navigated by compass and instinct, his innate sense of direction kicking in. He found game trails, chose paths that offered cover. He helped Lily over obstacles, carried her pack for stretches when she faltered. As the first gray light of dawn tinged the sky, the simulation ended. They didn't see or hear Kaido. One moment, they were pushing through a final thicket of pine. The next, they stumbled into a small, hidden clearing. In the center was a metal hatch, flush with the ground, painted in camouflage. Grid 47. They had arrived. As they stood, gasping for breath, soaked, muddy, and exhausted, the hatch opened. Silently, Kaido climbed out. He was clean, dry, and looked as if he'd been waiting for hours. He held the beacon in his hand. "You released the decoy at 1:47 hours, he stated. "You made good time over difficult. You worked as a unit. You used ingenuity against a superior tracking capability." He paused, his eyes moving from Kai to Lily. "You prioritized misdirection and time buying over direct, concealment-based stealth. An acceptable strategy for this scenario." He tossed the beacon to Kai. "The equipment is undamaged." Then he did something unexpected. He gave a single, slow nod. It wasn't praise. It was acknowledgement. David and Maria, Sterling raised resourceful children. Their legacy is not just a liability. It is a skill set. He looked at Lily. You have your mother's resilience and your father's strategic mind. Do not discount it. It was the closest he would come to an apology or respect. For Lily, it was enough. It was a recognition of her parents, of her inheritance. She didn't smile. She just nodded back, once accepting the statement as fact. Kai felt a surge of pride, not for outsmarting Kaido, but for his sister. She had transformed from a grieving girl into a partner in survival. She had claimed her inheritance, not of wealth or power, but of the sterling will. Come, Kaido said, gesturing to the hatch. The primary lesson is complete. Secondary. Training begins now. You have 12 hours to rest and eat. Then we begin learning how to fight back. He descended into the hidden bunker. Kai and Lily followed, leaving the dawn behind, descending into a new kind of light, the cold, fluorescent glow of preparation for a war that was already at their door. Chapter 8. The Architect Observes. 73 floors above the manicured chaos of Manhattan, the world was silent, ordered, and breathtakingly expensive. The office of Eleanor Thorne Vega occupied the entire top floor of the Thorne Tower, a glass and steel pinnacle that served as the nerve center of a trillion-dollar empire. The morning sun streamed through floor to ceiling. Windows, illuminating a space that was less an office and more a gallery of power. A single, monumental desk of fossilized stone stood on a raised platform. The only personal item was a small, holographic frame that cycled through images of nebulae and distant galaxies. A testament to a mind that preferred the abstract and the vast to the intimate and close. Eleanor stood at the window, her back to the room. She was a woman who seemed carved from the same material as her desk. Elegant, immovable, coldly beautiful. In her late 40s, her blonde hair was swept into a severe, perfect chignon. She wore a dress of dove-gray cashmere that cost more than Kai's first car. Her hands, clasped behind her back, were steady, but her knuckles were white. On the vast, reflective surface of the window, data streamed in translucent overlays only she could see through her retinal implant. Stock tickers, news feeds, security briefings, biometric readings from a dozen global holdings, and one dedicated, encrypted feed, labeled Project Foundling. The feed showed a satellite thermal image of a forested region. Two small heat signatures, close together, moving erratically near a water source, then breaking away. A third, cooler signature, Kaido's drone, she knew, tracking the first two, then diverting to follow the decoy beacon in the stream. A soft chime in her ear indicated the subjects had reached the secondary location. Her children were alive. They were moving. They were learning. A man stood respectfully several feet behind her. Alistair Finch, her chief of security and oldest friend. In his 60s, with the weathered face of a former soldier and the bespoke suit of a diplomat, he was the bridge between Eleanor's world and the messy reality of human consequences. The decoy was elementary but effective, Finch said, his voice a low rumble. Kaido reports the female showed unexpected tactical creativity. The male demonstrates strong field instincts. They are not the male and the female. Alistair, Eleanor said, her voice cool and precise, without turning. They are Kai and Lily, and Lily is not his charge. She is his sister. That bond is his greatest strength and our greatest point of vulnerability. Of course, ma'am. Finch paused. The Corinthian circle has escalated. The operative who handled the termination in Brookhaven has been identified as a freelancer known as Styx. He is currently in Europe. Silas's people have been made aware. Eleanor's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Silas will turn him into a message written in viscera. It will be loud and distracting. Good. She finally turned from the window. Her eyes were a striking, Arctic blue and currently held the focused intensity of a laser cutter. The Cover-up memo from our civic projects branch, the one David Sterling found. Who signed off on it? Finch didn't need to consult his tablet. Charles Whitlock, Senior Vice President of Philanthropic Operations. A 22-year company man. His financials show a sudden influx of capital over the last 18 months, traced to a shell corporation we've now linked to Corinthian interests. He was their inside man, burying the audits. Terminate his employment. Immediately. Launch a full forensic audit of his department and every project connected to Corinth Constructs. I want it public, brutal, and legally. Airtight. We will hand him to the authorities on a platter of his own greed. It will signal that we're cutting ties. It may provoke a more direct response from the circle, Finch cautioned. Let it provoke, Eleanor said, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. They touched what is mine. They murdered the man who raised my son. They think they are playing a game of influence and profit. She took a step forward, and the sunlight seemed to grow. Colder. I will show them a different game. I will burn their money, shred their reputations, and dismantle their legitimacy, brick by legal brick. They will have nowhere to hide in the light. This was Eleanor Thornvega, the architect, while Silas was the scalpel and the bomb. She was the policy, the lawsuit, the hostile takeover. Her vengeance would be a bankruptcy, a prison sentence, a ruinous headline. And Kai and Lily? Finch asked. Her mask of icy control faltered for a nanosecond. A flicker of profound, agonizing weariness. Kaido's priority is their survival skills. But we must also prepare the ground for when they emerge. I want a new identity prepared for Lily Sterling. Flawless, deep, with a trust fund she can access from anywhere in the world. A life she can choose if she wishes to walk away from this. And for Kai, Eleanor turned back to the window, looking out over the city she indirectly ruled. Kai cannot walk away. He is the nexus. Whether he wishes it or not, the circle will never stop. Seeing him as the threat, he must be prepared not just to hide, but to ascend. The word hung in the air, heavy with implication. Access the Aegis files. Begin tailoring a curriculum. Economics, geopolitical theory, corporate law, media manipulation. He must learn to protect himself from boardrooms as well as bullets. He may not want that life, Eleanor. What he wants, she said, the pain now audible beneath the steel, is a luxury that was stolen from him the moment David Sterling opened those books. I can give him back a future, Alistair, but it will not be the future he planned. It will be the future he was born into. My gift to him will be the power to survive it. She fell silent, watching the data flow on the window. A new alert popped up. Silas had made contact via an ultra-secure channel. A single word, sticks neutralized. Assets en route to you. She allowed herself a small, cold smile. The Wraith was working. Her two instruments of vengeance, one in the shadows, one in the light, were in motion. Prepare the jet for DC, she said to Finch, her moment of vulnerability gone, sealed away. I have meetings with 3 senators on the Banking Oversight Committee. The Corinthian Circle has deep investments in several regional banks currently under review. It's time for a regulatory earthquake. Yes, ma'am. As Finch left, Eleanor walked to the holographic frame. With a touch, she changed the display. The nebulae vanished, replaced by a single, static image. It was a photograph taken in secret 25 years ago. A younger, softer Eleanor, her hair down, laughing. Next to her, a man with intense, dark eyes and a rakish, dangerous smile. Silas, before the world hardened him completely. And in her arms, wrapped in a plain white blanket, a sleeping newborn with a shock of dark hair. Callian. She traced the holographic image of the baby's face with a trembling fingertip. I am so sorry, my love, she whispered to the empty, glittering room. I gave you peace. Now I must give you war. Forgive me. Then she straightened her spine, smoothed her dress, and became the architect once more. The mother's grief was a luxury she could not afford. There was work to do, an empire to wield as a weapon, a son to arm for a battle he never chose. Chapter 9. The Wraith Reacts. The rain in Marseille was a greasy, persistent drizzle that blurred the lines between the ancient port and the modern, soulless towers that bordered it. In a dim, neon-smeared alley behind a nightclub that catered to a specific clientele, those with money and no questions, a man known as Styx was feeling pleased. The Brookhaven job had been clean, simple, well-paid. The client, a middleman for the Corinthian circle, had been satisfied. The money was in his Cayman account. He was treating himself to a few days of expensive wine and company before his next contract. He was a professional, not a monster. He just had a very specific, mechanical view of life and death. David Sterling had been a faulty component. He had been removed. As he stepped out of the club's back door, lighting a cigarette, the first prickle of wrongness touched his spine. It was too quiet. The ever-present hum of the port was muted. The alley, usually patrolled by wary cats, was empty. He dropped the cigarette and reached under his jacket for the pistol nestled against his kidney. A voice spoke from the shadows to his left, not 5 feet away. It was a calm, conversational tone, but it carried in the silent alley like a gunshot. His name was David Sterling. Styx spun, gun rising. A figure detached itself from the deeper darkness near an overflowing dumpster. He was tall, wearing a long, dark coat that shed the rain. His face was in shadow, but Styx could see the gleam of eyes. He had a wife named Maria, a daughter named Lily. The figure took a step forward. You poured gasoline on him while he was already dead from the cranial trauma. A redundancy. Was that professional pride or personal enjoyment? Styx didn't answer. He fired. Twice. The suppressor on his own weapon made a soft fut-fut. The figure didn't flinch. The round sparked off the brick wall beside him. He hadn't even been the target. Styx's aim, perfect at this range, had been wrong. His mind screamed. Optics. Misdirection. You missed, the figure said, taking another step. Allow me to demonstrate. Styx saw a flicker of movement, not from the figure in front of him, but from above. He looked up. Silas Vega dropped from a low fire escape, his coat flaring like the wings of a raptor. He landed between Styx and the alley's mouth, cutting off his escape. The first figure, a distraction, a phantom, melted back into the shadows. Styx fired again, panic seeping into his technique. Silas moved. It wasn't a dodge. It was a fluid, unhurried shift of his body that seemed to let the bullets pass through the space. He just occupied. He closed the distance. Styx tried to reposition, to use his free hand to draw a knife. Silas's hand shot out, a blur. It was a dry snap. Styx cried out, looking in horror at his gun hand. His index finger was bent backward at a grotesque, impossible angle, broken at the proximal joint. The pistol clattered to the wet cobblestones. The man you killed was a better man than you will ever comprehend, Silas said, his voice now low, a vibration of pure menace. He didn't shout. He didn't need to. He raised my soul. Styx's eyes widened. Realization and terror flooded him. This wasn't a rival. This wasn't law enforcement. This was the consequence of touching something sacred in a world that had no gods, only demons. Vega, he gasped. Silas nodded. He kicked the fallen pistol away. The circle hired you as a deniable asset. They believe in layers. I believe in source code. He reached into his coat and drew not a weapon, but a small, silver data needle. You will give me every layer, every name, every account, every safe house. Then you will send a message. Styx, choking on pain and fear, tried to run. Silas's foot lashed out, a piston strike to the side of his knee. Another sickening crack. Styx collapsed, howling. The message is simple, Silas continued, kneeling beside him as if tending to a fallen comrade. He pressed the data needle to Styx's neck. It hissed, injecting a nanotransmitter and a cocktail of truth serums and neural scramblers. You will call your Corinthian handler. You will tell him the following: the foundling is awake. The wraith is coming, and the architect is dismantling your world from the top down. Then you will give him your location. Styx's body convulsed as the drugs and tech took hold. His eyes glazed, pupils dilating. Silas stood, looking down at him with utter contempt. "You took from my son the only father he knew," Silas said, the rain plastering his dark hair to his forehead. "For that, there's no clean death. Only a lesson." He turned and walked to the mouth of the alley. The phantom figure emerged again, handing him a small tablet. On it, a feed showed Styx's vital signs, his neurological readouts, and a list of data being extracted: names, numbers, coordinates. "The extraction is clean, sir," the phantom said. It was a woman's voice. "The message will be delivered in approximately 90 seconds. Local authorities will be anonymously tipped in 5 minutes." Silas looked at the data scrolling on the tablet. He saw the name of the Corinthian handler. He saw a partial list of other assets. He saw the financial trail. He committed it to memory. On the feed, Styx, his will completely subsumed by Silas's tech, fumbled with the phone. He made a call. He recited the message in a flat, dead tone. He gave the address of the alley. Silas handed the tablet back. "Scorch the accounts. Forward the sanitized data to Eleanor's people. The financials are hers. The names are mine." "Yes, sir." Silas didn't wait for the conclusion. He knew what would happen. The Corinthian handler, hearing the message, would panic. He would send a cleanup crew to silence Styx. They would arrive just in time to meet the responding gendarmerie, tipped off about a wanted international assassin. There would be a shootout. There would be chaos. The circle would lose an operative, a handler, and a measure of their confidence. It was a small strike, but it was the first. As he disappeared into the maze of Marseille's old town, the sound of distant sirens beginning to wail, Silas Vega's mind was already continents away. The data needle had pulled more than circle secrets. It had pulled recent security footage from Brookhaven, recovered from a traffic camera a block from the community center. On his own secure phone, he replayed the clip. He saw the white van. He saw the efficient strike. He saw David's sterling fall. And then he saw a different car swerve, a young man's. Face behind the windshield, contorted in a scream no one could hear. He saw the calculation in that young man's eyes as he dodged the sniper's round, the furious, intelligent rage as he fought the crashing car. He saw his son, not the infant he'd handed away, not the abstract heir, a man forged in the fire of betrayal, moving with a latent, instinctual grace. A Sterling's heart, a Thorn's mind, and a Vega's reflexes. For the first time in 24 years, a feeling that was not rage, not strategy, not cold. Intent stirred in the frozen core of Silas Vega. It was something like awe, something like a terrifying pride. He stopped in a secluded doorway, the rain running down his face. He opened a new, secure line, not to Kaido, to a different buried protocol. He typed a single, encrypted data packet. It contained schematics, weapon specs, security bypass algorithms for known Corinthian systems, a list of their known tactical weaknesses. No message, no greeting, just information. The only language he was truly fluent in. He addressed it to the beacon code, now sitting in a bunker in the North American woods. To Kai, he had sent. The Wraith had reacted. His war was declared. And his first communication to his son was not a word of comfort, not an explanation, but a weapons manual. It was in his own broken way, an act of faith, a father's gift to a son entering the family business. Somewhere in a forest bunker, Kai Sterling's secure phone would chime with a new, unsolicited data burst. The journey of understanding who and what his father was had just begun. Chapter 10, Baptism in Smoke. The bunker beneath Grid 47 was a revelation in stark utility. It was larger than the city. Safe house, carved into the bedrock, its walls lined with sound-dampening foam. One area was a barracks with cots, another a comms hub flickering with silent data, a third a medical station. The largest space was a gymnasium, but one equipped not with weights, but with mats, striking dummies, and an array of weapon racks, knives, batons, training pistols. For 12 hours, they slept the dead, dreamless sleep of total exhaustion. When Kai woke, it was to the smell of reheated vacuum-sealed stew and the sight of Kaido performing a series of slow, flowing movements, a martial form, in the center of the mats. His control was absolute, every muscle engaged yet relaxed, power coiled in the stillness. "Eat," Kaido said without breaking form. "Then we begin." The meal was fuel. Lily ate methodically, her eyes taking in everything, the artist cataloging this new, brutal gallery. When they were done, Kaido stopped his movements and faced them. Survival is evasion. Victory is confrontation. You must be prepared for both. Today, we begin with confrontation. He walked to a rack and picked up 2 training knives, hard rubber with a chalked edge to mark strikes. He tossed one at Kai, who caught it by the hilt. "Your father's files indicate a high aptitude for spatial reasoning and kinetic problem solving. We will test that. Attack me." Kai looked at the rubber knife, then at Kaido, who stood empty-handed. "You're not armed. Your concern is misplaced. Attack." A flicker of the old frustration, the sense of being tested, measured, found wanting, flared in Kai. He stepped forward, a basic lunge, aiming for the center mass. It was a mechanic's move, direct, using his strength. Kaido didn't so much dodge as subtract himself from the path of the thrust. His hand snaked out, not to block the knife, but to slap Kai's wrist sideways, breaking his structure. With his other hand, he tapped 2 fingers to Kai's throat. "A killing strike." "Dead," Kaido stated. "You telegraph with your shoulders. Your intent is in your eyes. You're trying to hit a target, not solve a problem." Again, "Kireset angirsimering." He fainted high, went low. Kaido's legs swept his standing foot from under him. Kai hit the mat hard, the breath knocked out of him. Dead. Overcommit. Predictable. Again and again. Kai used brute force. Kaido used physics, leverage, and an uncanny reading of intention. He was a ghost in the machine of combat, finding the fatal flaw in every attack. Kai ended up on the mat, throat cut, ribs broken, spine impacted. He was drenched in sweat and humiliation. Lily watched, her face pale but intent. Finally, Kai lay panting on the mats, the rubber knife several feet away. "I can't do what you do," he gritted out. "Correct," Kaido said, not even winded. "You are not me. You must fight like you. Stop trying to learn a system. Use the system you already have." "What system?" "The one that hears a misfire in a V8 engine and knows it's the 3rd piston. The one that rebuilt a Shelby GT 500 from a rusted frame. That is a system of diagnosis, deconstruction, and reassembly." Kaido picked up the training knife. "This is a tool, like a wrench. The human body is a machine. It has weaknesses, shear points, pressure points, points of failure. You find them. You apply leverage. You disable." He gestured for Kai to stand. "Now, do not attack me. Diagnose me." He looked at Kaido not as an opponent, but as a structure. He saw the slight forward weight on the balls of his feet, the relaxed knees, the centered balance. He saw the way Kaido's eyes tracked not his fists, but his center line. "You're rooted," Kai said slowly. "All your power comes from the ground up. If I break your root..." "Ow!" Kai thought of unbolting an engine mount. "Isolate, support, remove. I need to attack your base, your legs, or force you to overextend, to put your weight on one point, then compromise that point." Kaido gave a minute nod. "Show me." Kai didn't lunge. He moved laterally, feinting a kick to the lead knee. Kaido adjusted, shifting weight. As he did, Kai shot in, not with a punch, but wrapping his arms around Kaido's lead leg in a tackle, driving his shoulder into the thigh. It was ugly, unorthodox, and purely mechanical. He wrenched upward. Kaido, for the first time, was forced to react. He went with the motion, twisting in the air to land on his back, but he used Kai's own momentum to throw him over. They landed in a heap. Kaido's rubber knife was pressed to Kai's carotid, but Kai's fingers were dug into the nerve cluster on Kaido's inner thigh, a brutal, crushing grip he'd used once to free a seized brake cable. They were locked in a mutual kill. Kaido released the pressure and rolled to his feet. Acceptable. Kai lay there, heart pounding. He'd touched him. He'd found a weakness. It wasn't grace, it was mechanics. But it worked. Now you, Kaido said, turning to Lily. She flinched. I'm not. I can't fight. You will not be required to fight. You will be required to survive. To create space and time for your brother to fight for you. That requires different skills. He walked to the comms station and brought back two small devices, a cell phone and a key fob. These are your weapons. The phone is a burner. The fob is a generic car alarm. Your lesson, social, engineering, and misdirection. For the next 2 hours, Kaido drilled Lily. He taught her how to project helplessness to lower a threat's guard, how to use a phone's camera to covertly document a license plate or a face, how to trigger a car alarm across a street to create a distraction, how to use the environment, a spilled purse, a shouted name, a feigned medical emergency, to become a problem people looked at rather than a target they pursued. Your strength is not force, Kaido told her as she practiced dropping a phone too, seemingly record while picking it up. Your strength is perception. You see details. Use them. A man chasing you has a distinct gait, a scar, a mismatched shoelace. That is data. Data is a weapon if you know how to transmit it. Lily, who had been a student of human form and detail in her art, grasped this intuitively. It was a dark, twisted application of her talent, but it was a tool. She began to practice, her initial fear hardening into a sharp, observational focus. The days fell into a brutal rhythm. Physical training for Kai, striking, grappling, weapon drills, all filtered through the lens of his diagnostic mindset. He learned to see a man's posture as a schematic of tension and weakness. For Lily, it was situational drills, navigating a simulated crowded street with tails, performing dead drops, basic cryptography using her art, turning a sketch into a map. Kaido was an unforgiving teacher. Praise was non-existent. Success was met with a neutral proceed. Failure was met with blunt criticism and immediate repetition until it was not correct, but instinctive. It was during a night drill, a simulated infiltration of a Corinthian storage shed represented by a locked tool cabinet in the bunker, that the baptism came. Kai was working on a lock with a set of picks Kaido had provided, his touch becoming sure. Lily was on lookout, her eyes on the tree line at the top of the hatch stair, a two-way radio in hand. The night was clear, cold, and silent. A sharp crack, like a distant branch breaking, echoed through the woods. Que phrase. That wasn't part of the simulation. Lily's voice, a tense whisper, came over the radio. Heat signature. 100 yards. Moving fast. Not Kaido. Kaido had left an hour ago on a supply run. He wasn't due back for hours. Get below. Kai whispered back, abandoning the lock. He moved to the hatch, pulling Lily down into the bunker entrance. He peered out. Through the trees, he saw a flicker of movement. A man, dressed in dark woodland. Camouflage, moving with a purposeful, hunting crouch. He carried a rifle with a night vision scope. This was no simulation. The predator's gait, the professional scan and pause pattern. It was the same chilling efficiency as the men at the community center. The circle. They'd found grid 47. Seal the hatch. Kai hissed, pulling Lily the rest of the way down. He slammed the heavy metal door, engaging from manual bolts. The bunker was a fortress, but it was also a trap. If they were besieged, they'd run out of supplies. "Comms," Lily said, scrambling to the station. She tried to raise Kaido on the encrypted channel. "Static. Jammed. They're jamming us." Kai's mind raced. Diagnose. Deconstruct. The hunter was outside. He had superior position, firepower, and initiative. Their advantages: knowledge of the bunker's interior, the element of surprise if they moved out, and the fact the hunter thought he was stalking prey, not a cornered predator. "We can't stay," he said. "He'll cut us down the moment we open that hatch," Lily said, her voice trembling but analytical. "Not if we open it on our terms." Kai moved to the equipment lockers. He bypassed the training weapons and went to a sealed crate Kaido had told them was for advanced field exercises. Inside were smoke grenades, flashbangs, and a single real pistol with 3 loaded magazines. He took the pistol, checked the chamber with hands that were suddenly steady. The weight was both alien and grimly familiar. He handed Lily 2 smoke grenades. "When I say, pop the hatch, throw these straight up and out. Then get back and to the left. What are you going to do?" "I'm going to use the smoke. And I'm going to solve the problem." He positioned himself to the right of the hatch, pistol raised in a 2-handed grip as Kaido had drilled. His heart was a drum, but his mind was cold, clear. He saw the sequence. The hatch was the breach point. The smoke was the obscurement. The hunter would react, either by firing blindly or repositioning. Kai would use the sound and the brief visual to diagnose his location. "Now!" Lily pulled the hatch release and shoved the heavy door upward. She lobbed both smoke grenades in a high arc. They clattered on the ground outside and began to hiss, spewing thick, white phosphorus smoke that bloomed into a choking cloud. Kai was moving before the first plume fully erupted. He surged up the stairs, low and fast, erupting from the hatch into the blinding, acrid mist. He rolled right, away from Lily's position. A suppressed shot cracked through the night, punching into the dirt where he'd just been. The hunter had fired at the hatch's center, the predictable target. There, the muzzle flash, 10 o'clock behind a fallen log. Kai didn't aim. He diagnosed. The log was cover. The hunter would be prone behind it, his upper body and rifle exposed. Kai fired twice, not at where the flash had been, but at the space along the log where a man's torso would be. A grunt of pain. A curse. Kai was already moving again, circling left, using the smoke as a shifting wall. He heard a thrashing in the undergrowth. The hunter was wounded, moving. Lily's voice from inside the bunker hatch shouted, "He's circling right, toward the stream." She was tracking the sounds, feeding him data. Kai filtered out everything but the sound of breaking twigs, labored breath. He stalked. Forward, the pistol an extension of his will. The smoke began to thin at the edges. He saw a shape, crouched, one arm clutched to its side, dark wetness on the camouflage. The hunter was trying to raise his rifle one-handed. Kai stepped from the thinning smoke, pistol leveled. "Drop it." The man turned, his face a mask of pain and fury. He saw Kai, a young man with a mechanic's hands holding a gun with terrifying steadiness. He hesitated. "The shot hit your lower right rib," Kai said, his voice flat. "You're bleeding into your lung. If you don't get pressure on it and evac in 20 minutes, you'll drown in your own blood. The rifle is now a useless weight. Drop it." The diagnosis, delivered in a calm, factual tone, was more unnerving than a shout. The hunter's will broke. The rifle clattered to the ground. "On your knees, hands behind your head." The man complied, wheezing. Kai moved forward, kicked the rifle away, and quickly patted him down, finding a sidearm, 2 knives, and a comms unit. He zip-tied the man's wrists with a tie from his own pack. Only then did the adrenaline crash over him in a wave. He tasted copper. His hands began to shake. He had shot a man. He had possibly killed him. He looked at the wounded, kneeling figure. This was not a training dummy. This was a person whose life, was leaking into the forest floor because of him. Lily emerged from the bunker, her face pale. She saw the scene, saw the blood. She didn't flinch. She walked to the comms unit Kai had taken and examined it. It's still jammed, but it has a local tracker function. He wasn't alone. There's a vehicle, maybe 2 clicks east. Headlights cut through the trees, bouncing down the rough track. Not one vehicle, but 2. A jeep and a motorcycle. Kai raised his pistol, pushing Lily behind him. The jeep skidded to a halt. Kaido leapt out, a compact submachine gun in his hands. His eyes took in the scene. The smoke, the wounded hunter, the blood, Kai with the pistol, Lily unharmed. He gave a sharp signal. The figure on the motorcycle dismounted. It was the woman from Marseille, Silas's other operative. She moved to the prisoner, applying a field dressing to his wound with brutal efficiency. Kaido walked up to Kai. He looked at the pistol in Kai's hand, then at the hunter's positioned rifle, then at the trajectory of the shots. Report, Kaido said. 1 hostile, located via muzzle flash. Engaged with 2 rounds. Result, incapacitating. Wound to torso. Hostile disarmed and secured. Intel suggests additional assets with vehicle east. Kai heard himself speaking in Kaido's own clipped tones. Kaido's gaze lingered on Kai's shaking hands. The tremor is autonomic. It will pass. You prioritize target diagnosis over fire superiority. You used environmental control, smoke, to mitigate his advantage. You secured the asset for interrogation. You protected your sister. He paused. This was not a simulation. Your performance was efficient. It was the closest to praise he would ever give. He took the pistol from Kai's numb fingers. The baptism is complete. You have drawn blood. You have survived. Now you understand the true weight of the tools. He looked toward the east, where the other vehicles might be. The circle's reach is confirmed. This location is burned. We move in 10 minutes. We take the prisoner. He has answers you. Neat. As Kaido and the woman began their swift, ruthless breakdown of the bunker, Kai stood over the man he'd shot. The smoke still clung to the ground, mixing with the scent of pine and blood. He was no longer just a student. He was blooded. The innocence of Kai Sterling was now another thing lost in the smoke of his first, terrible, and necessary fight. The Protector had become a killer. There was no turning back. Chapter 11. Ashes and Blueprints. The extraction was a study in violent efficiency. Kaido's associate, who he called Raven, injected the prisoner with a stimulant and coagulant to keep him conscious and from bleeding out. They loaded him, gagged and bound, into the back of the jeep. In 5 minutes, the bunker's critical hardware was stripped. In 7, they were moving, the motorcycle scouting ahead, the jeep following a pre-plotted escape route through the forest, avoiding roads. Kai and Lily sat in the back seat. The prisoner slumped between them, his pain breathing loud in the dark. The smell of blood and sweat filled the vehicle. Lily stared straight ahead, her profile carved from stone. Kai watched the trees whip by, his mind replaying the shots, the diagnosis, the feel of the pistol's recoil. After 30 minutes of punishing off-road travel, they rendezvoused with a panel van on a lonely fire access road. Transfer was quick. They moved the prisoner into the windowless back of the van. Kaido took the wheel. Raven disappeared on the bike to run counter. Surveillance, and they were on pavement, driving through the night. No one spoke for an hour. Finally, Kaido broke the silence, his voice calm in the darkness. Interrogation is not torture. Torture is unreliable, a tool of fear and rage. Interrogation is the application of leverage to access truth. The subject, he gestured with his chin toward the back, has several levers. Pain, fear of death, fear of exposure, loyalty. We will use the appropriate ones. They arrived at another safe house, this one an actual, if dilapidated, farmhouse on the edge of vast, empty fields. The basement had been converted into a soundproof cell. Kaido and Kai dragged the prisoner down, securing him to a bolted chair. Raven stayed upstairs with Lily, monitoring scanners. Under the single, harsh bulb, the hunter looked younger, his face pale from blood loss and fear. The professional detachment was gone, replaced by the raw animal terror of a trapped thing. Kaido stood before him, a silent, imposing figure. He didn't ask a question. He simply stated facts. Your name is Carl Riggs. Former Army Rangers, dishonorably discharged for selling equipment on the black market. You have been a contract asset for the Corinthian Circle for 4 years. Your handler is known to you as Prospect. You were dispatched to Grid 47 after Signals Intelligence picked up anomalous encrypted traffic correlating with the disappearance of 2 persons of interest from Brookhaven. Riggs's eyes widened. His cover was already blown. The wound in your side is non-fatal if treated in a hospital within the hour. We are 3 hours from the nearest hospital. Your survival is now a variable I control. Kaido leaned forward slightly. You will answer questions. Clear, concise answers will earn you a dose of antibiotic and a call to an ambulance. Obfuscation will earn you nothing but time, of which you have very little. He stepped back, ceding the floor to Kai with a slight nod. Your turn. Kai's mouth was dry. He looked at Riggs, this man who had come to kill them. He thought of his father's burning truck. The lever he needed was not pain. It was justice. The hit in Brookhaven, Kai said, his voice rough. The man by the community center. Who gave the order? Riggs licked his lips, his eyes darting between Kai and the impassive Kaido. I don't know names. I get contracts through a broker. Code names only. The code name for that job, Kai pressed. Umbra. The job was codenamed Umbra. Why? Kai's voice sharpened. Why kill a custodian? What was the reason given? Riggs coughed a wet, painful sound. He was a loose end. He'd stumbled onto a financial pipeline. He was going to expose it. The client wanted it scrubbed clean. Him, his research, any copies. The client being the Corinthian Circle. A nod. Yeah, they own the pipeline. It moves money through charities, construction, cleans it. The guy, the custodian, he was about to blow a hole in it. His fists clenched. So you killed him for money. To protect a money laundering scheme. Riggs shook his head, a frantic small movement. No, yes, but it wasn't just that. The broker, he said the target was adjacent to a foundational asset. That the cleanup had to be absolute to prevent a convergence. I didn't know what that meant. I just do the job I'm paid for. Foundational asset. Convergence. The words from Kaido's earlier briefing. They meant him. Kai Sterling. Callian Thornvega. His father had died not just because he was honest, but because his honesty threatened to expose a secret that led directly to him. The monstrous truth settled in Kai's gut like lead. David Sterling's murder was a side effect of a larger mission. To keep Kai's existence and potential a secret from the world, and more importantly, to keep him powerless and separate from his birthright. Who is Prospect? Kaido asked, stepping in. How do you contact him? Riggs gave up a phone number, a dead drop location, a signal protocol. Raven would verify it upstairs. Kai had one more question. The one that had been burning since the alley behind his house. The woman. Maria Sterling. Was she a target? Riggs blinked, confused. The wife? No active order. The initial briefing was delete the primary target and all associated physical evidence. The wife and kids, they were considered ambient fallout. If they saw something, they'd be dealt with. If they didn't, they were irrelevant. Low priority. Ambien fallot. His mother, his sister, him. Irrelevant. Low priority. The cold fury that had sustained Kai since the fire crystallized into something diamond, hard and infinitely sharp. They had murdered his father for being a loose end. They had considered his family ambient fallout. Disposable noise in their clean, professional operation. He turned and walked up the basement stairs, leaving Kaido to administer the promised antibiotic and make the anonymous call. He couldn't listen to more. In the farmhouse kitchen, Lily was sitting at a table, a cup of cold tea in front of her. Raven was by a window, watching a spectrum analyzer. Lily looked up as Kai entered. She saw his face. "You got answers," she stated. "Yes." He sat heavily opposite her. He told her what Riggs had said. The pipeline, the foundational asset, the term ambient fallout. Lily absorbed it, her face hardening with each word. When he finished, she was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "So they killed Dad because he got too close to finding out about you. And they'd have killed us not because of who we were, but because we were in the way." "Yes." She nodded, a final, terrible piece of the puzzle clicking into place. There was no grief left in her eyes, only a cold, clarifying hatred. "Then this isn't just about their money. It's about you, about what you represent to them. A threat, a convergence," Kai said, remembering the word. "Kaido said they fear the merger of Thorn and Vega." "That's me." Lily reached across the table and took his hand. Her grip was firm, warm, alive. "Then we need to understand both sides. Not just the Vega side, the fighting, hiding side. The Thorn side. The money, the power, the why it's so terrifying to them." She looked toward the basement door. "He'll only teach us one half. We need the other." Kaido came up the stairs then. "The ambulance will collect him in 20 minutes. The data he provided checks out. Prospect is a mid-level circle facilitator. We have a new target." He looked at them. "The lesson is this. Now you know the why. Your father's death was a tactical move in a strategic war. You are a strategic asset. That is why you are alive, and why they will keep coming. We need more than tactics," Kai said, standing. "We need strategy. You've given me a wrench and show me the engine. But I need to see the blueprint for the whole car. I need to know what the Thorn Foundation is, what my mother is doing, and how this pipeline works. I need to understand the power they're so afraid of." Kaido considered him. For the first time, Kai saw a flicker of something like respect, not for the fighter, but for the thinker. "That," Kaido said, "is not my area of expertise. But I can provide access." He went to a secure case and pulled out a sleek tablet. He entered a complex code and handed it to Kai. On the screen was a secure video call interface. A single contact was listed: ETV, Eleanor Thorn Vega. "You have 5 minutes," Kaido said. "Ask your questions. But remember, she is the architect. She thinks in decades and dynasties. Your pain, your anger, are data points to her. Use them accordingly." He left the room, giving them privacy. Kai looked at the tablet, then at Lily. She gave him a firm nod. He activated the call. The screen remained black for a moment, then resolved into the image of a woman's face. She was beautiful in a way that was intimidating, her environment a blur of soft focus. Behind her, suggesting vast space and wealth. Her eyes, Arctic blue, found his through the screen. There was no initial greeting, no maternal warmth. Just a penetrating, analytical gaze. "Callian," she said. Her voice was cultured, calm, like a cello note. "Kai," he corrected, the word coming out harder than he intended. A slight, almost imperceptible incline of her head. "Kai, you have questions." The sheer lack of preamble, of apology, threw him. He'd expected something. Remorse? Explanation? He got none. This was a business meeting. The Corinthian Circle. "They killed my father, David Sterling, because of a money pipeline in your foundation's grants." "What?" "Because corruption, like rust, finds the weakest point in any structure," she replied without hesitation. "The Thorn Foundation disperses billions annually. It is a vector for immense good, and thus an attractive tool for those who wish to do ill. The Circle infiltrated our civic projects branch. They established Corinth Constructs as a legitimate partner, then used it to siphon funds, launder money, and finance their operations. David Sterling was an integrity node they had not accounted for. He discovered the rust. They cut it out." Her description was so clinical, so devoid of the horror of a man being burned alive. Kai felt rage bubble up. He was a person, not an ode. "I am aware," she said, and for a fraction of a second, her mask slipped. He saw a flicker of something agonizing in her eyes, a pain so deep it was geological. Then it was gone. His value as a man of principle is precisely why we chose him. His death is a loss I measure every hour. But in this conversation, we must speak the language of the conflict. Sentiment is a vulnerability they will exploit. Kai took a breath, forcing down the anger. She was right. Damn her. What are you doing about it? I am applying systemic pressure. The executive who buried the audit has been terminated and will be prosecuted. Every contract with Corinth Constructs is being torn apart by teams of forensic accountants and lawyers. I am leveraging Thorn Industries' influence to initiate federal investigations into 3 of the Circle's key banking partners. I am dismantling their legitimacy, which is more valuable to them than any single operative. It was a war waged in courtrooms and boardrooms, a silent, crushing avalanche of law and finance. They call me a foundational asset. They fear a convergence. What does that mean? Eleanor's gaze intensified. It means you're the heir to 2 distinct forms of power: the overt, economic, and political influence of the Thorn legacy, and the covert, operational, and persuasive power of the Vega legacy. Alone, each is formidable. Combined in a single determined will, that is an unpredictable variable. The Circle thrives on predictable corruption. You represent chaos to their order. A king who could command both the army and the treasury is a threat to any shadow government. I don't want to be a king, Kai spat. What you want ceased to be relevant the moment David Sterling opened that ledger, she said, her voice softening almost imperceptibly. I am sorry, Kai. Truly, I gave you the gift of an ordinary life. That gift has been rescinded by forces beyond my current control. My duty now is to give you the tools to survive the life you have been thrust into. Kaido provides one set. I provide another. You must learn to wield both. She looked past him at Lily, who had moved into the frame. Lily Sterling, your parents were extraordinary people. Your safety is now our paramount concern. A secure identity and resources are being prepared for you, should you wish to exit this conflict. Lily's chin lifted. Exit? They kill my parents. They call me ambient fallout. I'm not exiting anything. I'm helping my brother. A ghost of something, approval, sorrow, crossed Eleanor's face. Then you will need an education as well. The tools of art and perception can be weapons in this kind of war. I will see that you have access to them. The call was nearing its end. Kai had one last, burning question. My Fath, Silas. What is he doing? Silas, Eleanor said, and her voice changed, carrying a complex history in that single name, is applying point-of-failure pressure. While I collapse their systems, he is removing their key personnel. He is making the cost of doing business with the Circle prohibitively high. We are working in parallel. The screen flickered. My time is short. Kaido will provide you with a data packet. It contains the blueprints you asked for, the Circle's known structure, the financial pipeline, Thorn's counter-strategy. Study them. Understand the battlefield. She leaned closer, her image filling the screen. Her eyes held his with terrifying intensity. You're no longer just Kai Sterling. You are Callian Thornvega. The bloodline of 2 legacies runs in you. One of creation and order. One of destruction and chaos. And you were raised with a third, love and integrity. That combination is what they truly fear. Do not shy from it. Forge it into a weapon they cannot comprehend. The call terminated. The screen went black. Kai sat back, his mind reeling. The ashes of his old life had settled. Before him now were the blueprints of a new one, a life of war, waged in shadows and spreadsheets, with a sister at his side and the ghosts of 2 families at his back. He had asked for the blueprint. Now he had to build the machine. Chapter 12. A Mother's Confession. The silence after the call with Eleanor was heavier than any that had come before. It was The silence of a door slamming shut on the simple world of grief and opening onto a vast, complicated landscape of war. The blueprints, the data packet Eleanor had promised, arrived on the tablet minutes later. It was hundreds of pages of financial records, corporate structures, encrypted chat logs, and psychological profiles. It was a map of the enemy, but written in a language of high finance and covert ops that felt alien. Lily was the one who dove in first. While Kai paced the farmhouse kitchen, the adrenaline from the firefight and the unsettling conversation still buzzing in his veins, she took the tablet to the old wooden table, plugged in earbuds, and began to read, her artist's eye for pattern and detail shifting into a new gear. "It's a hydra," she said after an hour, not looking up. "Cut off one head, like that broker prospect, and two more grow. It's not a hierarchy. It's a network. Old money families here, politicians here, military contractors here, all connected through shell companies and nonprofits. The Thorn Foundation grants were just one capillary." Kai stopped pacing. "How do you fight a network?" "You don't," Lily said, finally looking at him. Her eyes were tired but alight with a fierce, analytical fire. "You poison it, or you convince it to eat itself. That's what she's doing." She pointed to the screen. "Eleanor is using antitrust laws, banking regulations, and public scandal to force the legitimate nodes to sever ties with the illegitimate ones. She's making it too expensive for the clean side to stay dirty." It was strategy on a galactic scale. "Qui understood engenes leverage immediate threats." This was different. And what's our part? We're not lawyers or politicians. We're the poison. Kaido's voice came from the doorway. He held 2 steaming mugs of tea, placing one before Lily with a nod of respect for her analysis. But the catalyst. While the architect applies systemic pressure, we apply targeted force. We find the critical junctures, the people, the places, the transactions where pressure will cause the most catastrophic failure. We make the network tear itself apart at the seams. He handed the other mug to Kai. To do that, you need to understand not just the how, but the who. You need to see the faces behind the money. Your mother has given you the corporate flowchart. Your father has given you the kill list. It is time to merge the data sets. For the next 48 hours, they didn't train physically. They trained mentally. Kaido, using data from Silas's interrogation of Styx and his own intelligence, walked them through the operational side of the circle. He showed them profiles of enforcers, of fixers, of hackers in their employ. He explained their protocols, their fallbacks, their weaknesses, a preference for certain weapons, reliance on specific encrypted apps, a pattern of using the same. Safe houses in major cities. Lily cross-referenced every name, every company with Eleanor's data. She began to build a hybrid map, linking a faceless enforcer to a shell company that owned a parking garage in D.C., which was leased by a defense subcontractor that donated to a senator on the Circle's payroll. She was connecting the muscle to the money. "Here," she said one evening, circling a name on the tablet with her finger. Marcus Renfield, listed in Silas's files as a logistics coordinator for Circle Wetwork in the Northeast. In Eleanor's files, he's the sole signatory on a charitable trust that funnels money to Youth Sports League in Brooklyn. Kaido leaned over her shoulder. A cover. The sports league is likely a front for recruitment or money drops. Renfield is a bridge. He knows the shooters and the bankers. He's a seam. If you pull on him, both sides fray. Kai looked at the face on the profile, a middle-aged man with a bland, forgettable face. He's a target. He is an opportunity, Kaido corrected, a source of intelligence that could cripple multiple cells. Capturing him is more valuable than killing him, but it is also higher risk. A plan began to form, tentative and dangerous. They would find Renfield. They would observe. They would gather more data. And then they would act. It would be their first offensive move, a step out of pure survival and into the war. It was the night before they were to leave the farmhouse to begin this new phase that the second call came. This time it was not the tablet, but the blank, black phone, the direct line that chimed with its unique tone. He knew who it would be. He took the phone and walked out onto the farmhouse's sagging porch, into the cool, star-dusted night. He answered, "Yes." Silence for a beat. Then a voice, unlike any he'd ever heard. It was a baritone, worn at the edges like old leather, carrying a weight of authority and a lifetime of violence held in. Quiet check. It was the voice from the data packet given life. Okay, just his name. Not Callian. It was an acknowledgement of the identity he owned. Silas. Kai said the name, testing it. It felt strange on his tongue, like naming a storm. Another pause. Kai could almost hear the man calculating, parsing the tone, the absence of fear or pleading. The data was sufficient. Silas asked. It was informative. Kai replied, falling into the same clip pattern. Lily is cross. Referencing it with Eleanor's files. We've identified a potential target. Marcus Renfield. A low, almost inaudible sound. Could it have been a grunt of approval? Renfield is a clerk, but clerks keep the books. He will have codes, schedules, drop points. Taking him alive requires finesse. The approach is everything. Kaido has taught you the principles of ambush. Diagnose, isolate, control, Kai recited. Good. Apply them. But remember, in the field, the principle is only a guide. The machine is organic. It reacts. You must react faster. There is a shifting sound, like a man settling into a seat on a moving vehicle. You engage a hostile at Grid 47. Kaido's report stated. You used environmental misdirection and targeted fire. You prioritized wounding to incapacitate. Why? The question was sudden, a teacher's pop quiz in the middle of a war zone. Kai thought back to the smoke, the muzzle flash, the 2 shots. He had a rifle. I had a pistol. His range and optics were superior. I needed to close the capability gap. Smoke negated his optics. A wound to the core body mass was the highest probability shot to stop his immediate threat. A kill shot to the head was lower probability under the conditions. Clinical, Silas observed, and Kai couldn't tell if it was praise or criticism. You did not fire in panic. You diagnosed the problem and applied a solution. That is the foundation. He paused, but you hesitated after. You looked at what you had done. The tremor in your hands. Kai's free hand clenched on the porch railing. How could he know that? Kaido's report must have been impossibly detailed. It was my first time. It will not be your last. The tremor is the body's confession. The mind must overrule it. You must make a choice. See the man or see the component. You cannot afford to see both in the moment. After, that is a different matter. That is your burden to carry. It is the weight of the tool. It was the closest thing to paternal advice Kai would ever get from this man. It wasn't comfort. It was operational doctrine for the soul. Why did you send me the data? Kai asked abruptly, steering away from the bloody moment on the forest floor. Why not just let Kaido train me to be a soldier? The line was quiet for so long, Kai thought it might have dropped. When Silas spoke again, his voice was different, stripped of some of its armored certainty. Because a soldier follows orders. A commander understands the battlefield. You are not a soldier, Kai. You are a potential commander. Of what, I do not know. But to command, you need intelligence. I provided it. He was investing in Kai's potential, not out of love, but out of strategic necessity. It was cold, but it was honest. And my mother? Okay, bullshit. The architect. You work in parallel. But do you even speak? A sharper silence. We speak when necessary. The channels are secure. The objectives are currently aligned. The way he said currently spoke volumes. She builds and defends. I infiltrate and destroy. 2 sides of a coin. You may be the edge that cuts. That is what they fear. The conversation was exhausting, like trying to grasp smoke. Every answer was a principle, a metaphor, a tactical assessment. There was no father here, only a spy master assessing. An asset. Is that all? Kai asked, a thread of bitterness finally seeping through. No, the voice softened, just a fraction. The man who raised you, David Sterling. He taught you mechanics, how to fix things that are broken. Yes, that is a good skill. In our line of work, things are often broken beyond repair. But sometimes you can salvage a component or build something new from the wreckage. Do not forget that skill. It is more valuable than you know. It was an unexpected homage, a moment of pure, unvarnished respect for the man who had done his job for him. It disarmed Kai completely. I won't, Kai whispered. Good. The line is live. Use it if you need direct extraction or critical override. Otherwise, follow Kaido's lead. He is the best I have. The call ended. Kai stood on the porch for a long time, the phone cold in his hand. The confession hadn't been one of love or regret. It had been a confession of method, of a brutal, pragmatic philosophy of survival and war. His father, Silas Vega, was a man who saw the world as a series of broken machines to be salvaged or scrapped, and he was now trying to teach his son to be a mechanic in that same brutal workshop. He had no warmth to give, only tools, truths, and a terrifying, unwavering belief in Kai's potential to wield them. Kai walked back inside. Lily and Kaido looked up from the tablet. Well, Lily asked. Kai slid the phone back into his pocket. We have our orders. We find Renfield. We diagnose. We isolate. We control. He met Kaido's eyes. Then we salvage what we can. The ghost of a nod from Kaido. The plan was set. The education from both sides, the architect and the wraith, was underway. Kai Sterling was learning to speak two new, deadly languages, and his first conversation in both had just ended. Chapter 13, The Sisters' Resolve. The city was a different kind of jungle. They entered it not as refugees, but as hunters. Kaido had procured new identities. Kai was now Leo, a freelance IT consultant. Lily was Chloe, his sister, a graphic design student. They had a small, prepaid apartment in a bustling, anonymous neighborhood, paid for in cash from a Vega operational fund. It was clean, bland, and had 3 escape routes Kaido had mapped. Renfield, their target, was a creature of habit. Lily's cross-referencing had given them a home address, a modest condo in a quiet suburb, and a pattern. Every Tuesday and Thursday evening, he visited a specific Italian restaurant, Johnny's, in the old city center. He always sat at the bar, drank 2 glasses of Pinot Grigio, ate the veal saltimbocca, and read a physical newspaper. He was, as Kaido said, a man who finds comfort in ritual. Ritual makes you predictable. For a week, they observed. Kaido and Kai took shifts on the street, using disguises and distance. Lily manned the nest, the apartment, which was now equipped with a powerful laptop and satellite internet, courtesy of Silas's tech. She became their intelligence hub. Using the data they'd been given and her own growing skill, she dug deeper into Renfield's life. He's divorced, she reported one evening, her eyes scanning lines of code and public record sheet encouraged to open up. One daughter, Emily, at college out of state. He pays her tuition through a trust that gets quarterly deposits from a shell company called Pegasus Holdings. That company shows up in both mom's and dad's files. It's a circle. Paymaster. Leverage, Kaido said from his spot by the window, watching the street below. No, Lily said sharply, looking up. Her face was grim. We are not threatening a college student. That's their play, not ours. Kaido turned, an eyebrow raised. Emotional leverage is a tool. It's a weapon, Lily countered, and it makes you as bad as them. There's another way. She zoomed in on a financial record. Renfield has a gambling problem, moderately in debt to a bookie who is not Circle affiliated. Independent operator. That's a pressure point. It's a secret from his employers, and it's a vulnerability we can use without hurting an innocent person. Kai watched his sister. In the stark light of a laptop screen, she looked older, harder, but the core of her, the sterling morality, the artist's empathy channeled into a fierce protectiveness, was shining through. She was not just analyzing data. She was applying a moral calculus to their war. Kaido considered her, then gave a slow nod. Acceptable. A man with a secret debt is a man who can be bought or blackmailed by parties other than us. It is an entry vector. The plan evolved. They wouldn't snatch Renfield from the street. They would approach him in a way that played to his vulnerability. They would offer a solution, not just apply force. The following Thursday, Kai entered Johnny's just as Renfield was finishing his first glass of wine. Kai wore khakis and a button-down, looking every bit the mild-mannered. Professional. He took the stool one seat over at the bar, ordered a club soda, and opened his own tablet. He waited until Renfield signaled for his second wine. As the bartender poured, Kai spoke without looking up from his screen. Vincenzo's vig is getting steep, isn't it, Marcus? Renfield froze, his hand halfway to the fresh glass. He didn't look at Kai. A professional's caution. I think you have the wrong person. Pegasus Holdings covers your daughter's tuition. Kai continued, his voice low and conversational. But it doesn't cover your side action with Vincenzo the Fish Santarelli. 23,500 and change. The fish is getting impatient. He's not a patient man. Now Renfield looked. His eyes, a watery blue, were wide with fear poorly masked by anger. Who are you? Circle Security? I'm clean. We're not the Circle, Kai said, finally meeting his gaze. He saw the man's soul, a petty functionary, a weak man in a strong man's game, clinging to routine and a few shreds of normalcy for his daughter. We're the alternative. We can make the debt disappear. We can even make sure Emily's tuition keeps getting paid from a cleaner source. What do you want? Renfield whispered, his face pale. A conversation. Some information. You give us what we need, and we give you a get-out-of-jail-free card. Not from the police. From a fish. And from a circle, when it all inevitably comes crashing down. Renfield's hand shook as he picked up his wine and drained half of it. They'll kill me. They'll try, Kai said, with a calm he didn't fully feel. We can help with that, too. New identity. Relocation. A fresh start, debt-free, with your daughter safe. The offer hung in the air, mingling with the smell of garlic and baked bread. It was a lifeline to a drowning man. How do I know you can do any of this? Kai slid a folded piece of paper across the bar. It was a bank account number and a password. Check the balance on your phone. Use a VPN. With trembling fingers, Renfield pulled out his phone, did as instructed. His breath hitched. The account, opened in a bank in the Caymans under a shell corporation Lily had fabricated, held exactly $23,578, the exact amount of his debt to the fish. The debt is paid, Kai said. Consider it a show of good faith. Now we need to talk. Somewhere quiet. Renfield stared at the number on his screen, the symbol of his shame and fear, now zeroed out by a ghost. He looked at Kai, seeing not a kid, but an operator with impossible resources. The fight left him. He was a clerk, and he'd just been bought. My car is around the corner, he said, his voice defeated. We'll take my car, Kai said, signaling for the check. He'd already texted a single letter, G for go, to Lily. She would alert Kaido, who was parked 2 blocks away in a vehicle with scrambled plates. They walked out into the cool night air. Renfield moved like a man in a dream. As they turned down the alley toward where Kaido waited, a figure stepped out from behind a dumpster. It wasn't Kaido. It was a large man in a leather jacket, his face knotted with menace. Vincenzo the Fish Santarelli. He held a tire iron loosely in one hand. Marcus, he tooted. Hearing rumors you came into some money, and you didn't think to visit your old friend Vincenzo. Renfield stumbled back, bumping into Kai. Vincenzo, it's not. The fish's eyes slid to Kai. And who's this? Your new banker. He hefted the tire iron. The VIG is paid with interest now, Marcus. And your friend here is going to contribute. This was not part of the plan. This was a chaotic, organic variable. Kai's mind switched from social engineering to threat diagnosis in a nanosecond. The fish was big, angry, and armed with a blunt weapon. He was confident, expecting fear. He saw Kai as a soft target. Kai didn't speak. He moved. As the fish stepped forward, raising the tire iron, Kai closed the distance fast, but not directly. He stepped at an angle, inside the arc of the swing. He didn't try to grab the weapon. He diagnosed the structure, the man's forward momentum, his planted front leg. Kai's hand shot out, not to the tire iron, but to the fish's wrist, slapping it inward to spoil. His aim. Simultaneously, his other hand slammed, fingers rigid, into the nerve cluster under the man's raised arm. The fish grunted in surprised pain, his grip loosening. Pivoted, driving his elbow into the man's solar plexus with the full torque of his body. The air left the fish in a whoosh. The tire iron clattered to the pavement. Kai followed, through, hooking his foot behind the man's ankle and driving him backward into the brick wall of the alley. His head connected with a sickening thud, and he slid down, unconscious. It had taken 6 seconds. Kai stood over him, breathing hard, his hands stinging from the impact. He looked at Renfield, who was pressed against the opposite wall, his mouth hanging open. "Get in the car," Kai said, his voice low and rough, pointing to the sedan that had just glided to a silent stop at the alley's mouth. Kaido was behind the wheel, his expression unreadable. As Renfield scrambled into the back seat, Lily, who was monitoring police scanners from the apartment, spoke through the comms unit in Kai's ear. "Police dispatch just got a call about a disturbance in that alley." "1 minute, Kai." Kai quickly frisked the unconscious enforcer, took his wallet and phone, and threw them down a storm drain. He got into the passenger seat. Kaido pulled away, smooth and calm, turning onto a main road just as the first blue and red lights flickered in the distance. Behind them, in the back, Renfield was hyperventilating. "You took out the fish. He was a problem. We solved it," Kai said, flexing his hand. The mechanical response, the diagnosis, had worked. But the violence felt different on concrete than on a forest floor. Dirtier. Kaido glanced at him. Improvisation was required. Execution was efficient. The threat was neutralized without lethal force, preserving operational silence. Acceptable. It was high praise. They drove to a secure location, a self-storage unit Kaido had rented under another alias. Inside, soundproofed and equipped with a single chair and a light, they began the interrogation. But with Renfield, it wasn't an interrogation. It was a debrief. The man, shaken by the paid debt and the demonstration of violent competence, talked. He gave them everything. Passcodes to circle message boards, the locations of 2 other safe houses, the Real, names of 3 enforcers, and a schedule for a cash pickup happening in 3 days, a handoff of nearly $500,000 of laundered money. Lily, listening via a live audio feed from the apartment, recorded everything referencing in real time. "It checks out." Her voice came through the speaker. "The pickup he's describing matches a transaction in the Thorn Foundation audit trail. It's the proof, the direct link between the charity money and the Circle's operational cash. They had it, a seam, and they had pulled on it, unraveling a thread that could lead to the heart of the tapestry. After 2 hours, they let Renfield go, with a new burner phone and instructions. He was to go about his life, but he was now their asset. He would feed them information. In return, the Vega network would ensure his daughter's safety and begin constructing his exit plan. As Kaido drove them back to the apartment, the first hints of dawn tinting the sky, Kai felt a strange mix of triumph and exhaustion. They had done it. They had made their first move, captured an asset, and gained crucial intelligence. Lily was waiting at the door, her face flushed with triumph. "We got it, Kai. We got real, actionable intelligence. Not from a file, from a source. She didn't hug him. They were beyond that now. They shared a look, a nod of mutual respect and fierce accomplishment. Kaido looked at them both. The first operation is a success. You used intelligence, leverage, and controlled force. You adapted to a chaotic variable. You have taken a step from survival to engagement. He paused. But remember, the circle now has a missing. Debt, an unconscious enforcer, and a clerk who is acting strangely. They will be looking for the source of the disturbance. The heat just went up. Sleep. Tomorrow, we plan the next. Move, the cash pickup. Kai lay in his cot that morning, the city sounds waking up outside. He thought of Renfield's terrified eyes, of the fish hitting the wall, of Lily's fierce refusal to use the daughter as leverage. His sister's resolve had shaped the mission. Her morality had guided their tactics. She wasn't just his heart, she was becoming their conscience. And he had proven, to himself most of all, that he could navigate this new jungle. He could diagnose its threats, engineer solutions, and, when necessary, apply the violent mechanics required to survive. He was no longer just a fugitive or a student. He was an operative, and his sister was his partner. The sterling legacy was proving to be the most powerful weapon in the arsenal he never wanted. Chapter 14. The Detective's Hunch. Detective Mara Vance's desk was an island of ordered chaos in the bustling Brookhaven precinct. The Sterling case file, now grown fat with forensics reports, traffic cam stills, and her own notes, sat in the center like a tumor. Officially, it was a homicide investigation with stalled leads. Unofficially, it was a stone in her shoe, a case that smelled worse with each passing day. The forensics on the torch truck were a joke. Accelerant detected, but of a common variety. No usable prints on the canister fragment. The white van found burnout was a ghost. VIN filed off, plates stolen, no DNA. But Vance had eyes and a brain. She had the testimony of Kai Sterling, who had described two men moving with terrifying efficiency. She had the board president and the community center lawyer, who were too slick, too rehearsed in their routine meeting story. And she had the financials. Before his death, David Sterling had requested files from the Civic Projects branch of the Thorn Foundation. She'd subpoenaed them. What she found was a maze of perfectly legal transactions. Too perfect. And a memo, marked, resolved, internal action taken, about anomalies with a contractor called Corinth Constructs. The memo was dated just before David started asking questions. Then David was dead. Coincidence was a luxury she couldn't afford. Her captain had told her to back off. Thorn Foundation, Vance? That's a third rail. And Corinth Constructs employs half the town council's cousins. You're chasing ghosts with deep pockets. But Vance had a hunch. And her hunches, honed by 15 years in a city that pretended to be a town, were rarely wrong. The ghosts were real, and someone was paying them. Her break came from an unexpected source, a report from the neighboring county. An assault in an alley behind Johnny's restaurant. Victim, one Vincenzo Santarelli, a known low-level bookie, found unconscious, wallet and phone missing. He claimed he'd been jumped by some kids, but the responding officer noted the injury was precise, a strike to the solar plexus, a pressure point to the brachial nerve, and a controlled impact to the head. Professional, the officer had scribbled. What caught Vance's eye was a secondary note. A witness from a nearby apartment reported seeing a man matching Santarelli's description talking to two other men before. The altercation, one was described as nervous, middle-aged, in a tan coat. The other was younger, fit, moved like a soldier. Younger, fit. Kai Sterling was fit. He'd been a mechanic, but he had the build. And after what he'd seen, wouldn't he be learning to move like a soldier? She cross-referenced. Marcus Renfield, a mid-level administrator with the city's parks department, and a known client of Santarelli's, lived near Johnny's. He owned a tan coat. It was a thread, gossamer thin, but it was the first thread she'd seen in weeks. She drove to Renfield's condo. He answered the door, looking like he hadn't slept in days. His eyes were bloodshot, his hands trembled. "Detective Vance, Brookhaven PD. Can I ask you a few questions?" "About what?" Renfield's voice was too high. "About an assault last night near Johnny's. You're a regular there, I understand." I wasn't there last night. I was home. Sick. Mind if I come in?" He did mind, but he let her. The condo was sterile, unloved. Vance's eyes scanned the room. On a side table, next to a photo of a smiling college-age girl, was a receipt from a gas station 2 counties over, dated yesterday. "Far from homesick. Your daughter?" Vance asked, nodding to the photo. "Emily. She's at State. Must be expensive." Vance let the comment hang. She saw the flicker of fear in Renfield's eyes. "Money, fear. You know, it's funny. I'm working a case in Brookhaven. A man was murdered. He was looking into some financial irregularities. Grant money. Might have stepped on some powerful toes." Renfield went very still. "I don't know anything about that." "I didn't say you did." Vance smiled thinly. "But in my experience, money has a way of connecting things, like grants to a community center and debts to a local bookie. You follow." She was fishing, but her hook hit something. Renfield's face drained of all color. He knew. He knew about the grants, about the corruption, and he was terrified. "I think you should leave," he whispered. "I think you're in over your head, Mr. Renfield. And the people you're mixed up with? They don't throw you a life preserver. They throw you an anchor." She placed her card on the table next to the receipt. "If you decide you want to talk about who really assaulted Vincenzo Santarelli, or why a good man like David Sterling was burned alive, you call me. Before you end up the same way." She left him standing in the middle of his sterile living room, shaking. Back in her car, Vance's mind raced. Renfield was a link, a weak link, and someone had already gotten to him. The younger, fit man. He wasn't just hiding. He was hunting, and he'd started with the money trail. She needed to find him, not to arrest him, but to warn him, and to get the truth. She had a feeling the Sterling kids were the only ones who had seen the monster's face, and were now trying to fight it with its own tools. She pulled out her personal phone, a cheap burner she used for informants. She sent a text to a number she'd pulled from the Sterling's home phone records. Kai's old cell, long since disconnected. It was a shot in the dark. "Unknown, Kai. This is Detective Vance. I know you're out there. I know about Renfield. You're poking a hornet's nest with a short stick. I want to help. I want the people who killed your father. Meet me. Neutral ground. Just talk." She didn't expect an immediate reply. She drove back to the precinct, the weight of her hunched now a solid, pressing certainty. The Sterling case was no longer a local homicide. It was the first loose thread in a much larger, uglier tapestry. And Kai Sterling wasn't a victim anymore. He was a player, a dangerously inexperienced player in a game of professionals. She just hoped she could reach him before the professionals decided to clear the board of all its inconvenient pieces, including a nosy detective from Brookhaven. Chapter 15. The Interrogation. The text from the unknown number glowed on the screen of Kai's burner phone like a live wire. He'd just returned from the storage unit debrief, the adrenaline of the night's events still humming in his system. Lily was asleep on the couch, her laptop dark beside her. Kaido was performing his silent maintenance on a disassembled pistol at the kitchen table. Kai read the message aloud, his voice low. Kaido didn't look up from the weapons slide. "Detective Mara Vance, Brookhaven PD, primary investigator on the Sterling homicide. She is tenacious, has a low tolerance for corruption, and is currently being stonewalled by her superiors. Her interest is predictable. Is she a threat?" Kai asked. "She is an unaligned variable. Her motives appear to align with justice for your father, but her methods are constrained by law and protocol. Those constraints could force her to expose you to secure an arrest. That exposure would be fatal." Lily stirred, rubbing her eyes. "She wants to help. She wants to solve a case," Kaido corrected, finally looking up. Your survival is not her primary objective. It is a possible byproduct of her success. Do not conflate the two. Kai stared at the message. I want the people who killed your father. That was a genuine sentiment. He could feel it in the text. But Kaido was right. Vance lived in a world of warrants and evidence chains. Their world was one of ghost protocols and extrajudicial action. A collision would shatter them. We can't ignore her, Lily said, sitting up. If she's poking around Renfield, she's on the trail. If the circle notices her, she's dead. And she's a good person. Dad would have trusted her. The memory of David Sterling's belief in proper channels was a ghost in the room. Vance was those channels. Flawed, slow, but legitimate. We can use her, Kai said, the idea forming as he spoke. Not meet her, but guide her. Feed her information that doesn't lead back to us, but puts pressure on the circle from another angle. The law bearing down from one side, Eleanor's financial warfare from another, our targeted strikes from a third. Kaido considered this, his expression unreadable. A triangulation strategy. Risky. It requires precise control of the information flow. One misstep, and she becomes a liability or a target. We have Renfield, Lily countered, now fully awake and engaged. We can filter intelligence through him. Make it look like he's having a crisis of conscience and going to the police. It protects us, gives Vance what she needs, and puts more heat on the circle. They'll have to waste resources silencing him or covering their tracks. It was elegant. It turned Vance from a threat into an unwitting asset, a piece on the board they could move without her knowing. Execute, Kaido said after a moment, but with extreme caution. Draft a response. Non-committal but engaging. Establish a one-way channel. Kai typed, his fingers precise. Kai can't meet. Too dangerous for you. Renfield is a broken link. Follow the money from Corinth Constructs to a shell called Pegasus Holdings. Look at the board members. Then check their ties to Senator Ryland's campaign fund. That's the hornet's nest. Be careful. They're watching. He hit send. It was a grenade of truth with the pin half pulled. It gave Vance a real, powerful lead. One that would take her up the chain, away from them, and directly into the circle's political armor. It also implicitly confirmed his involvement, creating a fragile, anonymous alliance. A minute later, a reply. Vance, how do I know this isn't a misdirection? Kai, you don't. But it's the same truth my father died for. Your choice. He powered the phone off. The line was open. The gambit was in play. Now, they had their own operation to run. The cash pickup Renfield had described was in 48 hours. $500,000 in laundered charity money, moving from a Corinth front to a Circle courier in a crowded downtown parking garage. It was a perfect target, high value, a direct link in the chain, and a chance to seize operational funds from the enemy. The planning was meticulous. Kaido laid out the garage schematics. The handoff was scheduled for level B2, a dim, low-traffic area. 2 men, a Corinth bagman arriving in a generic sedan, a Circle courier on a motorcycle for a quick escape. Objective is the cash case, Kaido said, pointing to the diagram. Not engagement, acquisition and exfiltration. We intercept between the handoff. The bagman is vulnerable for a 17-second window after he exits his vehicle before the courier arrives. That is our window. We take the case and run, Kai said. Negative. The bagman will have a panic button. The case may have a tracker. A straight grab triggers an immediate lockdown. We must make the case disappear without the bagman knowing he's lost it until we are clear. Lily, studying the schematics, pointed to a feature. There are maintenance closets on each level. This one on B2 is 6 paces from the designated spot. What if the case never reaches the spot? Explain, Kaido said. Her idea was simple, brilliant, and required perfect timing. Using a combination of a cloned key fob signal to momentarily confuse the sedan's locks and a visual distraction that would cause the bagman to believe he'd already placed the case in the trunk of his car after the handoff. In reality, during the moment of confusion, Kai would substitute an identical empty case and stash the real one in the maintenance closet. The bagman would drive away, none the wiser. They would collect the case after the garage cleared. The substitution must be flawless. Under 2 seconds, Kaido said, analyzing the sequence. The visual distraction is critical. It must pull his attention and that of any remote surveillance for a precise moment. I can do it, Lily said. Her voice held no boast, just certainty. She described her role, posing as a lost, distraught driver in a car that would stall in the exit lane of B2, creating a minor, attention-drawing scene at the exact moment of the handoff. It was risky. It put her in the field and potential sightlines. No, Kai said immediately. Too exposed. I'm the only one who can do it. Lily fired back. It has to look organic, non-threatening. A young woman having car trouble is invisible in a way you or Kaido aren't. I'm the best tool for this part of the job. Kaido looked between them. She is correct. The risk is moderate, the operational value high. She has been trained for this. Can you execute? He asked Lily. Yes. Kai saw the resolve in her eyes. The sister he needed to protect was demanding to be part of a shield. He couldn't treat her as a liability. Not anymore. He gave a tight, reluctant nod. The next 36 hours were a blur of preparation. Kaido procured a matching hardshell case. Lily practiced her distress driver routine until it was natural. Kai drilled the substitution move, a smooth, silent pivot from behind a concrete pillar, until his muscles ached. The night of the pickup arrived, a cold rain slicking the city streets. They were in position by 10:45 p.m. The garage was quiet, the sound of dripping water echoing in the concrete cavern. Kai was a shadow in a maintenance alcove, the dummy case at his feet. Lily was in a borrowed compact car, parked near the exit ramp on B2, her hands on the wheel. Kaido was the eye in the sky, having hacked the garage's ancient security feed, watching from the van 2 blocks away. Sedan entering now. Black Audi. Plate matches. Kaido's calm voice came through the sub-vocal mic nestled in Kai's ear. Driver is alone. Bag is in passenger footwell. Kai's heart rate was steady, his breathing controlled. He watched as the Audi glided to a stop in the designated spot. A man in a raincoat, the bagman, got out, looking nervous. He took the silver case from the footwell. Courier is 1 minute out. Stand by for distraction. Lily's voice, slightly tense but clear, ready. The bagman stood by his trunk, case in hand, looking toward the entrance ramp. Now! Lily's car, at the top of the exit ramp, let out a dramatic backfire and a sputter. The headlights flickered. She threw open the door, stepping out into the drizzle, waving her hands in frustration. She popped the hood, leaning in, a picture of helpless annoyance. It was a small, human drama. The bagman's head turned, his gaze lingering for a crucial 3 seconds on the disruption at the ramp. Go! Kai moved. He was a blur of dark clothing, crossing the 6 paces silently. As the bagman's attention returned to the garage entrance, expecting the motorcycle, Kai was behind the Audi's rear fender. In one smooth motion, he placed the dummy case on the ground, lifted the real one from where the bagman had momentarily set it against the bumper, and slid the dummy into its place. He pivoted, unlocked the maintenance closet, key courtesy of Kaido's lock-picking earlier, stashed the heavy, real case inside, and was back in his alcove just as the throaty growl of a motorcycle echoed down the ramp. The entire substitution took 1.8 seconds. The motorcycle, a sleek black BMW, pulled up. The courier, helmeted, gave a curt nod. The bagman, glancing once more at Lily, who was now pretending to make a frantic phone call, picked up the dummy case and handed it to the courier. The courier secured it in a saddlebag, revved the engine, and sped off up the entrance ramp. The bagman got in his Audi and drove away, heading for the opposite exit. Mission apparently accomplished. The garage was silent again, save for the rain and the sound of Lily closing her hood and getting back in her car, driving away smoothly. Exfiltration in sequence, Kaido directed. Phase 1 complete. No alarms. No pursuit. Kai waited 5 minutes, then retrieved the heavy case from the closet. He met Kaido in the van 2 blocks over. Lily arrived minutes later, her face flushed with success. In the van's dim interior, they opened the case. Neat, banded stacks of $100 bills, $500,000. And beneath the top layer, a sleek tablet and a ledger. The tablet, when Lily bypassed its basic security, held lists of account numbers, wire transfer records, and jackpot, the encrypted contact list for the entire northeast cell of the Corinthian Circle, including coded identifiers for several high-value targets. The ledger was a physical record of payoffs, police officials, building inspectors, a deputy mayor. They had not just taken money. They had taken the kingdom's ledger and its address book. Kaido allowed himself a rare, thin smile. A significant victory. You have starved an operational cell of funds and exposed its network. This data will keep the architect busy for months and provide the Wraith with a target-rich environment. Lily was already scanning the ledger, her fingers stopping on a name. Oh my God, Captain Miller, Brookhaven PD's head of detectives. He's on the payroll. She looked up, her eyes wide. He's Vance's direct superior. He's the one who told her to back off. The pieces snapped together with awful clarity. The stonewalling Vance faced wasn't just bureaucratic caution. It was direct corruption. Her own captain was a Circle asset. Kai thought of the text he'd sent her, leading her to Senator Ryland. He'd just sent a lamb toward a wolf in Senator's clothing, with another wolf guarding the gate behind her. He grabbed a burner phone. We have to warn her. Now, it will reveal our knowledge of the ledger, Kaido cautioned. I don't care. She's walking into a trap with blinders on. He typed a new message, sending it to Vance's anonymous number. Kai, trust no one in your chain of command. Your captain is compromised. Evidence attached. He took a photo of the ledger entry with Captain Miller's name and the corresponding payoff amount and sent it. The response was immediate, a single word that radiated shock and fury. Vance understood. The interrogation of the enemy's secrets was over. They had their answers. Now, they had to decide what to do with them. And they had just pulled an honest detective into the heart of their shadow war, whether she wanted to be there or not. The lines between their worlds were blurring, and the danger was multiplying. Chapter 16, First Blood Debt. The fallout from the garage operation was swift and silent, a tremor in the underworld before the quake. The Corinthian Circle's northeast cell went dark for 24 hours. Communications halted, scheduled meetings postponed. They knew they'd been hit, but by whom? Rivals? Law enforcement? The missing case was a ghost, and the compromised data was a silent bomb ticking in unknown hands. Kaido used the panic to their advantage. While the Circle scrambled to assess the damage and change protocols, he, Kai, and Lily worked. The contact list from the tablet was a treasure map. Lily, with a focus that bordered on obsession, began to build profiles, linking names to faces, addresses, routines. She wasn't just collecting data. She was finding the pressure points, the habits, the tiny cracks in each person's armor. Kai studied the patterns of the enforcers on the list, their known methods, their suspected safe houses. He thought like a mechanic diagnosing a fleet of failing vehicles. Which one was the linchpin? Which one, if removed, would cause the most cascading failure? One name kept surfacing, Dmitry the Bank Volkov. According to the files, he wasn't a shooter. He was a financier and a keeper of secrets. He was the human bridge between the Circle's legitimate investments and its black funds. He laundered the money that paid the captains and the killers. He was the one who would know where all the other bodies, literal and financial, were buried, and he had a routine even more rigid than Renfield's. Every Wednesday at 11 a.m., he had a standing massage appointment at an exclusive, members-only wellness spa in the city's financial district. It was his one moment of predictable vulnerability, a 2-hour window where he was isolated, unguarded, and relaxed. "He's a source code," Kai said, pointing to Volkov's profile on Lily's screen. "If we get him, we don't just get more names. We get the entire financial blueprint. We can follow the money to the very top." Kaido assessed the target. The spa is a hard target. High security, limited access in the heart of their territory. An extraction would be complex and noisy. "We're not extracting," Kai said, a cold plan solidifying in his mind. "We're delivering a message and collecting a debt." He laid it out. They wouldn't try to snatch Volkov from the spa. They would get to him after, using the predictable route of his return home. But the operation had a dual purpose. It wasn't just about Volkov. The first blood debt was still unpaid. The man who gave the order for David Sterling's death. The broker, known only as Prospect, Renfield, under continued subtle pressure, had finally given up a physical description and a possible location. A private cigar club where Prospect held court on Thursday evenings. 2 targets. 2 objectives. One night. "It's too much," Lily argued, concern etching her face. "Splitting our focus. You and Kaido can't be in 2 places at once." "We won't be," Kai said. He looked at her. "You and I will handle Prospect." Silence fell over the room. Kaido's expression was inscrutable. Lily stared at him, shocked. "Me? Kai, I'm not. I did distraction. This is different." "It is," Kai agreed. "It's the reason we're here. He gave the order that killed Dad. He's a broker, not a fighter. He'll be in a semi-public place, surrounded by people, feeling safe. We don't need to fight him. We need to confront him, to make him look at the consequence of his sanctioned deletion. Your strength, perception, social engineering, that's the weapon here. Not a gun." He saw the fear in her eyes, but beneath it, a rising tide of that same sterling fury. The desire for justice, for an answer, for a face to put to the faceless evil that had shattered their lives. "What's the play?" she asked, her voice steadying. The plan was audacious. While Kaido would be a ghost in the financial district, preparing the ground for Volkov, Kai and Lily would enter the lion's den of the cigar club. Using identities Lily had forged, a young tech investor and his associate, they would get in. They would find Prospect, and they would deliver a message that would shatter his illusion of safety while planting a tracking device on him. He would lead them to more of his kind, or he would panic and make a mistake. Either way, he would pay a debt. Wednesday night arrived, a tense dichotomy of preparation. Kaido was a specter in black, loading specialized non-lethal gear into a duffel, tranquilizer darts, EMP jammers, harnesses. His mission was one of pure, silent intelligence gathering. Get into Volkov's penthouse apartment during his massage window and clone the data from his secure home server. Kai and Lily dressed in clothes that screamed money but not taste. Kai felt the weight of the small, ceramic pistol tucked into an ankle holster, a last resort. Lily carried a designer clutch containing the tracker and a miniature voice-activated recorder. They parted ways with a nod, no words needed. The siblings drove to the cigar club, an imposing brownstone with a discreet brass plaque. The air inside was thick with smoke and the murmur of power. Men in leather armchairs discussed mergers and acquisitions over glasses of amber liquid. Lily spotted him first. Her artist, I picked out the man matching Renfield's description. Mid-50s, expensively dressed, but with a cheap watch. A tell she'd theorized of a man who craved status but couldn't quite internalize it. He was holding court with 2 younger men, laughing too loudly. "Target confirmed," she whispered, her hand on Kai's arm. They moved to the bar, ordered drinks they wouldn't touch. They waited for their moment. It came when Prospect excused himself to visit the restroom. Kai followed. The restroom was opulent marble, empty. As Prospect washed his hands, Kai stepped up to the adjacent sink. Long way from Brookhaven, aren't you? Kai said, his voice conversational. Prospect froze, his eyes meeting Kai's in the mirror. He saw a young man, well-dressed, with eyes that held a glacial fury. He didn't recognize him, but the name of the town was a bucket of ice water down his spine. I'm sorry, do I know you? You know my father, David Sterling. You had him deleted. Code name Umbra. Kai kept his tone light, almost bored. The custodian. The honest man. Prospect's face went slack with terror. He reached for his inside jacket pocket, likely a panic button or a weapon. I wouldn't, Lily said, stepping from the doorway of a stall. She held her phone casually, but it was angled at him. Smile. Your associates upstairs would love to know what you really do for a living. The circle doesn't like exposure, do they? Prospect's hand stopped. He was trapped. A young man who knew too much, and a young woman recording him. This wasn't a wet work team. This was something worse. A public ruin. What do you want? He hissed. First, the name of the person above you who approved the sanction, Kai said. I don't have names. Only handles. It was Minus. The order came from Minus. Minus. A new name for the hierarchy. Lily filed it away. Second, Kai continued. You're going to wear this. He held out the tiny tracker, shaped like a shirt button. You're going to go about your life. And you're going to lead us to more of your friends. If you try to remove it or warn anyone, the video of this conversation goes to every news outlet and federal agency my sister can think of. You'll be useless to the circle. And you know what they do with useless things. Prospect was trembling. He was a broker, a middleman. He dealt in abstracts, risk, money, other people's lives. He was not equipped for the physical, terrifying reality of consequence. With numb fingers, he took the button from Kai and replaced one on his own shirt cuff. Good, Lily said, her voice like chilled steel. Now, a personal message from our family. Look at me. He did. She held his gaze, pouring all the pain, the loss, the fury of the last weeks into her own. Our father's name was David Sterling. Our mother's name is Maria. You turned them into collateral damage. We are not collateral. We're the debt come due. Sleep well. They left him there, pale and shaking in the marble tomb. They walked out of the club, the smell of smoke and privilege clinging to them. In the car, Lily let out a shuddering breath. Did we just do that? We did, Kai said, starting the engine. He felt no triumph, only a grim sense of balance. The first blood debt had been called in, not paid in blood, but in terror. It was a start. His comms earpiece crackled. Kaido's voice, calm as ever. Volkov package acquired. Data stream secure. Exfiltrating. Rendezvous in 30. 2 operations. 2 successes. They had struck a financier and a broker in one night. The circle would be reeling. But as Kai drove them back to safety, he knew the response would not be panic alone. It would be rage. They had stopped running and started hunting. Now, the real beast would turn and face them. The debt was called. The war was officially joined. Chapter 17. The Wraith's War. The data harvested from Dmitry Volkov's penthouse was a sun lamp, bleaching the shadowy corners of the Corinthian Circle's financial empire into stark, undeniable light. It wasn't just account numbers. It was a genealogy of corruption. It traced the flow of money from Thorn Foundation grants, through Corinth constructs and a dozen other shells, into offshore accounts, and from there into the pockets of politicians, judges, law enforcement officials, and, most chillingly, into the budget for a covert operations division the Circle maintained. This was their war chest, and Volkov had been its treasurer. Lily and Kaido spent the next 72 hours decrypting, organizing, and analyzing. The sheer scale was numbing. It was a hydra with 100 heads, each biting a different piece of the world. We can't fight this, Lily said at one point, her voice hollow with exhaustion. It's everywhere. We don't fight all of it, Kai replied, studying a map they created linking names to. Locations. We find the heart, the head, minus. The name from prospect hung in the air, a ghost at the top of the ledger. The data pointed to a likely candidate for minus, Alistair Croft, a reclusive, enormously wealthy shipping magnate with old money ties and a seat on the Thorne Foundation's International Advisory Board. A perfect cover. He was insulated, protected by layers of legality and reputation. He is beyond our current reach, Kaido stated. A direct assault is suicide. He is a strategic target, not a tactical one. Frustration simmered in Kai. They had the blueprint, but the architect was in a fortress. It was then that the war shifted. The Circle, stung by the losses of Renfield's defection, the stolen cash, the hacking of Alcov, and the intimidation of Prospect, did not respond with blind rage. They responded with a scalpel. Kaido's early warning network, a series of digital tripwires and listening posts he'd placed in the city's underworld, lit up. A contract had been issued, not on Kai or Lily, on Detective Mara Vance. The Circle had deduced that the leak threatening Captain Miller and leading to Senator Ryland had come from someone with police access. Vance, the dogged investigator on the Sterling case, was the obvious candidate. She'd become a liability. The order was simple. Clean, make it look like a suicide. Overwrought cop, failed case, takes her own life. We have to pull her out, Kai said immediately when Kaido showed them the intercepted communique. She will not come, Kaido replied. She is law. She will see it as surrendering the field to them. To pull her out requires force, which makes us an enemy in her eyes. Then we protect her without her knowing, Lily said. We intercept the hit. It was the only way. They couldn't let another good person die for their war. Vance was in the crosshairs because of the information they had given her. Kaido located the asset assigned to the hit, a specialist in quiet exits named Cerberus. He was already in the city, casing Vance's apartment, her routines. The hit was scheduled for the following night, when Vance would be working late at the precinct, a place where a suicidal leap from the roof or a self-inflicted gunshot in an evidence locker would be. Tragically plausible. They had less than a day to set a counter-ambush. The battlefield would be the Brookhaven Precinct House, a place crawling with police, at least one of whom, Captain Miller, was actively working against Vance. This is a Vega-level operation, Kaido said, his expression grave. High risk, high exposure. We will be operating in the heart of hostile territory against a professional with the objective of preserving a life without revealing our own presence. The margin for error is 0. He looked at Kai. You will take point. Lily will be Overwatch, managing surveillance feeds and comms. I will be your shadow, handling perimeter security and creating diversions if necessary. This is no longer training. This is a live operation. Do you understand the stakes? Kai nodded, the weight of it settling on him. They were going to war, not for vengeance, but for preservation, to pay a debt of honor. The plan was a masterpiece of misdirection and precise timing. Using the data from Volkov, Lily identified a minor, non-lethal vulnerability in the precinct's digital evidence. Adoptive. She would trigger a low-level security alert, a door breach alarm in a remote wing, at a specific time. This would draw Captain Miller and other responding officers away from the main building and the roof, creating a window. Kaido, using his near-mythical infiltration skills, would already be inside, having entered. During the day, disguised as a janitorial contractor. His job was to neutralize the precinct's internal security cameras for a 10-minute window and to locate Cerberus. Kai's role was the hardest. Get to Vance, convince her she was in imminent danger, and extract her from her own office without anyone noticing, all while potentially engaging Cerberus. The night was thick with a fine, cold mist. Lily was positioned in a rented van 2 blocks away, her screen showing the precinct's blueprints, live public traffic cams, and the vital signs from Kai and Kaido's subdermal monitors. Her hands were steady on the keyboard. Phase 1, she said into the comms. Archive alarm now. In the precinct, a soft klaxon began to blare in a distant wing. Voices crackled over police radios. Through the feed from Kaido's pen camera, they saw Captain Miller frown then head toward the disturbance with two other detectives. Miller is moving. Window is open. Kaido, status? Inside. Cameras are on a loop. I have visual on the target. Cerberus is on the fourth-floor stairwell, posing as a crime scene tech. He is moving toward the roof access. He will attempt to isolate Vance and force a fall. Kai, dressed in dark BDU pants and a black jacket, a police-style cap pulled low, moved through the precinct's back corridors, a route Kaido had mapped. He carried a compact, taser, and a sap. His heart was a drum, but his mind was a crystal-clear stream. Diagnose, isolate, control. He reached the door to the detective's bullpen. Vance's office was a glass-walled cube at the far end. He could see her inside, head in her hands, staring at the Sterling case file, spread across her desk. She looked exhausted, defeated. Kaido, I'm at the bullpen. What's my path? Clear for now. Cerberus is one flight above you on the roof stairs. You have approximately 90 seconds before he is in position. Move. Kai pushed the door open and walked in, not with stealth, but with the bored confidence of someone who belonged. A few detectives glanced up, then back to their screens. He walked straight to Vance's office, opened the door, and stepped inside, closing it behind him. Vance looked up, startled. Then her eyes narrowed in recognition and confusion. Okay, Sterling, what the hell are you doing here? How did you? Listen to me. Kai cut her off, his voice low and urgent. Your Captain Miller is dirty. He's with the Circle. They put a contract on you. Tonight, the hitter is named Cerberus. He's on the roof stairs right now, coming for you. He's going to make it look like a suicide. Vance's face went from confusion to skepticism to dawning horror as he spoke. She'd seen the ledger. She knew Miller was compromised. The pieces fit. She stood up, her hand, moving toward her service weapon. Don't, Kai said. If you draw on me, it causes a scene. Cerberus hears it, aborts, and tries again tomorrow when we're not here to stop him. You need to come with me. Right now. Quietly. And go where? Into the shadows with you, she hissed. To stay alive. To fight another day. Your choice, detective. But you have about 60 seconds to make it. The conflict on her face was agonizing. Duty warred with survival. Trust in the system warred with the knowledge the system was poisoned. A soft click in their earpieces. Kaido's voice, Cerberus, is on the roof. He's noting her absence. He will descend to check her office. 45 seconds. Vance must have seen the absolute conviction in Kai's eyes. She made her choice. She slid her gun in her desk drawer, grabbed her jacket, and nodded. Okay. How? Follow me. Don't speak. He led her out of the office, back through the bullpen. They were almost to the corridor door when a man in a CSI windbreaker stepped into the bullpen from the opposite hallway. He had cold, dead eyes. Cerberus. His eyes scanned the room, landed on Vance, and then on Kai beside her. A micro expression of surprise, then calculation. The target was not alone. The operation was compromised. Vance, we need you to sign off on the blood work from the Gallagher scene, Cerberus called out, his voice bland, as he began walking toward them, his hand moving casually toward his waistband. He's the hitter, Kai whispered. Now, Kaido. Lily's voice crackled. Every light in the bullpen flickered and died, plunging the room into darkness, punctuated only by the glow of computer monitors. The fire alarm, a piercing, deafening shriek, began to blare. Chaos. Detectives cursed, shouted, scrambled. In the confusion, Kai grabbed Vance's arm and pulled her through the door into the dark hallway. He heard a hissed curse from Cerberus behind them. Stairwell B. Go down. Kaido directed in his ear. They ran. Footsteps pounded behind them. Cerberus was following. They burst into the concrete stairwell and started down. Kai shoved Vance ahead of him. Don't stop. A shot rang out. a sharp crack that echoed in the enclosed space. Chips of concrete exploded from the wall next to Kai's head. Cerberus was shooting. Kai returned fire blindly around the corner, 3 shots to suppress, not to hit. He was buying seconds. They hit the ground floor, burst out into a rear loading bay. Kaido's van was there, side door open. Raven was at the wheel. "Get in," Kai yelled, shoving Vance inside. He turned, raising his pistol as Cerberus emerged from the stairwell door. They faced each other for a split second across the damp, trash-strewn bay. The professional killer and the mechanic-turned-protector. Kaido materialized from the shadows behind Cerberus. There was a flash of a syringe, a swift, brutal strike to the neck. Cerberus's eyes widened in shock, then glazed over. He crumpled to the ground. "Asset neutralized," Kaido said, calmly stepping over the body. He picked up Cerberus's weapon and tossed it into a dumpster. "The sedative will last 4 hours. He will remember nothing." They piled into the van. Raven pulled away, smooth and fast, melting into the night. In the back, Vance was breathing hard, staring at Kai, then at Kaido, then at the composed young woman, Lily, who was now closing a laptop and handing her a bottle of water. "You just," Vance stammered. "Saved your life," Lily finished for her. "Because our fight got you targeted. It's our debt." Vance leaned back against the wall of the van, the adrenaline crash leaving her pale. "My career is over." "Your life isn't," Kai said. "You have a choice now. We can drop you somewhere safe with enough evidence from Volkov's files to start a new life far away from this. Or you can see the fight through with us, outside the lines." She looked at them, the haunted young man, the fierce young woman, the silent ghost of an operative. They had just invaded a police precinct and kidnapped a detective to save her. They were criminals. They were also, perhaps, the only ones telling the truth. "The Sterling case," she said quietly. "I want to close it. I want the people who gave the order, not just the shooter." Kai met her gaze. "So do we." A pact was forged in the moving darkness. The law, represented by Mara Vance, had stepped over the line into the shadows. The race war now had a new, unexpected ally. The lines were irrevocably blurred. The next move would be not a skirmish, but a siege. And their target was the fortress of a man named Croft. The hunt for Midas had begun. Chapter 18, Convergence. The van didn't return to the city apartment. It wound its way into the industrial exurbs, to a decommissioned water treatment plant Kaido had reconnoitered weeks prior. A cathedral of rusted pipes and concrete silos, utterly deserted. This was their new temporary holdfast. Detective Vance, Mara, sat on an upturned crate in the center of a vast, echoing filtration chamber, a thermal blanket around her shoulders. She held a steaming mug of instant coffee Kaido had produced, her hands trembling not from cold, but from systemic shock. Her world, the world of procedure, warrants, and sworn oaths, had evaporated in a haze of strobe lights and gunfire. She was now a fugitive, her career ashes, her life in the hands of ghosts and vigilantes. Kai watched her from across the space, giving her time. Lily was at a makeshift desk, her laptop hooked to a satellite rig, already digging into the fresh data from Croft that had been the catalyst for this disaster. "You understand what you've done," Vance said finally, her voice hoarse. It wasn't an accusation, just a grim statement. "You've made me one of you, a person of interest, a target." "You were already a target," Kai replied. "We just moved you off the bullseye before the arrow landed." "And what now?" "I live in tunnels and vans. I hunt monsters with kids." "We're not kids," Lily said, not looking up from her screen. "We're the people the monsters made, and we have the blueprints to their lair." She turned the laptop around. On it was a high-resolution satellite image of a sprawling, walled estate on the North Shore. "Alistair Croft. Minus. This is his labyrinth. And we have the thread." Vance stood, walking over to peer at the image. The detective and her re-engaged, pushing past the fear. A direct assault is impossible. That place will have state-of-the-art security, private guards with shoot-to-kill orders, panic rooms, the works. We're not assaulting, Kai said. We're infiltrating. Croft isn't a soldier. He's a spider. He sits at the center of a web. We don't smash the web. We pluck the single strand that makes it collapse, which is his legitimacy, Lily answered, zooming in on the main house. His entire power comes from his reputation as an untouchable pillar of society. The shipping magnate, the philanthropist, the advisor to kings and corporations. The data we took from Volkov, it's the recipe for his downfall. But it's raw, encrypted. We need the master key, the final, undeniable proof that links him directly to the order that killed our father, to the payoffs, to the entire circle. That key is in his home server, the one not connected to any network. A physical, air-gapped machine. Vance's eyes gleamed with a hunter's light. You need to get inside, to his inner sanctum. Yes, and you have a plan for that. We have the beginning of one, Kai admitted. Croft is hosting a charity gala in 3 days for the Croft Maritime Heritage Foundation. Half the city's elite will be there. It's a mask, a perfect cover for us to get inside the perimeter. Vance shook her head. You'll never get invites. Your face is, Kai, you're a wanted person in connection with your father's murder, even if the charges are flimsy. Lily, you're a missing person. They'll have facial recognition at the door. We won't be guests, a new voice said from the shadows of a pipe archway. They all turned. Silas Vega stepped into the dim light. He was as Kai remembered from the phone call given form. Tall, lean, wearing a dark, tailored suit that seemed to absorb the scant light. His face was all sharp angles and quiet. Intensity, the eyes like chips of obsidian. He moved with a silence that was unnerving, a vacuum where sound should be. He carried a thin, brushed metal briefcase. Vance instinctively took a step back, her hand twitching toward a hip where her service weapon no longer rested. This was a different order of predator than Kaido. Kaido was a blade. This man was the darkness that held the blade. Silas's gaze swept over them, lingering for a fraction of a second on Vance, categorizing her as asset or liability, then settling on Kai. He gave no greeting, no acknowledgement of the momentousness of this first face-to-face meeting. He was all business. The gala is not an entry point for you, Silas stated, placing the briefcase on Lily's makeshift desk. It is a distraction. While Croft performs for his peers, a separate, smaller event will be occurring in his private West Wing. A closed-door meeting with 3 representatives of a Hong Kong banking syndicate he is attempting to lure into the circle's financial web. That meeting is where the real business will be done, and that is where you will be. He clicked open the briefcase. Inside were not weapons, but credentials, passports, and sleek, custom-tailored clothing. You will be the junior associates of a Swiss quantitative analysis firm, Viridian Metrics, brought in to provide real-time data and modeling for the proposed partnership. The identities are flawless, backstopped with 6 months of digital history. The Hong Kong delegates have been subtly encouraged to request such analysts. Croft, wanting to appear cutting-edge, has agreed. Kai stared at the documents. They had his picture, but he looked older, sharper, with the name Lucas Thorne. A cold joke. Lily's passport identified her as Chloe Viridian. The level of preparation, of penetration into Croft's planning, was staggering. How did you? Lily began. The architect has her methods, Silas said, a faint, almost imperceptible edge in his voice when he said the title. Mean. The point is, you will be inside the cage, inches from the target, with a legitimate reason to be carrying technical equipment. He tapped the briefcase, including a device that, when placed within 5 feet of Croft's air-gapped server, will perform a brute force, ultrasonic data siphon. It will take approximately 9 minutes. You must secure the room for that duration. The weight of the operation settled on Kai. This wasn't a smash and grab in a parking garage. This was high-stakes corporate espionage in the den of the dragon. And the guards? The security? Kai asked. Kaido and I will handle perimeter containment. We will create controlled anomalies in the main gala security systems. Fire alarms, power fluctuations to draw attention and resources away from the West Wing. Raven will be embedded as catering staff. Your window will be short, but it will exist. He looked directly at Kai. This is convergence. The strategy of the architect. The tactics of my network. The resolve of the Sterlings. All focused on one objective. Can you execute? Kai felt the eyes of everyone in the room on him. His biological father, his mentor, his sister, the detective whose life they now owned. He thought of David Sterling, of a simpler kind of courage. This was not that. This was a darker, more complex beast. But the goal was the same. Justice. Truth. Yes, Kai said, his voice firm in the echoing space. Good. Silas turned to Vance. Detective, your role is exterior support. You have a law enforcement mind. You will monitor police and private security bands during the operation. You will be our early warning system for any response we cannot see. Can you do that? Vance, still pale but with her jaw set, nodded. I can, but I want something in return. Silas waited, his expression unchanging. When this is over, when you have your proof, I get to be the one who takes it public. Through the right channels. Not a data dump. A case. I want to build a case that puts these bastards away forever. It was her stake in the game. Her return to the light, on her terms. Silas considered her, then gave a single, slow nod. Acceptable. The data will be yours to weaponize. After we have used it to dismantle their operations. The alliance was forged. A broken detective, a vengeful sister, a lost son, a ghost, and a wraith. A convergence of disparate forces against a common enemy. For the next 3 days, they drilled. Kaido schooled Kai and Lily in the manners, the jargon, the subtle behaviors of high finance analysts. They practiced planting the data siphon. Device, a sleek box that looked like a high-end external hard drive. Silas provided detailed schematics of the West Wing, and they memorized sight lines, choke points, and escape routes. The night of the gala arrived. Kai, in a tailored navy suit, and Lily, in an elegant charcoal dress, looked like different people. The clothes were armor of a different kind. Vance was stationed in a rented panel van 2 blocks away, a bank of monitors and scanners before her. Kaido and Silas were already ghosts in the night, moving into position around the glittering Croft estate, which blazed with light and throbbed with the sound of a string quartet and clinking crystal. As the sleek black car, provided by Silas, dropped them at the West Wing's discreet entrance, Kai felt a surreal calm descend. This was the machine. He knew every component. Now, he just had to make it run. They were greeted by a severe-looking assistant, their credentials scanned and approved. They were ushered into a minimalist conference room where 3 Hong Kong businessmen and a tense-looking Alistair Croft waited. Croft was in his 60s, with a patrician handsomeness gone to seed, his eyes pale and calculating. He barely glanced at the analysts, gesturing them to a side terminal. The meeting began, a dense fog of financial jargon and veiled threats. Kai's role was to appear to work the terminal, projecting market visualizations. Lily's was to subtly angle the hard drive she placed on the credenza behind Croft's chair toward a decorative wooden panel on the wall. Behind that panel, according to the schematics, was the server room. 9 minutes. Kai watched the timer in the corner of his screen, a digital heartbeat. He made small talk about bond yields, his voice steady. Lily complimented the art, engaging a delegate in a conversation about Ming Dynasty vases, her laughter light and natural. 5 minutes. A flicker on the main lights. A barely perceptible dim. Silas's first distraction. One of Croft's guards by the door shifted, touching his earpiece. 3 minutes. A low alarm sounded somewhere deep in the house. the fire system in the main hall. Croft frowned, irritated. A nuisance. Continue. 1 minute. Kai's screen showed a completion bar. 98%. The data was flowing. They were almost there. The door to the conference room opened. Not a guard. A man in the impeccable uniform of the head of household security. His eyes swept the room, lingering on Kai and Lily just a fraction too long. "Mr. Croft," he said, his voice smooth. "A minor security anomaly in the West Wing sub-basement. Protocol requires I sweep all ancillary rooms. A precaution." Croft waved a dismissive hand. "Be quick." The security chief's eyes went to the credenza, to the device Lily had placed. His hand moved toward his belt. 100%. Data siphon complete. The device had done its job, but they were made. Kai met Lily's eyes across the room. A silent signal passed between them. The convergence had succeeded. Now, they had to survive the reaction. Chapter 19. The Gilded Cage. Time stretched thin and taut. The security chief's fingers brushed the butt of his holstered pistol, his gaze locked on the innocuous-looking device on the credenza. The Hong Kong delegates sensed the shift in the atmosphere, falling silent. Kai's mind operated at lightning speed, diagnosing the machine of the moment. Threat: security chief, armed, suspicious. Objective: exfiltrate with data. Obstacles: for guards too. At door, 1 in hall, chief, Croft, 3 civilians. Environment: sealed room, 1 exit. The data was secure. The physical device was now a liability. It needed to be destroyed or abandoned. Lily, reacting with the same instinctual speed, let her wine glass slip from her fingers. It shattered on the polished concrete floor with a spectacular crash, sending a splash of red wine and crystal shards across the security chief's polished shoes. "Oh, I'm so sorry," she gasped, the perfect image of a flustered junior associate, dropping to her knees as if to clean the mess, putting her body between the chief and the device. The chief flinched, his attention broken for a critical second. Kai moved. He didn't go for the chief. He went for Croft. In 2 strides, he was behind the magnate's chair. He didn't draw a weapon. He placed a hand on Croft's shoulder, a seemingly deferential gesture, his fingers pressing into the nerve cluster above the collarbone. It was a grip that promised paralyzing pain, a silent threat. "Tell your man to stand down, Mr. Croft," Kai said, his voice low, calm, and utterly unlike that of a financial analyst. "My associate had an accident. These things happen at Gallus. You wouldn't want to alarm your guest from Hong Kong, would you? Bad for business." Croft stiffened, a flare of fury in his pale eyes. But he felt the deadly pressure in Kai's grip. He saw his delegates watching, confused and wary. A scene here, now, would raise questions he couldn't answer. "Stand down, Adler," Croft forced out, his voice tight. "It's a spilled drink. See to the anomaly in the sub-basement." Security Chief Adler hesitated, his eyes flicking from Croft's strained face to Lily, now, standing with a handful of napkins, to Kai's deceptively casual pose. The balance of the room was on a knife edge. "Sir, the device," Adler started, "is a backup drive for our presentation." Kai interrupted smoothly, his mind racing. "It malfunctioned. Overheated. We were just about to remove it. Isn't that right, Chloe?" "Yes," Lily said, her voice regaining its composure. She picked up the device, now cool and inert, its work done. "Our apologies. We'll have our firm send a replacement. Lucas, we should let these gentlemen get back to their meeting." Kai slowly released the pressure on Croft's shoulder, but remained close, a looming presence. He gave Croft a cold, meaningful look that said, "Play along, or this gets very ugly, very publicly." Croft, a man who had ordered death from a distance, but never faced physical threat in his own boardroom, was out of his element. He gave a jerky nod. "Yes, fine. Adler, escort them out. Then deal with the basement." The dismissal was clear. The Hong Kong delegates looked profoundly uncomfortable, eager for this strange interlude to end. Adler, seething but obedient, gestured sharply to the door. Kai and Lily moved, Lily, clutching the now useless device, Kai keeping himself subtly between her and the guards. They walked out of the conference room, down the hall, Adler and one guard at their backs. In Kai's ear, Kaido's voice was a whisper. Status. Package acquired. Compromised. Exfiltrating under guard. West Wing, main hall. Acknowledged. Diversion in 10 seconds. Be ready. They reached the grand entrance hall of the West Wing, a vaulted space with a marble floor. The main gala was 100 yards away through a connecting gallery, the sound of music and laughter a surreal counterpoint to the tension. Your car will be brought around, Adler sneered, not bothering to hide his contempt now. Don't ever apply for accreditation here again. Wasn't planning on it, Kai murmured. Then the world went dark. Not just the lights. Every light in the estate, every sconce, every chandelier, the security floods in the gardens, the pool illumination. The absolute, utter blackness was accompanied by the simultaneous scream of every fire alarm and security siren on the property. The noise was deafening, physical. Silas's diversion wasn't minor. It was catastrophic. In the impenetrable dark and brain-jarring noise, Adler and the guard were momentarily stunned, shouting into their suddenly dead radios. Kai grabbed Lily's hand. Now, they ran, not for the main entrance where a car would never come, but for the service exit they'd memorized, a recessed door behind a potted palm. Kai hit the crash bar, and they burst out into the manicured gardens, now a landscape of pitch-black shapes and screaming alarms. Left 50 yards to the wall, Kaido's voice guided them through the earpiece, somehow still clear. Raven has a grapple point. They sprinted through topiary, their fine clothes snagging on branches. Behind them, shouts and the beams of handheld flashlights began to stab the darkness as Croft's private security force rallied. They reached the high stone perimeter wall. A thin, strong line was already dangling from the top. Raven was up there, a silhouette against the slightly less black sky. Lily, go. Kai boosted her up. She scrambled, finding a purchase, and Raven hauled her up. A flashlight beam swept across the lawn, catching Kai. A shout. There, at the wall. Kai jumped, grabbing the rope. A gunshot cracked, the round pocking the stone an inch from his head. He climbed, muscles burning. Another shot. This one tug at the leg of his trousers. He reached the top. Raven and Lily pulled him over. They were on the other side, in a dark, quiet residential lane. A nondescript sedan idled, Kaido at the wheel. They tumbled into the car. Kaido hit the accelerator, driving not fast, but smoothly, blending into the night before the first police car even turned onto the country lane. In the back seat, breathing hard, Kai looked at Lily. She was pale, but unhurt, clutching the data siphon device like a talisman. The data, she asked, her voice shaky. Secure, Raven said from the passenger seat, holding a small receiver. Transmitted the moment the siphon completed. The device is just a shell now. We have everything. They had done it. They had breached the gilded cage and stolen the soul of the beast. They had the master key. Back at the water plant, Vance was pacing. When they entered, she stopped, searching their faces. Well, in answer, Lily went to her laptop, plugged in the receiver, and opened the newly acquired files. They scrolled through them, a river of damning truth. Here were Croft's personal authorizations for the Umbra sanction, with David Sterling's name and a cost-benefit analysis attached. Here were encrypted video conferences with other high-level circle members, their faces clear. Here were the numbered accounts, the political bribes, the kill lists. It was the Rosetta Stone of the Corinthian Circle's upper echelon. Vance exhaled a long, trembling breath. My God, it's enough. It's more than enough. It is a weapon. Silas's voice came from the doorway. He and Kaido had returned separately. Now we must decide how to wield it. The architect will want to leak it. Strategically, to cause maximum financial and political chaos. The detective will want to build a prosecutable case. I will want to use it to locate and eliminate the remaining. Leadership. All eyes turn to Kai, the son, the brother, the heir to both legacies. The one at the convergence. He looked at the data, at the face of Alistair Croft on the screen, at the cold, bureaucratic order that had ended his father's life. He thought of Lily's resolve, of Vance's shattered career, of the ghostly, demanding presence of the parents he never knew. We do all three, Kai said, his voice cutting through the damp air. Eleanor gets a copy. She can start her economic war. Detective Vance gets a copy to start building her case. And he looked at Silas and Kaido. We use it to find the others. Starting with Croft. He doesn't get to hide behind lawyers and panic rooms. He answered for what he did. Not in a court. In person. It was a declaration. Not of vengeance, but of accountability. A blending of all their methods into one relentless purpose. Silas regarded his son for a long moment, then gave a single, slow nod of approval. The Wraith and the heir were in agreement. The cage had been opened. Now it was time to hunt the beast that had been inside. Chapter 20. The Unmasking. The data was a tsunami, and Eleanor Thorne Vega knew how to surf. Within 12 hours of receiving her copy, Thorne Industries' legal and media apparatus shifted from a state of siege to one of orchestrated annihilation. Strategic leaks to financial regulators froze. Croft's liquid assets. Whispers to rival shipping magnates triggered hostile moves on his companies. The first carefully sourced news story broke in a Wall Street journal, hinting at grave irregularities and possible sanctions violations in Croft Maritime's dealings. The foundation of his public persona began to crack. Detective Vance, working from a new, encrypted laptop in a different safe house, began the meticulous work of turning digital evidence into an indictment. She reached out to a trusted, retired federal prosecutor, a man she'd worked with years ago who was known for his incorruptibility. The case she was building was narrow, focused, and airtight. The murder for hire of David Sterling, with Alistair Croft as the financier and ultimate authorizer. It was a single, sturdy thread, but pulling it, she hoped, would unravel the whole tapestry. But for Kai, Silas, and Kaido, the data was a hunting guide. The files revealed Croft's true vulnerability. He was not a fighter. Faced with the collapse of his empire and the threat of exposure, his protocol was to run to his most fortified bolt hole, a private, fortified compound in the remote Adirondacks, accessible only by air or a single guarded road. A place called the Eyrie. He will go to ground there, Silas said, pointing to the satellite imagery. He will feel safe. He will have a small army of his most loyal guards. He will wait for the storm to pass or for his lawyers to work their magic. Then we go in before the door closes, Kai said, while he's still in transit, or just arrived, before his defenses are fully set. The road is a kill zone, Kaido observed. The airspace is monitored. It is a classic defensive position. We don't use the road or the air, Lily said, her eyes on the topographic maps. She'd been studying them for hours. We use the terrain. The Eyrie is built on a granite outcrop. But here, her finger tapped a point on the map, the western face. It's a sheer cliff, 200 feet. No guards, no sensors, because no one could climb it. No one sane, Vance muttered, looking at the contour lines. Kai studied the cliff face. It was a brutal ascent, but it was a mechanical problem. A sequence of grips, leverages, and holds. A machine made of rock. We can climb it. You can climb it, Silas corrected, his gaze assessing Kai. A small team. 2, maximum. Kaido will lead. You will follow. Raven and I will create a diversion at the main gate, drawing his forces. You will ascend, infiltrate the compound, and secure the target. Secure? Kai asked, wanting clarity. Alistair Croft is to be taken alive, Silas stated, his tone leaving no room for argument. His public disgrace and legal punishment are necessary. His death in the shadows is not. He must answer in the light. It is a sterling way of thinking. He said it not with disdain, but as a tactical parameter. The plan was set. It was audacious, brutal, and simple, while Silas and Raven staged a convincing, noisy assault on the front gate. Kai and Kaido would be spiders on a stone wall, slipping into the eagle's nest from behind. 36 hours later, under the cover of a moonless, overcast night, they were in position. The air in the mountains was knife-cold. Kai, clad in matte black tactical gear, a climbing harness, and gloves, stood at the base of the cliff with Kaido. Above them, the rock face was a monolithic shadow against the slightly lighter sky. It was even more imposing in person. Follow my placements. Do not rush. Do not look down. Your body knows the mechanics. Trust it, Kaido instructed, his voice a bare whisper. Then he began to climb. He moved not like a human, but like water flowing upward, finding invisible seams and cracks, his movements impossibly efficient. Kai followed, his mind emptying of everything but the rock. He felt for holds, tested his weight, pushed and pulled. It was the ultimate diagnosis. Each handhold a component, each move a recalibration. The world shrank to the next 6 inches of granite. The cold, the fear, the ache in his muscles, all became data to be processed and ignored. He climbed in Kaido's ghostly wake, a disciple of stone and silence. It took an hour to scale the 200 feet. At the top, Kaido lay flat on a narrow ledge, peering over. The Ares compound lay before them, a main lodge built of logs and steel, several outbuildings, a helipad. There were guards, but their attention was focused toward the front gate, where the distant, faint sounds of suppressed gunfire and an explosion now echoed. Silas's diversion had begun. Kaido slipped over the lip, a shadow merging with shadows. Kai followed. They moved across the open ground to the rear of the main lodge, using the noise of the distant engagement as cover. Kaido picked a lock on a service entrance with silent, practiced ease. Inside, the lodge was a study in rustic opulence. They moved through a darkened kitchen, then into a grand living area dominated by a massive stone fireplace. The room was empty. A voice, amplified and dripping with contempt, echoed from hidden speakers. I must admit, I'm impressed. The Vega bastard and his foundling. Climbing my cliff. I didn't think you had the spine. Croft. He'd known they were coming. The diversion had been a feint for a feint. Panels in the wood-paneled walls slid open. For guards stepped out, rifles raised. They were not the private security from the gala. These men had the cold, focused look of Special Forces veterans. Mercenaries. Kaido and Kai were exposed in the center of the room. The data was tempting bait, wasn't it? Croft's voice continued. He emerged from a doorway on the mezzanine level, looking down at them, a glass of brandy in his hand. He wore a silk dressing gown. He looked utterly in control. I knew the architect would leak it. I knew the wraith would come hunting. And I knew the sentimental boy would want a face-to-face. So I gave you one. Kai's mind raced. Trap. Diagnose. The guards were the immediate threat. Croft was the objective. The room was the killing box. You killed my father, Kai said, his voice flat, his eyes scanning the guards' stances, their weapon placement. I sanctioned the removal of a problem, Croft corrected, sipping his brandy. A man who threatened a multi-billion-dollar apparatus over a paltry few million. It was business. You, however, you are personal. You are the unwanted union. The mistake. The circle has voted. The Thorn and Vega experiment is to be terminated. Permanently. He nodded to the guards. Kaido moved first, a blur of motion. He threw a small, cylindrical object, not a grenade, but a high-intensity flashbang. It detonated with a concussive crack and a searing white light that filled the room. In the instant of blindness and disorientation, Kai was already moving. He didn't charge the guards. He diagnosed the closest one's position from memory, dropped low, and swept the man's legs. As the guard fell, Kai stripped his rifle and slammed the butt into his temple. He rolled, coming up with the rifle, and fired 2 bursts of the next closest guard center mass. The man went down. Kaido had engaged the other 2 in a silent, deadly ballet of close-quarters combat, disarming one, using the man's body as a shield against the other's fire. It was over in seconds. For elite guards lay dead or incapacitated. The room stank of cordite and blood. Croft stared from the mezzanine, his glass frozen halfway to his lips, his arrogance replaced by stunned terror. He fumbled at his gown, pulling a small, elegant pistol. Kai raised a rifle. "Don't." Croft hesitated, his eyes wild. "You won't shoot. Your father said to take me alive. For the light." He spat the word. "He did." Kai agreed, his finger on the trigger. "But I'm not my father. And you're right. This is personal." He fired. Not at Croft. At the glass in his hand. The crystal exploded, spraying brandy and shards. Croft screamed, dropping the pistol and clutching his bleeding hand. Kaido ascended the stairs. Kaido zip-tied Croft's wrists. Kai stood before the broken man. "You're going to live, Croft," Kai said, his voice like ice. "You're going to sit in a cell. You're going to listen to the evidence against you. And you're going to rot. But first, you're going to give us everything. Every name, every location, every secret the Circle has left. You will do this because if you don't, I will give you to my biological father. And he doesn't believe in cells." The unmasking was complete. The mighty Midas was just a frightened, cruel old man in a bleeding hand and a ruined robe. The power had been an illusion, a gilded cage he'd built for himself, and they just torn the door off. As Kaito dragged the sobbing Croft toward the extraction point, a helicopter Silas had now secured. Kai looked out the window at the first gray light of dawn touching the mountains. The first major head of the Hydra had been captured. But the battle wasn't over. The Circle was wounded, not dead. And somewhere out there, other faces waited in the shadows. Other orders had been given. He had stepped fully into the Convergence now. He was Kai Sterling, mechanic. He was Callian Thorn Vega, heir. And he was something new, a hunter who had looked a monster in the eye and found, beneath the mask, only fear. The war for his soul and for his sister's safety was just entering a new, more dangerous phase. Chapter 21. The Architect's Wrath. The Adirondack dawn was a brutal, beautiful thing, a wash of crimson and gold over the scarred granite peaks. It illuminated the Ares' main lodge like a stage, the harsh light, exposing the blood on the floor, the broken crystal, the lingering smell of violence. In the center of it all, Alistair Croft wept. The powerful, untouchable magnate was gone. In his place was a shivering, handcuffed old man in a stained silk robe, his dignity and defiance shattered by the cold reality of captivity and the threat of being handed to Silas Vega for alternative questioning. Silas had taken charge of the interrogation with the dispassionate efficiency of a surgeon. He'd set up in the lodge's study, a room of dark wood and leather. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. He laid out the facts for Croft. The data was public, his empire was crumbling, his allies were fleeing. His only remaining currency was information. "You will provide the following," Silas stated, his voice a low vibration in the quiet room. He listed names, operational code names, account access protocols, and locations of Black sites. In return, you will be remanded to federal custody. You will have a lawyer. You will face the light of day in a courtroom. It is more than you offered David Sterling. Croft, broken and pragmatic to his core, talked. He gave up everything. Over the next 4 hours, a torrent of intelligence flowed out of him, recorded and cross-referenced by Lily on a secured laptop. It was a directory of the Circle's American operations, a map of its remaining power. Kaido and Raven secured the perimeter, ensuring no counterassault from Croft's remaining men, who had fled after the firefight. Kai stood watch, his body humming with leftover adrenaline, his eyes on the tree line. He watched Silas work. This was his biological father in his element, a force of pure, focused will, extracting the marrow of secrets from the bone of a broken enemy. There was no cruelty in it, no pleasure. It was a transaction. It was unsettlingly professional. As the sun climbed, a distinctive thrumming beat the air. A black, unmarked executive helicopter settled on the Ares pad. Not Silas's extraction bird. This one was sleeker, corporate. The side door opened, and a woman in a perfectly tailored pantsuit and trench coat stepped out, flanked by two severe-looking individuals who were clearly security, not soldiers. Eleanor Thornvega had come to the battlefield. She walked into the lodge, her gaze sweeping over the scene of the fight with a single, analytical glance, registering the bullet holes, the bloodstains, the captured enemy. Her eyes found Kai. For a fraction of a second, the architect's mask slipped. He saw a wave of relief, so profound it seemed to weaken her knees, followed immediately by a blaze of fury. Not at him, but at the world that had forced him here. Then her mask reset, cool and impenetrable. She nodded to him, a bare acknowledgement, then turned her attention to Silas, who had emerged from the study. "The asset is compliant?" she asked, her voice crisp in the morning air. "He is," Silas replied. "The data stream is substantial. Your people can have the financial and political nodes. The operational targets are mine." "Agreed." She gestured to one of her aides, who entered the study with a briefcase, likely containing a more sophisticated data extraction kit. "I have already initiated Phase 3. Croft Maritime's stock has been halted. The SEC and 3 European regulatory bodies are raiding his offices as we speak. The narrative is one of a rogue billionaire, a solitary bad apple. It contains the damage to the broader financial system and isolates the circle's legitimate investments. A containment strategy," Silas noted, with what might have been a hint of disdain. "A necessary one," Eleanor shot back. "We collapse the entire edifice. We risk a global panic that benefits no one but other predators. We excise the tumor carefully." Her eyes flicked to Kai again. "And we protect our own." It was the first time she had included him in that word. Our own. Lily came out of the study, the laptop under her arm. She stopped when she saw Eleanor. The two women regarded each other across the room, the heiress to a throne of gold and the daughter of a custodian, bound by love for the same brother. "You must be Lily," Eleanor said, her tone softening incrementally. "Your analysis of the financial trails was exceptional. You have your father's eye for detail." "Which father?" Lily asked, her voice neutral, neither hostile nor welcoming. Eleanor didn't flinch. "David Sterling, a remarkable man. I owe him a debt I can never repay." She meant it. The raw sincerity in her voice was unmistakable. "The identity and resources I promised you are ready. A studio in Paris, a trust fund, a new life. The offer stands." Lily shook her head. "My life is here, with my brother. We're not finished." A faint, sad smile touched Eleanor's lips. "No, I suppose you aren't." She turned back to the broader room. "We have a narrow window. The Circle's leadership, what remains of it, will be in crisis. They will either scatter and hide, or they will lash out. We must force the latter. We must make them desperate, and then we must be ready." "How?" Kai asked, speaking for the first time. Eleanor's gaze was like a physical weight. "We take their money. All of it. The data Croft is providing includes the access codes for the central holding accounts, the war chest. It's distributed, encrypted, and booby-trapped, but with the codes and with Lily's evident skills, we can drain it. We turn their own wealth against them. We fund the agencies hunting them. We compensate their victims. We bankroll the rebuilding of everything they've corrupted. We don't just destroy their power. We repurpose it." It was a breathtakingly ambitious, utterly ruthless plan. It was the wrath of the architect, not just a defeat, but to disassemble and rebuild in her own image. Silas considered her. For a moment, the decades of separation, of parallel wars, hung between them. The operational leadership will not sit idle while you steal their treasury. They will come for you, and for him. You meant Kai. I'm counting on it, Eleanor said, her voice dropping to a deadly whisper. Let them come into the light. Let them try to strike at Thorn Tower and my homes at my son. Every move they make will expose another thread, and you will be there to cut it. It was a convergence of strategy and slaughter. Eleanor would be the glittering, unbreakable anvil. Silas would be the hammer in the shadows. Kai felt the plans settle around him. He was to be the bait, the symbol, the living proof of the union they feared. He looked at Lily, who gave him a tight, determined nod. They were both in it, all the way. Then we should get to work, Kai said. Eleanor's security team took custody of a broken Croft, leading him to the helicopter for transport to a federal holding facility Vance had helped arrange. As the helicopter lifted off, Eleanor paused before boarding. She looked at Silas, 1,000 words passing in a single glance. Regret, resolve, a shared, ferocious purpose. Then she turned to Kai. She reached out, as if to touch his face, but stopped herself, her hand curling into a fist at her side. You climbed a cliff. You faced a monster. You did not break. She swallowed. I'm so sorry it came to this. But I'm also proud. She turned and boarded the helicopter before he could respond. The aircraft rose and sped away toward the city. Silas watched it go, then looked at Kai. Her wrath is a storm. It will cleanse or it will drown. We must ensure we are not caught in the flood. He nodded to Kaido. Prepare move. The Circle's money dies today, and then their soldiers will come. As they gathered their gear, Lily pulled up the first of the account matrices on her laptop, her fingers flying across the keys. The architect's wrath had been unleashed. The final, desperate phase of the war had begun. Chapter 22, The Sister's Gambit. The money died quietly, in a blizzard of ones and zeros. From a new, hyper-secure mobile command center, a converted armored truck provided by Silas's network, Lily executed Eleanor's plan. With Croft's access codes and her own burgeoning skill, she became a digital Robin Hood. She didn't just steal, she transmuted. Vast sums were diverted from Circle accounts into escrow funds controlled by the Thorn Foundation's legal arm, earmarked for restitution and investigation. Other chunks were funneled into the accounts of law enforcement task forces in a dozen countries, anonymously funding the very agencies hunting the Circle. She moved with a cool precision that left Kaido watching over her shoulder with something akin to awe. The last major liquidity pool is dissolving, Lily reported, her eyes glued to 3 screens. They're catching on. They're trying to move what's left, but I'm locking them out. It's like watching an animal chew its own leg off in a trap. Kai stood by a monitor showing a global map, red dots blinking out one by one as accounts were frozen or drained. How long until they realized the source? They already know it's an inside job using Croft's credentials, Silas said from the driver's compartment, his eyes on the road. They will trace the digital signatures to this location soon. We will be mobile, but their response will not be digital. The response was more primitive and more brutal than they anticipated. The Circle, hemorrhaging money and with its leadership in disarray, did not come for them directly. They went for the perceived weakest link, the emotional center of gravity, Lily. They tracked the armored truck's emissions, its pattern of movement. They set an ambush not with hackers, but with a construction site heist in broad daylight. As the truck passed through a zone of stalled traffic near a high-rise development, a crane operator paid a king's ransom, swung his load of I-beams directly at the vehicle. Kaido, driving, saw it a second before impact. He yanked the wheel, swerving the heavy truck onto the sidewalk, shearing through light poles. The massive steel beam crashed onto the road behind them. Missing by feet, crushing 2 civilian cars. Chaos erupted. People screamed. Traffic locked. "We're pinned," Kaido barked. Silas was already moving. "Out!" Dispersal patterned Charlie. They burst from the truck's rear doors into the pandemonium. Silas and Kaido melted into the crowd, drawing the attention of the first wave of circle-foot soldiers who were moving in, disguised as construction workers. "Kai, Lily, that way." Silas pointed down a service alley. "Rendezvous at Point Delta." "Go!" Kai grabbed Lily's hand and ran. They ducked into the alley, sprinting past dumpsters. At the far end, 2 more men in work vests waited, blocking the exit. They carried compact submachine guns under their jackets. Kai shoved Lily behind a dumpster. "Stay down." He drew his pistol. 2 shots echoed in the narrow space. One man fell. The other returned fire, rounds pinging off the brick around Kai. He was pinned. Then, from behind the gunman, a city sanitation truck turned into the alley entrance, its grinding whine deafening. The gunman glanced back, distracted. Lily saw her chance. She didn't have a weapon, but she had her bag, and in it, the tools of her old life. She pulled out a can of high-quality artist's fixative spray, a volatile, flammable aerosol, and a lighter from a cafe. "Kai, cover your eyes," she yelled. She lit the lighter, held the can in front of the flame, and sprayed. A jet of fire, 6 feet long, shot across the alley. It didn't hit the gunman, but it engulfed the dumpster next to him in a whoosh of flame and black smoke. The gunman recoiled in shock and terror, batting its sparks on his clothes. Kai didn't hesitate. He rushed from cover, closing the distance. He disarmed the stunned man with a sharp blow to the wrist, then drove a knee into his gut. The man folded. He finished him with a sap to the temple. The sanitation truck driver, seeing the fire and the fight, slammed his vehicle in reverse and fled. The alley was filled with acrid smoke. Lily stood, the empty can and lighter in her hands, her face smudged with soot, her eyes wide. She hadn't hurt anyone. She'd created chaos, a distraction, using the tools she knew. It was a gambit born of an artist's imagination and a survivor's will. Kai stared at her, a new respect dawning. She wasn't just being protected. She was protecting. "Let's go," he said, taking her hand again. They fled the alley, emerging onto a busy cross street. They blended into the crowd, moving fast, but not running. Just 2 more startled citizens fleeing the construction accident. They made it to Point Delta, a prearranged safe location, a 24-hour laundromat in a nondescript neighborhood. 20 minutes later, Silas and Kaido arrived separately. Unscathed, they had eliminated their pursuers and covered their tracks. In the back room of the laundromat, owned by a Vega Network contact, they regrouped. "The attack was a failure, but it confirms their strategy," Silas said, his voice like ground glass. "They will continue to target Lily. They see her as the vulnerable point, the non-combatant. They are wrong, but their error makes her the focus." Lily lifted her chin. "Then we use that. They think I'm weak. Let them think it. We can use me as bait." "No," Kai and Silas said in unison. "It's the logical move," Lily insisted, her voice calm. "If they're fixated on me, we can control the narrative. We can draw them into a trap of our own. You said we need to decapitate the remaining leadership. What better way to draw them out than with the prize they think will break Kai?" Kaido spoke, his tone analytical. "It is a sound tactic, but the risk to the asset is extreme." "I'm not an asset," Lily said, her gaze sweeping over them all. "I'm Lily Sterling, and I'm tired of being the thing everyone has to protect. I want to be the thing they fear." She looked at Silas. "You have safe houses. You have ways to make things look real. Set up a scenario where I appear to be isolated and vulnerable, but wire the whole place to the ceiling. When they come for me, we take them all." Silas studied her. He saw Maria Sterling's fire and David Sterling's strategic mind. He saw a new kind of operative, one who fought with perception and nerve, not just a gun. He gave a slow, approving nod. "We will need the architect's resources to make the illusion flawless." a visible but seemingly secret location, leaked intelligence, a perceived security flaw. He looked at Kai. You will hate this. Kai did. Every instinct screamed against using his sister as bait. But he also saw the cold logic. He saw the determination in Lily's eyes. She had just created a firestorm with a spray can. She was capable, and she was right. The Circle's obsession with her was a weakness they could exploit. We do it, Kai said, the words bitter in his mouth. But we control every variable. And I am the trap. Not just you. The sisters' gambit was set. They would dangle the jewel before the serpent. And when it struck, they would cut off its head. Chapter 23. The Dirge. The safe house was a masterpiece of deception. Eleanor Thornvega, once briefed, had deployed her formidable resources. They used a luxurious but discreet waterfront condo, owned by a Thorn subsidiary, one that had been quietly listed for sale. The story, carefully leaked through corrupted channels the Circle monitored, was that a high-value familial asset of the Thorns was being hidden there under light guard after the traumatic construction site incident. The security was visibly present but deliberately thin, a flaw that would scream opportunity to a desperate enemy. Inside, the condo was a fortress wrapped in a silk bough. Lily lived there openly, visible on the balcony, lights on at night. Hidden in the walls and ceilings were enough sensors, cameras, and non-lethal countermeasures to stop a small army. Kai was embedded in the adjacent condo, separated by a wall that could be blown open in seconds. Silas, Kaito, and Raven formed a tight perimeter, ghosts in the surrounding buildings and on the water. Vance monitored all police and emergency bands from a van a mile away, ready to intercept any official response. They waited. The tension was a living thing, thick in the air. The Circle took the bait, but not in the way they expected. Their remaining leadership, a cabal of three known only by the codenames Harpy, Scylla, and Charybdis, did not send a full assault team. They were too cunning for that. They sent a single, perfect weapon, a woman known as Dirge. Dirge was not a soldier. She was an artist of demise. Her specialty was psychological destruction and natural causes. She worked through poison, subtle sabotage, and masterful social manipulation. Her directive: infiltrate the safe house, befriend or subdue the target, and extract her quietly, or failing that, administer a toxin that would induce a catastrophic, untraceable stroke. The goal was not a loud kidnapping, but a silent vanishing that would leave Kai and Silas unmoored and reckless with grief. She arrived as Anya, the new building concierge, replacing the usual one who had suddenly taken a paid vacation. She was charming, efficient, and unremarkable. She brought Lily a welcoming fruit basket one evening, personally. The basket, like the woman, was flawless. Lily, playing her part as a sheltered, nervous heiress, accepted it graciously. But her artist's eye, trained to see the subtle tells of a subject, noticed something: Anya's shoes. They were expensive, fashionable flats, but the soles were too clean for someone who supposedly spent all day on her feet in a bustling building. And her hands, while well manicured, had a strength in the fingers that spoke of rigorous training, not paperwork. Lily didn't raise an alarm. She played along. She thanked Anya, put the fruit in the kitchen, and immediately sealed the entire basket in a heavy-duty trash bag, suspecting pesticidal or chemical agents on the skin. She then sent a coded text to the team: concierge is wrong. Proceeding with caution. The message changed everything. Silas called off the planned heavy response. She is a scalpel, not a hammer. This is an opportunity. Let her play. Lily, you must engage. Draw her in. Reveal her plan. For the next 2 days, Lily and Anya danced a delicate minuet. Lily asked for small favors: extra towels, a recommendation for a quiet cafe. Each interaction was a probe. Lily portrayed a young woman bored, lonely, and slightly paranoid about her safety. Anya was the sympathetic ear, the discreet professional. Finally, Anya made her move. She mentioned offhandedly that the building's internal security system was undergoing a mandatory update that night. There would be a brief 10-minute window where the cameras and door sensors on the residential floors would be offline. A vulnerability. It was a trap within a trap. Dirge was offering Lily a chance to escape her gilded cage, to meet a fictitious contact who could help her, playing on her supposed loneliness and fear. The plan was clearly to get Lily to leave the condo voluntarily, to walk into a waiting vehicle or a quiet stairwell where she could be taken. Lily reported the offer. Silas's response was immediate. Accept. We will be the shadow on her shadow. We take her alive. She will have direct knowledge of the inner council. That night, at the appointed time, Lily left her condo, a small backpack slung over her shoulder, playing the part of a fleeing girl. The hallway was empty, the camera lights dark. She walked toward the stairwell door Anya had suggested. Dirge was there, waiting, her friendly concierge smile, now a predator's calm grin. Good. You're smarter than they think. Come, the car is in the service basement. Lily followed her into the stairwell. The moment the door swung shut, Dirge moved, a hypodermic needle appearing in her hand like magic. Lily was ready. She didn't fight the needle. She let Dirge grab her arm, but at the last second, she twisted, using the move Kaido had taught her to break a wrist lock. The needle clattered down the stairs. Dirge was startled for only a second. She lashed out, her hand chopping toward Lily's throat. Lily ducked, the blow grazing her shoulder, sending a bolt of pain down her arm. She wasn't a fighter, but she was agile and she knew this stairwell. They'd mapped every inch. She kicked out, not at Dirge, but at the fire alarm box on the wall. A deafening, piercing alarm shrieked through the enclosed space, flashing lights strobing. Dirge cursed, her plan for a quiet snatch ruined. She drew a small, wicked-looking ceramic knife. Fine, we do this the messy way. Before she could lunge, the door above them burst open. Kai descended like a thunderclap. He didn't engage in a duel. He threw a heavy fire extinguisher, pulled from its bracket, down the stairs. It slammed into Dirge's legs, knocking her off balance. In that moment, Kaido appeared from the landing below, a taser in hand. The probes hit Dirge in the back. She convulsed and dropped, the knife skittering away. It was over in seconds. They bundled the paralyzed assassin into a service elevator, down to the basement where a van waited. Within 3 minutes, they were gone, the fire alarm silenced by Raven, who had taken over the building's security room. In the back of the van, Dirge, her real name was Alara Voss, regained consciousness to find herself bound and facing Silas Vega, Kai, and Lily. The fear in her eyes was immediate and profound. She knew who Silas was. Harpy, Scylla, Charybdis, Silas said, his voice devoid of all warmth. Locations. Protocols. Now, Voss tried to resist, to hold to her professional pride. But Silas, with Kai and Lily watching, didn't torture her. He simply showed her the data on a tablet. The drain accounts, the arrested associates, the public ruin of Croft. He showed her that the circle was a corpse still twitching. Your employers are bankrupt, hunted, and terrified, Silas said. Your contract is void. Your only value is the information in your head. Give it, and you will disappear into a new life. Hold it, and you will disappear into a hole so deep, even I will forget you. Faced with the desolate truth and the terrifying certainty of Silas's promise, Voss broke. She gave them what they needed, the location of Summit. The 3 remaining heads of the North American Circle, believing the operation to extract the Sterling girl was underway, were gathering at a private medical clinic they owned in upstate New York to manage the fallout and plan their next move. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, all 3 in one lightly defended location. The dirge had been meant to sing a song of grief for Lily Sterling. Instead, She had led them to the heart of the beast. As they sped toward a new safe house to plan the final strike, Kai looked at Lily, who was rubbing her sore shoulder, her face alive with a fierce, bright triumph. She had faced a professional assassin and won. She had been the bait, the trap, and the key. The sisters' gambit had not just worked, it had handed them the endgame. The final convergence was at hand. Chapter 24, The Calm Before. The safe house was a different kind of quiet. Not the tense, waiting quiet of the waterfront condo, but the focused, humming quiet of a forge before the final strike. The intelligence. From Alara Voss, Dirge was a gift of staggering value. The three remaining leaders of the North American Corinthian Circle, the Hydra's heads, would be gathered in one place for a 6-hour window. The clinic, a private, discreet facility nestled in the wooded hills of the Hudson Valley, was a place for the elite to disappear for cosmetic procedures or addiction treatment. It was also the Circle's emergency command center, lightly staffed but equipped with a panic room and a single helicopter pad. Silas, Kaido, and Raven pored over the schematics, planning the assault with the precision of a Swiss watch. The plan was simple, brutal, and Vega to its core, a three-pronged, simultaneous breach at 3 a.m., the hour of deepest sleep. Silas would lead the team to secure the perimeter and neutralize the guards. Kaido and Raven would breach the main building and clear to the secure conference room where the triumvirate would be. Kai's role was clear and critical. He would be with Kaido's team, his job to secure and contain the targets. Alive. Harpy, Scylla, and Charybdis are not fighters, Silas said, tapping the faces on the screen. 2 men and 1 woman, all in their 60s, faces from society pages and corporate boards. They are administrators of evil. They will have panic buttons. They may have a single, dedicated protector in the room. Your priority is to disable that protector and isolate the 3. Silas gave a faint, almost imperceptible nod. When this is over, the world will need people who can operate in the light with a clear memory of the dark. Do not lose that memory. Detective. He left her to her work. He found Kaido in the gear room, performing a final function. Check on a suppressed MP5K. The boy is ready, Kaido said without looking up. He is not a boy, Silas replied. No, he is not. But he is not yet what he will be. Tonight will decide that. Silas watched his most trusted operative, a man who had been more of a son to him in the world of shadows than his own blood had ever been. And you? What will you do when this cell is closed? Kaido finally looked up, his dark eyes unreadable. The war does not end. There are other cells, other circles. My function remains. He paused. But perhaps my assignment changes. The foundling and his sister will require Sentinel, if you will allow it. Silas felt a complicated pang. It was the right move, the necessary move, but it felt like a passing of a torch he'd never truly held. I will allow it. They are guard at 10 o'clock, 15 feet, armed with an MP5. Body armor. I can take him, Kai said, his voice low. Silas looked at him, then nodded. Non letal. We need the door open. Kai drew the compact taser from his thigh rig. He took a breath, then pushed the door open and stepped into the hallway, moving with a casual stride as if he belonged. The guard looked up from his phone, his expression shifting from boredom to confusion to alarm in a second. Hey, you can't. Kai feared. The taser probes hit the guard's center mass. He convulsed and dropped his weapon clattering. Kaido was already there, catching the man's head before it hit the floor, applying a sedative patch to his neck. Guard neutralized. No alarm. They moved to the conference room door. Heavy, polished wood. Silas placed a small, putty-like charge around the electronic lock. Breach in 3, 2, 1. A muffled crump. The door swung inward. The scene inside was one of stunned, privileged panic. 3 well-dressed elders sat around a table littered with papers and empty coffee cups. A 4th man, younger, with the coiled stance of a close protection agent, stood behind the woman. He was already moving, reaching under his jacket. "Gun!" Kaido shouted. Raven fired first, a single, suppressed round that took the protector in the shoulder, spinning him. Silas's shot was a fraction later, hitting the man's thigh. He went down, weapon skidding across the floor. The three leaders froze, their faces masks of utter shock. They were people who gave orders that ended lives in other zip codes. They had never seen the violence up close. "Hands on the table. Now!" Kai barked, his pistol sweeping the room. They complied, trembling. The woman, Harpy, Genevieve Ross, a former ambassador, began to cry silently. The two men, Scylla, Charles Whitlock's former boss, a banking heir named Arthur Lang, and Charybdis, a retired judge named Harold Finch, just stared, pallid. "You're making a catastrophic mistake." Finch, the judge, blustered, trying to reclaim authority. "You have no idea who you're dealing with." "We know exactly who we're dealing with," Kai said, stepping forward. He looked at each of them, imprinting their faces, these authors of his misery. "You're the committee that voted to murder my father, David Sterling. You called it Umbra. You call my family ambient fallout." His voice was cold, flat, leaving no room for argument. The color drained from Lang's face. "You are the Sterling boy. The foundling," Ross whispered, the code name a curse on her lips. Silas moved to the protector, securing him with zip ties and a field dressing. "The clinic is secure. We have 8 minutes." Kaido and Raven began swiftly collecting every document, every laptop, every phone in the room, stuffing them into evidence bags. Kai stood over the three. The cold fury inside him was a glacier, grinding and immense. He wanted to scream. He wanted to make them feel a fraction of the terror and pain they had dealt. He saw his father's burning truck, his mother's shattered face. He raised his pistol. Finch flinched, closing his eyes. Ross sobbed. "Gah." Silas's voice was calm from behind him. "The mission parameters. Alive. They must answer in the light. David Sterling's way. The harder way." Kai's hand trembled. The weight of the tool was immense. He saw Lily's face in his mind. "We are not them." He lowered the pistol. He took out 3 zip ties instead. "Turn around. Hands behind your backs." They complied, defeated. As he secured Lang's wrists, the man muttered, "You think this changes anything? There are others. The circle is an idea. You can't kill an idea." "Maybe not," Kai said, tightening the tie. "But we can jail its ambassadors. And we can make its funding disappear. And we can make sure everyone knows its name." He leaned close. "You're not an idea. You're just an old man who's going to die in a concrete box. That's your legacy." The words, delivered with flat finality, broke the last of Lang's defiance. He sagged. "Time," Kaido said. 5 minutes. "Move them out," Silas ordered. They hauled the 3 captives and the wounded protector to their feet and moved them into the hallway toward the service stairs. They were a pathetic procession, the mighty, brought low, stumbling in their expensive shoes. They were on the second floor landing when Lily's voice, sharp with urgency, cut through their calms. "Gah." Movement. A black SUV just tore through the front gate. No lights. It's heading straight for the clinic. It wasn't on any schedule. "Contingency response," Silas said, his voice hardening. They had a silent alarm. "We missed." "Kaido, take the packages out the back. Raven with him. Kai with me. We delay." "No," Kai said. "I'm with you." There was no time to argue. Kaido and Raven pushed the prisoners down the stairs toward the service exit. Silas and Kai turned, heading back up to the 3rd floor to cover the retreat. They reached the main hallway window overlooking the front drive, just as the SUV screeched to a halt. 4 men in tactical gear poured out, moving with professional speed. Reinforcements, not clinic security. Circle cleanup crew. 2 minutes until they're inside, Silas said, raising his rifle. We give Kaido one. The lead man reached the clinic's main doors. Silas fired. The round shattered the glass door in front of the man, spraying him with fragments. The team scattered, taking cover behind the SUV. Gunfire erupted, rounds peppering the building's facade below them. Suppressed, but not silent. The quiet night was shattered. Lily, police response? Kai asked, firing a covering burst to keep the men pinned. Local sheriff is mobilizing. ETA, 8 minutes. But Vance is intercepting their comms. Someone just called them off. The circle owns them. You have no backup coming. Of course. The assault team below regrouped, laying down heavier fire. A round punched through the window above Kai's head, showering him with glass. Kaido, status? Silas barked. Packages loaded. Moving. 30 seconds to clear the woods. We need to go, Kai said. Now, Silas agreed. They broke from the window, running back for the service stairs. As they reached the door, the main stairwell at the other end of the hall crashed open. 2 of the assaulters had entered and flanked them. Kai and Silas dove into the service stairwell as rounds chewed up the doorframe. They sprinted down the stairs. They're in the building. Kai yelled into the comms. Exiting now. Kaido's voice was strained. Vehicle is hot. Go to alternate exfil. Meet at Point Omega. Alternate exfil. The helicopter pad on the roof. It was a risk, but the ground was being cut off. Up, Silas commanded, changing direction. They turned and pounded back up the stairs, past the 3rd floor, to a door marked roof access. Silas blew the lock. They burst out onto the flat, tarred roof. The night air was cool and clean after the smell of gunpowder and fear. The helicopter, a sleek, unmarked Bell 407, sat dormant. Can you fly it? Kai asked, already knowing the answer. I can, Silas said, moving to the cockpit. He didn't start the engine. He began flipping switches, prepping the systems. They will be on the roof in less than a minute. Hold that door. Kai took position behind an HVAC unit, rifle trained on the roof access door. He could hear the pounding of boots on the stairs below. Lily, we're on the roof. Going for the bird. What's our sit rep? The assault team is splitting. 2 are coming up to you. The other 2 are circling the building, probably heading for the back where Kaido was. Kaido is away, clean. Police are standing down. You're on your own. The roof door flew open. A grenade, a flashbang, rolled out. Flash! Kai yelled, ducking behind the unit and squeezing his eyes shut. The world exploded in white light and concussive noise even through his hands and eyelids. Disoriented, he forced his eyes open, blinking against the afterimages. A figure charged through the door. Kai fired blind, a 3-round burst. The figure stumbled, hit in the leg. The second man appeared, aiming. A shot rang out from the helicopter. Not from a rifle. A pistol. Silas, leaning out of the cockpit, fired a single precise round. The second assaulter dropped. The first man was crawling, trying to bring his weapon to bear. Kai shot him again, center mass. He went still. Engine's hot. Get in. Silas shouted. Kai ran for the helicopter, ducking under the spinning rotors that were beginning to whirl with gathering speed. He dove into the passenger seat. Silas pulled collective, and the Bell lurched into the air just as 2 more figures emerged onto the roof, firing wildly. Rounds sparked off the landing skids. Then they were up, climbing, turning away from the clinic, the lights shrinking below them, the gunfire fading into the roar of the engine. In the sudden, vibrating quiet of the cabin, Kai slumped back, his heart hammering against his ribs. He looked over at Silas, who was guiding the helicopter with calm, certain hands into the dark blanket of the night. They had done it. The heads of the beast were captured, but the cost of the clinic was written in the adrenaline in his veins and the ringing in his ears. They had survived. Again, the circle was broken. Now, they had to survive the aftermath. Chapter 26, The Reckoning. The safe house after the clinic was a world away from the quiet before the storm. It hummed with a frenetic, victorious energy. Kaido and Raven had arrived with the 3 prisoners and the wounded protector, who was now sedated in a locked room. The Prisoners themselves sat in sullen, terrified silence in the basement, guarded by two of Silas's most stone-faced operatives. Lily and Vance were the epicenter of the activity, cataloging the mountain of evidence. Pulled from the conference room. Laptops were being decrypted, documents scanned, and uploaded to secure clouds. The sheer volume of proof was overwhelming. Ledgers of bribes reaching into the halls of Congress, kill orders, plans for corporate takeovers, blackmail files on public figures. It was the autopsy of a shadow state. Eleanor Thorne Vega arrived via helicopter at dawn, her presence like a cold front. Sweeping in, she went directly to the evidence, her aides trailing her like scribes. For an hour, she pored over the data, her expression growing grimmer and more satisfied with each passing minute. "This is not just a victory," she finally said, looking up at the assembled group, Silas, Kai, Lily, Kaido, Vance. "This is a weapon of mass disruption. We will not simply prosecute 3 individuals. We will dismantle an ecosystem." She turned to Vance. "Detective, you have your case, but you will not take it to your local DA. You will take it, with my full backing and legal team, to the Attorney General of the United States and the directors of the FBI and SEC. This is now a federal matter of the highest priority." Vance nodded, her eyes wide with the scale of it. "I'll need to go to D.C. You will. Today. My jet is waiting. You will be accompanied by my chief counsel and a security detail. Your safety and the integrity of this evidence are paramount." It was a coronation for Mara Vance, a return from the wilderness of a fugitive to the center of the most important case of the century. She looked at Kai and Lily, 1,000 words in her eyes, gratitude, apology, determination. "I'll make it stick," she promised. "For David and Maria. For all of it." She left with Eleanor's people, carrying the physical evidence and digital copies. When she was gone, the room felt different. Lighter, but also emptier. The ally from the world of light was returning to it, to wage their war with subpoenas and press conferences. Eleanor turned her focus to Silas. "The operational targets from this data, the remaining enforcers, the corrupt officials overseas, they are yours. I assume you have already begun." "I have," Silas said. "Assets are moving as we speak. Within 72 hours, the Circle's ability to project violent force will be extinguished." "Good." She finally looked at Kai and Lily, really looked at them, taking in their tired faces the cuts and bruises from the night's work. "And you, what do you want?" The question hung in the air. It was the first time anyone had asked them what they wanted since their parents died. Lily spoke first. "I want to finish my degree. In art. Somewhere safe. And I want access to the Thorne Foundation's archives. I want to help track the money, find where it was meant to go, and make sure it gets there. To the community centers, the hospitals, the scholarships. I want to fix what they broke." Eleanor's eyes glistened. "Done. You will have a seat on the Foundation's oversight board, if you wish it, in a studio anywhere in the world." Lily shook her head. "Not a board seat. Just access. And the studio, maybe later. For now, I think I'll stay close to home." She looked at Kai. All eyes turned to him. He felt the weight of his 2 legacies, the pull of 2 worlds. The quiet, honest life of a Sterling was gone. The ruthless, shadowed life of a Vega was a suit that didn't quite fit. The gilded, powerful life of a Thorne was a cage. "I don't know what I want," he said truthfully, "but I know what I don't want. I don't want to hide anymore. And I don't want to be a weapon in someone else's war." He looked at Silas, then at Eleanor. "You gave me up to protect me. I understand that. But in doing that, you gave me a different family. A family that taught me what honor is. That's the legacy I choose to carry. David and Maria, Sterling's legacy. So I'll fight, but I'll fight on my terms. For people like them. Not for empires or shadows." Silas regarded him, his expression unreadable. Then he did something extraordinary. He gave a single, slow nod of respect. A third way, he said, echoing Kai's earlier words to Lily. It is the hardest path, but it is yours. Eleanor's composure finally broke. A single tear traced a path through her perfect makeup. You are your father's son, she whispered. Both of them. She straightened, regaining control. Then we will build a structure to support that path. A new entity. Officially, a high-security consulting firm within the Thorn Group. Privately, a place where you, with the resources of the Thorn legacy and the operational expertise of the Vega network, can choose your battles. To protect the honest from the corrupt. 2. Finish the work David Sterling started. You will answer to no one but your own conscience. It was an offer beyond imagining. A chance to forge something new from the ashes of the old. And Kaido? Kai asked. If he accepts, he will be your operational chief, Silas said. Your sentinel. Kaido bowed his head slightly in agreement. Kai looked at Lily. She smiled, a real, hopeful smile for the first time in months. She nodded. Then we accept, Kai said. There was one last piece of business. The prisoners in the basement. Eleanor insisted they be processed through the federal system. Vance was now kickstarting. Their public trials will be the final nail in the Circle's coffin. But Silas requested, and was granted, 5 minutes alone with them before they were transferred. Kai, curious and wary, followed him to the basement door, listening from the hall. He didn't hear shouts or threats. He heard Silas's voice, low and calm, stating simple facts. He listed the names of every operative, every fixer, every corrupt official whose name had been in the data, and what had happened to them. He spoke of accounts frozen, reputations ruined, lives ended. He was reading them the obituary of their life's work. When he finished, there was only the sound of ragged, terrified breathing. Silas emerged, his face impassive. He saw Kai and paused. Justice is not always a courtroom, he said softly. Sometimes it is the certain knowledge that your world is gone, and you are alone in the dark. They will have both. Kulme, let us plan the future. Weeks later, the world was a different place. The arrests of Genevieve Ross, Arthur Lang, and Harold Finch made international headlines, linked to a sprawling conspiracy of murder, corruption, and financial fraud. The Thorn Foundation grant scandal was the story of the year, but Eleanor skillfully managed the narrative, positioning the foundation as the victim of a sophisticated infiltration, now leading the charge for reform. Captain Miller was arrested. Senator Ryland resigned in disgrace. Mara Vance was hailed as a hero, the dogged detective who broke the case wide open. She was offered a promotion to a federal task force dedicated to fighting organized corruption. She took it. Lily Sterling enrolled in a prestigious art school under a slightly altered name, with a discreet security detail. She also spent hours each week in a secure Thorn data hub, working with forensic accountants to track and return stolen funds. She was healing in her way. Kai Sterling stood on the rooftop garden of a sleek, new building in the city, officially the headquarters of Sterling Consulting Group, a Thorn subsidiary. Unofficially, it was his home, his sister's home, and their base of operations. Kaido had an office down the hall. Raven was head of security. The war was not over. There were other circles, other shadows, but the one that had killed his parents was ashes. He felt a presence beside him. Silas Vega, dressed in a dark suit, looking out over the city. You're leaving, Kai said. It wasn't a question. The world is large. There are other fires. My work continues. Silas looked at him. Your work is here. Building something. Guarding something. It is good work. There was no hug, no emotional farewell. But there was a recognition, man to man, heir to legend. Thank you, Kai said, for the tools, for the truth. Silas nodded. You earned them. He turned to go, then stopped. The man who raised you, he would be proud. Of both of you. Then he was gone, a ghost dissolving into the daylight. Kai stood alone as the sun set, painting the sky in colors of fire and gold. He was an orphan twice over. a brother, a son to memories, a student of ghosts and architects. He was Kai Sterling, and his story, the story that began with the weight of wrenches and the smell of motor oil, was just beginning. He had a legacy to honor, a sister to protect, and a new kind of war to wage, one fought in the gray spaces between shadow and light, on his own terms. The reckoning was over. The rebuilding had begun. Chapter 27, Ashes to Ashes. The first funerals were for strangers. Kai stood at the edge of a windswept cemetery in Brookhaven, watching from a distance as a small crowd gathered around two adjacent graves. David and Maria Sterling were being laid to rest with full honors, their caskets draped with the flags of the community center in the city, a gesture arranged by a now vindicated and newly powerful Detective Mara Vance. The mayor spoke. The police chief saluted. Lily stood at the front, dressed in simple black, accepting condolences from neighbors whose faces were a blur of pity and respect. Kai did not join her. He wore a baseball cap and sunglasses, leaning against an old oak tree 50 yards away. His presence, even anonymous, felt like a trespass. The people here were mourning David and Maria Sterling, the custodian and the gardener, the PDA parents. They weren't mourning the adoptive parents of a biological heir to a shadow war. Their grief was pure, uncomplicated by the truths Kai now carried. He would not poison it with his presence. He watched Lily. She stood straight, her face pale but composed. She shook hands, nodded, accepted hugs. She was playing her part, giving their parents the farewell they deserved in the world they had known. He felt a surge of fierce, aching pride for her. As the crowd began to disperse, Lily glanced toward his tree. She gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. A private signal. I see you. I understand. Later, at the new apartment, a spacious, secure penthouse that was part of the Sterling Consulting cover, Lily removed her black dress and mechanically made tea. The silence between them was heavy, but not uncomfortable. It was the silence of shared exhaustion. The headstone, Lily said, her voice quiet in the sleek kitchen. It says beloved parents. It doesn't say adoptive. I made sure. Kai nodded, his throat tight. They were. I know. She sipped her tea. I saw Mrs. Henderson from next door. She asked about you. I said you were working out of state, too broken up to come. She cried. They all loved him. Loved them. The simplicity of that love was a weapon against the darkness they'd been steeped in. It was a reminder of what they were fighting for, not just against. The second funeral was held in absolute secrecy, in a private chapel on the grounds of a Thorne-owned estate. Only 4 people attended: Kai, Lily, Eleanor, and Silas. It was for the identities they had lost. Before a small, unadorned altar, they placed symbolic items. Kai laid down a greasy, worn shop rag from Sterling Auto. Lily placed a set of paint-stained brushes. Eleanor, after a long hesitation, placed a single, flawless white rose, a symbol of the innocence she had tried and failed to give her son. Silas placed nothing, but his stillness was its own offering, a funeral for the anonymous life he might have had as just a father. No one spoke. The silence was the liturgy. They were burying Kai Sterling, the mechanic, and Lily Sterling, the art student. They were burying Callian Thorne Vega, the hidden heir. They were acknowledging the death of the ordinary. After an hour, Lily stood, her eyes dry but immense with sorrow. I'm keeping my name, she announced, her voice echoing slightly in the stone chapel. I am Lily Sterling. That's not one of the things we're burying today. Eleanor flinched but nodded. Of course. Kai looked at the shop rag. He picked it up, the familiar scent of oil, and sweat a punch to his senses. He folded it carefully and put it in his pocket. I'm keeping this. Not to wear. To remember the weight of an honest day's work. That's the compass. Silas observed the exchange, his dark eyes unreadable. Then he turned and walked out of the chapel, his departure as silent as his presence. His part in the ritual was over. The third funeral was not for a person, but for a home. With Vance's help, they arranged a swift, quiet sale of the Sterling house. They couldn't go back. It was a crime scene, a memory palace of unbearable pain, and a potential target. Before the new owners took possession, Kai and Lily visited one last time, at night. The familiar porch light was off. The garden was already wilting, Maria's flowers dying. Without her care, they stood in the living room, empty now of furniture, the ghosts of their family echoing in the hollow spaces. "I took the photo albums," Lily whispered, "and Mom's recipe box. Dad's toolbox. It's at the new place." Kai walked to the mantel to the old clock. He pressed the hidden knot. The small drawer sprang open, empty now. He closed it. This is where he hid the truth, in the heart of the house. They didn't stay long. It was too raw. As they left, Kai locked the door for the last time and pocketed the key. He wouldn't keep it. It was an anchor to a ship that had sunk. In the car, Lily finally broke down, not with sobs, but with a quiet, relentless flow of tears. "I just miss them, Kai. I miss how simple it was. I miss Mom's lasagna and Dad's bad jokes about carburetors." Kai reached over and took her hand, the way David used to take Maria's when she was upset. "I know. Me too." He paused. "We can't get it back, but we can make sure what they stood for, the honesty, the love, the community, isn't buried with them. That's the job." Now, the funerals were over. The ashes of their old lives had settled. From those ashes, they would have to build something new, something that could withstand the storms they now knew were always on the horizon. Chapter 28, The Third Way. Sterling Consultancy Group, SCG, was a masterpiece of Eleanor Thornvega's architectural genius. Its public-facing headquarters occupied 2 floors of a prestigious midtown tower, all glass walls, ergonomic furniture, and abstract art. The website described it as a boutique risk management and forensic analysis firm, catering to corporations, nonprofits, and high-net-worth individuals. It had a board of respected, retired judges and generals, a staff of impeccably credentialed analysts, and a CEO no one had ever heard of, Lucas Thorne, a reclusive, young financier supposedly groomed in European banks. Lucas Thorne was Kai. The identity was deep, with passports, credit history, and even school records Eleanor's people had meticulously fabricated over the years for just this possibility. It gave him a public mask, a way to move in the world of money and power they needed to navigate. The real work happened 3 stories below street level, in a sub-basement access through a private elevator from the executive garage. This was the vault. It was part mission control, part arsenal, part home. The walls were lined with monitors fed by Thorne and Vega global intelligence networks. One section was Lily's forensic data lab. Another was a sparring mat and weapons locker. A living area with a kitchenette and 2 bedrooms made it a bolt hole. Kaido, now officially head of security for SCG, but truly their full-time sentinel, had overseen its construction. It was his masterpiece, a nest that was also a fortress. Their first week in business was spent not hunting, but learning. Learning their cover stories until they were second nature. Learning the legitimate side of the consulting business so they could fake it perfectly. Learning how to parse the flood of data that now came to them from both Eleanor's corporate intelligence feeds and the remnants of Silas's operational network. It was on a Thursday afternoon, while Lily was running a penetration test on a bank's security system, a legitimate, paid contract that served as training, that their first real client arrived through the back channel. Kaido brought the file to the central table in the vault. "It's from your father," he said to Kai. A referral. The file contained a photograph of a woman in her 40s, face lined with worry, and a police report from a small town in Indiana. Her name was Anya Petrova. Her brother, a whistleblower at a pharmaceutical company, had died in what was ruled a single car accident 2 days after testifying to the FDA about falsified drug trial data. The local police were closing the case. The pharmaceutical company was a subsidiary of a larger conglomerate with vague connections to dormant circle shell corporations. Silas thinks it's a cleanup hit, Kaido said. Low priority for his network, but the pattern matches the circle's methodology. A loose end, neatly tied. He suggests it as a shakedown cruise, a test. Their first mission, not against the central beast, but against one of its decaying tentacles. A chance to see if their third way could work. We take it, Kai said immediately. Lily looked up from her screens. We need to be sure. If we go in, we have to be prepared to see it through. To expose it, if it's murder. That's the point, Kai replied. We verify. And if it's wrong, we make it right. Not by killing the hitman, but by proving it was murder and who ordered it. We use the law, or public shame, or whatever tool fits. That's our way. They spent the next 48 hours preparing. Using SCG's legitimate front, they contacted Anya Petrova, offering pro bono investigative services from their corporate integrity division. The desperate woman agreed. Lily dug into the pharmaceutical company, the subsidiary, the whistleblower's testimony. Kai and Kaido planned a trip to Indiana to examine the crash site, the vehicle, and to discreetly investigate the local police. It felt different. They weren't fugitives. They were professionals with badges, forged but excellent ones, and a cover story. They flew first class under their Lucas Thorne and Chloe Viridian aliases, rented a luxury SUV, and booked rooms at the best hotel in the regional city. The crash site, on a rainy country road, told its own story. Kai, with his mechanic's eye, saw what the overworked county coroner had missed. The brake lines showed signs of professional, subtle sabotage, a slow leak induced by precise puncture, not a sudden rupture. The car would have lost pressure gradually, failing completely on the sharp bend where it left the road. The local sheriff, a man named Briggs, was polite but dismissive. Tragique accident. Case is closed. We appreciate you big city folks wanting to help, but there's nothing to see. Kai felt the man's discomfort. Not corruption, but willful blindness. Pressure from above. Lily, back at the hotel on a secure link to the vault, confirmed it. The pharmaceutical company's parent conglomerate was a major donor to the sheriff's re-election campaign. They didn't confront him. They gathered evidence. Lily hacked, ethically she insisted, through back doors in the company's own poorly secured servers, and found the internal memo discussing the whistleblower as a reputational threat requiring external resolution. She found the payment to a security contractor that matched the profile of a known, low-level freelance cleaner. They had the proof. Now came the third way part. They didn't go to the sheriff. They didn't send Silas after the cleaner. They packaged the evidence, the mechanical analysis, the financial link, the damning memo. Kai, as Lucas Thorne, requested a meeting with the CEO of the parent conglomerate at their Chicago headquarters. The meeting was in a sky-high boardroom. Kai went in alone, wearing a $5,000 suit. He presented the file not as a threat, but as a risk assessment. My firm has been engaged by the sister of the deceased, Kai said, his voice calm. Corporate. We have concluded his death was a deliberate homicide orchestrated by a subcontractor acting on instructions from within your subsidiary. Our forensic financial audit traces the payment. Our digital team has the memo. This is a catastrophic liability. A murder-for-hire scandal on top of the FDA violations. The CEO, a silver-haired man named Whitaker, turned pale. This is outrageous conjecture. It's evidence, Kai corrected. Here's my client's offer. You immediately terminate the executives involved at the subsidiary and refer them for prosecution. You settle with Anya Petrova for $10 million from your personal bonus pool, not company funds. You publicly announce a full review of all whistleblower protocols and donate $20 million to independent drug safety advocacy. You do this within 72 hours. Or what? Whitaker sneered, try to reclaim power. Kai leaned forward, his eyes no longer those of a consultant, but a young man who had stared down worse monsters. Or we released this file to the New York Times, The Wall Street Journal, and the SEC. And then, Mr. Whitaker, my firm's other division, the one that deals with physical risk, will pay a visit to the cleaner you hired. And we will have a very different conversation with him about his employer. Your stock will plummet. You will face criminal indictment. And you will spend the rest of your life looking over your shoulder, wondering if the man in the shadows is coming for you. The choice is yours: controlled demolition or total war. It was a blend of Eleanor's leverage and Silas's threat, delivered with sterling resolve. Whitaker broke. He agreed to every term. 72 hours later, it was done. The executives were fired and arrested. Anya Petrova received her settlement and a personal apology. The story made the business news as a tale of corporate accountability, with SCG quietly credited as a facilitator. On the flight home, Lily looked at Kai. We did it. We didn't fire a shot. We used the system, Kai said, staring out at the clouds. We just made sure the system worked for the right person for once. Kaido, sitting across the aisle, gave one of his rare minimal nods. The methodology is viable, sustainable. It has balance. The third way had its first victory. It was clean. It was just. It left no bodies, only consequences. It felt like a win David Sterling would have understood. But as they landed, a secure message flashed on Kai's encrypted phone. It was from an unknown number, but the encryption signature was Vega. The message was brief. Test passed. The real work begins. A storm is brewing in the east. Not circle. Something new. We'll send dossier. Stay sharp. The third way was proven. But the world, it seemed, was full of other ways, other shadows. Their shakedown cruise was over. The open sea awaited. Chapter 29. The Sentinel's Eye. Kaido's transformation from ghostly mentor to permanent sentinel was seamless. He moved into a secure apartment adjacent to the vault, his existence now orbiting Kai and Lily's with a quiet, unwavering constancy. He was no longer just teaching survival. He was engineering their permanent safety. His first act was to perform a vulnerability audit on their new lives. To Kai, it felt like being diagnosed by a machine. Kaido observed their routines, their digital footprints, their interactions with the few people they let into their circle, mostly Eleanor's vetted staff and the legitimate employees of SCG's public face. One evening, Kaido presented his findings in the vault's briefing area. On a screen, he displayed a complex web of connections. The public facade is robust, Kaido began, his pointer touching the image of the Midtown office. The legal identities are layered and durable. Your cover as reclusive financiers is holding. The primary vulnerability is not external. It is internal. It is the connection between the mask and the truth. He zoomed in on 2 points, Lucas Thorne and Kai Sterling. You must dissociate, Kaido stated. Lucas Thorne has a history, preferences, habits. Guy Sterling has different ones. They must never overlap in public. Lucas prefers classical music and vintage wines. Kai prefers classic rock and craft beer. Lucas's gait has a slight, deliberate stiffness from a yacht racing injury. Kai's is fluid. These are details, but details are how covers are blown. You must live the lie until it is a separate skin. It was exhausting. Kai found himself having to remember which version of himself he was supposed to be at any given moment. At a charity gala for SCG, he was Lucas, making stilted conversation about bond markets. In the vault, he was Kai, poring over Silas's new dossier on the Eastern Storm, a rising syndicate in Hong Kong with ties to Old Circle. Money. Lily had it easier. Her cover, Chloe Viridian, was closer to her real self, a quiet, analytical research associate. Her art remained her private sanctuary, something she did only in the secure penthouse or the vault. Kaido's second focus was on what he called the unseen perimeter. He explained that, while SCG's physical security was excellent, their greatest danger now was digital, financial, and psychological. The circle is broken, but its allies and creditors remain, Kaido said. They will not attack with guns. They will attack with audits, with lawsuits, with smear campaigns. They will buy debt, dig for scandals, plant rumors. The architect's financial warfare will attract counter strikes. You must be prepared for a war of paper and lies. To that end, Kaido began training them in a new skill set, counter-surveillance in the digital age. How to spot a tailored phishing attempt meant specifically for Lucas Thorne. How to detect subtle signs of blackmail or coercion in the behavior of SCG's legitimate employees. How to launder their own operational funds through the company's legitimate books so perfectly that not even Eleanor's auditors could find a discrepancy. Lily excelled at this. It was a puzzle. She set up honeypot servers to attract corporate spies, creating false trails and feeding competitors useless information. She wove such a complex web of digital misdirection that anyone trying to dig into SCG's backend would find themselves lost in a maze of shell companies and encrypted dead ends. Kai's role was the human element. As the public face, he had to learn to read people not as threats to be neutralized, but as potential vectors of attack. At meetings, he learned to notice the nervous tick of a junior executive who might be in debt, the too enthusiastic. Praise from a potential partner that could be a prelude to a betrayal. He learned the art of the calculated social leak, dropping a piece of false information to a gossipy board member to see where it would spread. One afternoon, Kaido took them to a Thorne-owned property upstate, a vast wooded estate. He blindfolded them, drove them in circles, then left them in the middle of a forest with a single instruction: return to the main house without being detected by me. I will be hunting you. Use everything you know. It was Grid 47 all over again, but the stakes were different. This wasn't about raw survival. It was about evasion in a safe environment where the penalty was failure, not death. They had to move not just with silence, but with the awareness of someone who couldn't afford to be seen at all, not even by a game camera or a caretaker. They succeeded, using a combination of Kai's terrain analysis and Lily's observation of bird patterns. Disturbed birds could signal a watcher's position. They slipped into the house, through a wine cellar entrance Lily had remembered from a blueprint. Kaido was waiting in the kitchen, making tea. Adequate, he said. You thought like prey, which is good for evasion. Now you must learn to think like the ground itself. To be invisible not by hiding, but by belonging so perfectly you are not worth noticing. The final part of Kaido's audit was the most personal. He sat with them one night in the vault's living area, the city lights twinkling on a view screen disguised as a window. You have operational security. You have financial security. Your greatest remaining vulnerability is psychological, he said, his voice softer than usual. You have not grieved properly. You have converted grief into fuel for action. This is effective in the short term. In the long term, it is a structural flaw. It will make you predictable or brittle or both. Lily looked down at her hands. Kai stared at the fake cityscape. You must create a space, a ritual that is for them. Not for vengeance. Not for justice. For memory. For love. This is not a tactical suggestion. It is a survival requirement for the kind of life you wish to lead. A life that is not consumed by the dark. He left them with that. The next Sunday, they did it. In the private rooftop garden of their penthouse, a space with real sunlight and high walls, they planted a small tree, a dogwood, their mother's favorite. They didn't speak much. They just worked the soil, placed the tree, watered it. It was a simple act of creation, of nurturing in a world that had taught them so much about destruction. Afterwards, they sat watching the young tree, its leaves trembling in the breeze. For the first time since the fire, Kai felt a tear escape, not of rage, but of pure, uncomplicated loss. Lily leaned against him, crying quietly. They were not healing, but they were beginning to tend to the wound. From his own apartment, Kaido monitored the biometric feeds from their wrist devices. He saw the elevated heart rates, the stress indicators, followed by a slow, gradual calming. He saw them sit in silence for over an hour. He allowed himself a small, private sigh, a release of tension he never showed. The Sentinels, I saw everything. It saw the threats from without, but its most important duty was to guard the fragile, human light within. That light had flickered, battered by the storm, but tonight it burned a little steadier. His most critical audit was complete. The foundation, he determined, was stable enough to build upon. The storm from the east was coming, but the Sentinels were ready. Chapter 30, The Eastern Storm. The dossier from Silas was a thunderclap on a clear day. It landed in the vault's most secure server, not with a dramatic fanfare, but as a silent, encrypted data packet that took Lily 12 hours to fully decrypt and unpack. When she finally projected its contents onto the central screen, the room seemed to grow colder. It wasn't about the Corinthian circle. That Hydra was dead, its heads in cages or graves. This was something newer, leaner, and born from the circle's carcass. It called itself the Jade Syndicate. Based in Macau and Hong Kong, it was a hybrid creature, part triad, part venture capital fund, part intelligence agency. They had moved in as the circle's Asian. Assets collapsed, buying up debts, absorbing orphan operatives, and seizing control of smuggling routes and money laundering pipelines. They were ruthless, tech-savvy, and saw the West not as a partner in corruption, but as a territory to be strip-mined. They're not afraid of Thorn-Vega convergence, Lily explained, pointing to financial flowcharts that showed staggering sums moving through cryptocurrency tumblers into European and North American shell companies. They see it as a market disruption, an opportunity. Their intelligence suggests they've identified Lucas Thorn as a point of interest, a young, wealthy, seemingly vulnerable American with unclear ties and significant resources. They likely peg you as a potential asset to be coerced, a partner to be strong, armed, or a competitor to be eliminated. Kai studied the profile of the syndicate's alleged leader, a man known only as the pharmacist. No clear photo, just an artist's sketch based on fragmented descriptions. A man in his 50s with a scholar's calm and a surgeon's disregard for life. His nickname came from his preferred method of dealing with problems, tailored chemical solutions, addictions, psychoses, or untraceable toxins. They're testing the waters, Kaido said from his habitual spot in the shadows by the door. A probe, likely financial first. An attempt to compromise SCG through a bad investment, corrupted client, or digital entrapment. If that fails, they will escalate to more direct methods. Eleanor's analysis, delivered via a secure video link later that day, was chillingly precise. They are economic carnivores. They understand that in the modern world, true power is the power to bankrupt, to destabilize currencies, to crash markets. They don't want to rule from the shadows like the circle. They want to own the light and let the shadows starve. Your firm, with its Thorn backing and its growing reputation, is a juicy piece of territory on their mental map. So what's the play? Kai asked, feeling the familiar, cold focus settle over him. This wasn't a personal vendetta. This was a professional threat to something he was building. The play, Silas's voice cut in, his image appearing in a split screen next to Eleanor's. He was somewhere with a concrete wall behind him, his face lit by a harsh fluorescent light, is to show them the territory is mined. You do not wait for their probe. You launch your own, a preemptive demonstration of capability. You hit them with their strongest, their money, and you make it clear the cost of touching what is yours is absolute, unprofitable ruin. It was the Vega doctrine, maximum force at the point of arrogance. But Eleanor shook her head. Too direct. They expect violence from rivals. They are prepared for it. You must. confuse them, use their own tools against them. Kai, you're a financier. So is the pharmacist. Challenge him on his own board. Invite him to play a game he thinks he invented. A plan coalesced from the fusion of their strategies. It was audacious. SCG, through its public face, would make a very visible, aggressive move into Asian maritime insurance, a sector the Jade Syndicate controlled through a web of shell companies. It would be a blatant territorial challenge. The bait. Meanwhile, Lily and a team of white hat hackers on Eleanor's payroll would wage a silent, coordinated cyber assault on the Syndicate's transactional infrastructure, not to steal, but to sabotage, introducing crippling errors, sowing distrust among their digital partners, forcing them to expend vast resources to fix the leaks. While they were distracted and off balance, Silas's network would physically intercept a key shipment, not of drugs or weapons, but of advanced semiconductor manufacturing equipment the Syndicate needed for a legitimate front company. It would be a tangible, expensive loss. A three-front war: financial, digital, and physical. A convergence of their unique strengths to deliver one clear message. We see you. We are not prey. The cost of this game will bankrupt you. Kai's role was to be the public face of the provocation. As Lucas Thorne, he flew to Hong Kong for a high-profile financial technology conference. He gave a carefully scripted speech on ethical capital and transparent markets, words designed to be a direct insult to the Syndicate's opaque, predatory model. He held meetings with officials from the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, posing for pictures that were instantly fed to financial news wires. He felt the eyes on him. Not the admiring or curious gazes of the conference crowd, but the flat, assessing stares from the periphery. Syndicate watchers. He made himself an irresistible target, a rich, naive Westerner waving a flag in their backyard. The reaction was swift, but not violent. A sleek, older Chinese man approached him at a cocktail party that evening. He introduced himself as Mr. Lee, a trade liaison. His English was perfect, his smile polished. "Mr. Thorne, your speech was idealistic," Lee said, handing Kai a glass of champagne. The Asian market respects strength and results more than ideals. It can be a difficult place for outsiders to navigate. My associates and I could provide invaluable guidance. For a modest share of your venture success, of course. The offer was a velvet-gloved shakedown. Protection money. Kai smiled as Lucas Thorne smiled, slightly arrogant, slightly bored. "I appreciate the offer, Mr. Lee, but my due diligence is quite thorough. I find the best guidance comes from clean data and strong local partners who aren't afraid of transparency." He took a sip, meeting. "Les Gaja, tell your associates that if they want to share, they should invest through the professionnels. My doors are open. My books are clean. I'm afraid that's the only game I play." Lee's smile didn't falter, but his eyes turned to chips of obsidian. "A pity. The rules of the game here are often written as it is played. I do hope your diligence is as strong as you believe." It was a threat, a professional, courteous, and utterly deadly threat. That night, back in his suite at the Four Seasons, Kai's secure phone buzzed. Lily's voice was tense with excitement. "Phase 2 is go. We've inserted the first logic bombs into 3 of their primary transaction hubs. The errors will start cascading in 6 hours. Their IT teams are going to have a very bad week." Simultaneously, a text from an unknown number, Silas package intercepted. "Shipment is ours. No signatures left." The first moves were made. The bait was taken, the counterstrikes launched. Kai stood at the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the glittering, vertical city of Hong Kong, a jungle of money and power. He was no longer just a mechanic, or a fugitive, or an heir. He was a player on the board, and he had just declared war on a dragon in its own den. The Eastern Storm had met a storm of its own making. The calm was over. Chapter 31. The Pharmacist's Prescription. The Jade Syndicate's response to the tripartite assault was not panic, but a cold, clinical recalibration. They were professionals. The Financial Pro by Lucas Thorne was an annoyance. The cyber attacks were a costly inconvenience. The loss of the physical shipment was a tactical setback. Together, however, they formed a pattern of coordinated, multi-spectrum aggression that demanded a proportionate and terminal response. They didn't go after SCG's Hong Kong office. They didn't send thugs to Kai's hotel. The pharmacist's prescription was more elegant and far more personal. They targeted the link they perceived as both the most vulnerable and the most valuable, Lily. Their intelligence, while incomplete, had identified Chloe Viridian as Lucas Thorne's close associate, possibly a lover, and a key technical asset. They saw what they wanted to see, a brain to be captured or a heart to be crushed to control the figurehead. They moved with a frightening understanding of modern predation. They didn't try to kidnap her from the street. They created a digital ghost. Using deepfake technology and hack communications, they fabricated a crisis. Lily, working in a vault in New York, received a panicked, seemingly real video call from Kai. The feed showed him in his Hong Kong hotel room, disheveled, a trickle of blood on his temple. His voice was strained, slightly off, but convincing in its desperation. Lily, they've got me. I messed up. I need you. There's a data key, a physical backup of all our counter-syndicate work, in a safety deposit box at the Hong Kong INTL Finance Center. Box 747. The code is Mom's birthday. You have to get it and bring it to the Macau Ferry Terminal, locker number 12. Don't tell anyone. Don't involve Kaido or the firm. They're watching. Everything. If they see anything abnormal, they'll kill me. Please, Lily. You're the only one I trust. The call cut off. For 30 seconds of pure, ice-water terror, Lily believed it. Her heart stopped. The image of her brother, hurt, captured, was a spear through all her training. Then her analytical mind, the mind Kaido had honed, kicked in. Diagnose. 1. Kai would never use their mother's birthday as a code. He'd use something more obscure, like the date of the Shelby's first successful start. 2. He would never ask her to come into a hot zone alone. Never. 3. The data key story was nonsense. All their work was distributed across encrypted clouds with no single physical point of failure. It was a fake, a supremely good one, designed to trigger her emotional core and bypass her logic. But instead of panicking, she got angry. A cold, sterling rage. They were using her love for her brother as a weapon. They were trying to make her a pawn. She didn't shut down the call. She let the fear show on her face, let her voice tremble. Okay? Oh God, okay. I'll come. I'll get it. Just stay alive. I'm coming. She played the distraught sister perfectly. As soon as she disconnected, she slammed her hand on the emergency alert. Klaxons didn't sound. Instead, Kaido's biometric monitor alerted him instantly, and a lockdown protocol silently engaged on the vault's doors. Kaido was by her side in 20 seconds. She showed him the recorded call. Deepfake. Voice synthesis. High grade, he said, his own anger visible only in a slight tightening around his eyes. They want to lure you to Hong Kong, to a controlled location. So we give them what they want, Lily said, her mind racing ahead. But on our terms. They devised a counter-gambit. With Kaido's guidance, Lily began to act like a woman frantically planning a secret trip. She booked a flight to Hong Kong under her Chloe Viridian identity, using a credit card she knew was monitored. She searched for maps of the finance center and the ferry terminal. She packed a bag, all under the watchful eyes of the syndicate, who were undoubtedly monitoring her digital footprint. Meanwhile, Kai was informed. His reaction was a silent, volcanic fury. The syndicate had tried to touch his sister. That changed the calculus. This was no longer just a business dispute. We turned the trap inside out, Kai said over the secure line, his voice deadly calm. I'm already in Hong Kong. They expect a terrified sister to walk into their web. They'll be focused on her on the ferry terminal. They won't be expecting me to come to them. Silas, monitoring from wherever his war had taken him, approved. The pharmacist will be overseeing the extraction personally. It is a delicate operation. He will want to be close, but not exposed. Find the observation post. That is where you will find the head. The stage was set. Lily boarded a plane, a nervous young woman clearly out of her depth. A syndicate asset confirmed her on the flight. Their trap was sprung. What they didn't know was that the woman on the plane was not Lily. It was a Vega operative, a specialist in mimicry, wearing a photorealistic mask and using a voice modulator. The real Lily was in the vault, wearing a VR headset, remotely piloting a swarm of micro-drones that would be deployed around the Macau ferry terminal. Kai, having vanished from his hotel, was a ghost in the Hong Kong night. Using the syndicate's own focus on the Lily trap, he and Kaido, who had flown in ahead of the false Lily, identified their local command node, a luxury apartment overlooking Victoria Harbor, with a direct sight line to the finance center and the ferry routes. The pharmacist's clinic. On the night of the supposed exchange, the decoy Lily entered the Hong Kong INTL finance center, followed by syndicate shadows. She went to the safety deposit box area, performed a convincing charade of accessing a non-existent box, and then took a taxi to the Macau ferry terminal. As she approached locker number 12, the syndicate moved to close the net. That was the signal. In a Harbor View apartment, the pharmacist watched on a bank of monitors, a cup of tea cooling beside him. He was a slight man with intelligent, tired eyes. He saw the decoy approach the locker. He gave a soft, satisfied sigh. The thorn problem would be solved by acquiring its heart. His door, a reinforced steel slab, simply fell inward. Not blown. The hinges had been silently dissolved with a chemical agent. Kai stood in the doorway, dressed in black, no weapon in his hands. Kaido was a silhouette behind him. The pharmacist's two bodyguards reacted fast. One went for a gun. Kaido was a blur of motion, disarming him with a nerve strike and slamming him into a wall. The other found Kai already inside his guard, a hand on his throat, fingers pressing in a way that promised unconsciousness in 3 seconds. The guard slumped. It was over in 5 heartbeats. The pharmacist did not run. He did not plead. He slowly turned his chair from the monitors to face Kai. He looked at him with a scientist's curiosity. Lucas Thorne, or should I say, Kai? Sterling? The foundling. I underestimated you. I thought you were a figurehead, a mask worn by Thorne and Vega. I see you are the face itself. You tried to use my sister, Kai said, his voice flat and cold. That was your mistake. It was a tactical option. The pharmacist corrected mildly. Emotion is a vulnerability. I prescribed a solution for it. It appears the dosage was miscalculated. He glanced at his monitors, where the decoy Lily was now being apprehended by his men at the ferry terminal. A ruse. Well played. Your financial networks are in chaos, Kai said, stepping closer. Your shipment is gone. Your Hong Kong operations are compromised. And now you are. The pharmacist smiled, a thin, brittle thing. You think this is a victory? You have removed one chemist. The pharmacy remains. The demand for what we provide, order, profit, resolution, is eternal. You have won a battle, young Sterling. You have not changed the nature of the war. Maybe not, Kai said. He didn't want to kill this man. Killing Croft's enforcers had been one thing. This felt different. This was an execution. But I can make your branch of the pharmacy too expensive to operate. He nodded to Kaido, who stepped forward with a syringe. The pharmacist's calm finally broke. A flicker of fear. What is that? A prescription, Kai said. A long-acting neuroinhibitor. A truth serum, mixed with a mild paralytic. You're going to take a long nap. When you wake up, you'll be in a special cell, and you'll tell my associates everything you know about your syndicate, its clients, and its allies. You will do this because the alternative is me leaving you with my father. He gestured to Kaido. and his prescriptions are permanent. The pharmacist, a man who had dealt in fear his whole life, saw the absolute certainty in Kai's eyes. He saw the ghost behind him. He sagged in his chair, defeated. A third way, he murmured, almost to himself. How inefficient. Kaido administered the injection. The pharmacist's eyes fluttered closed. As they secured the apartment and called in a Vega cleanup team, Kai looked at the stunning view of Hong Kong, the glittering symbol of the world he was now forever a part of. He had protected his sister. He had broken a syndicate's hold. He had done it without a bullet, using strategy, deception, and a calculated show of overwhelming force. He was not a mechanic, not just an heir. He was something else, something that could walk in both worlds and impose a new set of rules. The pharmacist's prescription for them had been death or subjugation. Their prescription for him was justice of a very particular kind. The treatment was underway. Chapter 32, Foundation. The penthouse rooftop garden was alive with the hesitant green of early spring. The dogwood tree they'd planted for Maria had survived the winter, its branches tipped with buds. Kai stood beside it, looking not at the city skyline, but at the small, resilient tree. The morning sun was warm on his face. The aftermath of the Hong Kong operation was a quiet tsunami. The Jade Syndicate, with its leadership captured and its data spilling to Interpol and the U.S. Treasury, fractured into warring factions. Eleanor's financial teams and Silas's operatives were busy mopping up the pieces. SCG was publicly praised for its robust risk assessment that had uncovered systemic vulnerabilities in certain Asian markets, a bland corporate cover for the war. They just won. Lily was downstairs in a vault, finalizing the secure transfer of the pharmacists. Intelligence to Mara Vance's new federal task force. It was another brick in the fortress of legitimacy they were building. Kaido approached, his steps silent on the decking. He held two small boxes, plain and unmarked. "For you," he said, handing one to Kai. "And for Lily." Kai opened his. Inside, on a bed of black foam, was a key. Not a modern electronic fob, but an old-fashioned, heavy steel key. It was intricately cut, worn with age. "It is the key to the floor vise in David Sterling's garage," Kaido said. "I retrieved it before the house was sold. The compartment is empty, but the mechanism remains. It is a reminder of where you came from, of the first secret you uncovered." Kai's fingers closed around the cold, solid metal. It was a weight he was glad to carry. "Thank you, Kaido." "It is my function," Kaido replied, but there was a warmth in his eyes that belied the words. "The other box is similar. For Lily. It contains Maria Sterling's favorite trowel from her garden." He left Kai alone with the key and the tree. A few minutes later, the private elevator chimed. Eleanor Thorne Vega stepped out onto the roof. She was dressed more casually than Kai had ever seen her. Dark slacks, a simple sweater, her hair down. She looked younger and weary. "May I join you?" He nodded. She came to stand beside him, looking at the dogwood. "It's beautiful," she said. She would have loved it. She didn't specify which she meant. Perhaps both Maria and the mother she herself might have been. "We're building something," Kai said after a moment. "It's messy. It's not what you planned. It's not what Silas knows. But it's ours." "I know," Eleanor said, her voice soft. "And it is stronger than anything I could have designed. It has a heart. That was the missing component in all my calculations." She turned to him. "I will not ask you to be a thorn. I will not ask you to run an empire. But the resources of that empire are yours, to use as you see fit, for this third way of yours." "And Silas?" Kai asked. "He will not ask you to be a Vega. But the intelligence, the reach of that network is also yours, to call upon when your way requires a sharper tool." She smiled faintly. "He is proud, in his way. He sees a strategy he did not conceive, a weapon he did not forge. It intrigues him." They stood in silence, a mother and son separated by a chasm of years and choices. finding a new, fragile connection on a bridge built of war and loss. "What will you do now?" she asked. Kai looked at the key in his hand, then out at the city. "The work. There will always be another circle, another syndicate. There will always be people like David and Maria who get in their way. We'll be there, to even the odds." He glanced at her. "And you?" "The same," she said. "I will build. I will fortify the light. And I will watch over you both, from a distance that you find comfortable." She reached out, hesitated, then gently touched his arm. "You have a family, Kai. A fractured, strange, and formidable one. But a family. You are not alone." He placed his hand over hers for a brief moment. It was enough. Later that day, in the vault, Lily placed Maria's trowel on a shelf above her main workstation next to a photo of their parents. She ran her fingers over the worn wooden handle. Kai walked in, holding his key. He went to his own workstation, a clean, organized space that mirrored his old garage bench. He hung the key on a small hook above it. They looked at each other across the room, a space humming with technology and quiet purpose. "So," Lily said, "what's next?" Kai activated the main screen. It showed a global map, dotted with faint, amber alerts from the Thorn and Vega feeds, potential flare-ups, whispers of corruption, requests for help from people like Anya Petrova. "We choose," Kai said. "We look at the board. We diagnose the problem. And we decide how to fix it." He was Kai Sterling. He was the son of a custodian and a gardener, raised with a wrench in one hand and love in the other. He was the heir to a fortune and a legacy of shadows. He was the founder of a new kind of venture. He was not one thing. He was a convergence. And his story, the story that began in fire and ashes, was finally, truly beginning. End of story, but the Sterling Legacy series will continue.